A world where heroes always choose swords as weapons. I chose a pistol as my main weapon. When my classmates saw this, they all laughed and laughed. Even the teacher thought I was crazy. It turns out this is a world where heroes and monsters coexist. Whether it's magic bullets after upgrading, it also cannot cause any damage to the hero. So compared to modern pistols, ancient weapons can exert greater power. But the origin of this magical world originated from a novel I wrote. Just because one day after I dropped the story, I received emails from readers wanting to adapt my novel. But after I agreed, suddenly came to the world of his novel. Also has a face with a question mark. Luckily, after 2 weeks, I gradually got used to it. After 2 weeks of research, I just confirmed that I am not dreaming, but reincarnated. A public character in his own novel. After thinking for a long time, I guess the way to return is to follow the main story. Wait until it develops to the point where I drop the story and the novel ends. I will have a chance to return. But according to the length of the plot, it also takes about 10 years. But this world is filled with all kinds of dangers. I chose to go to the school that this body is attending. That is, the Magic Academy, where heroes are trained, is also the main stage in my novel. Among the many people who volunteered to become heroes with special talents, only a few elites can become Manhwa students. The original owner of this body was able to join it. Come to think of it, there must have been something special. Even though I do not understand the talent of a public figure, but I hope it can be of some help. My classroom in Manhwa is a core location in the novel. Important antagonists and protagonists, along with the main character of the novel, are both in the truth class. Next, everyone will. There are all kinds of experiences in this class. Thinking about having to live with these geniuses for 10 years, I feel even more uncertain about the future. When school ended in the afternoon, I immediately returned to the dormitory. But at this moment, there was a package in front of the door. I originally thought that this was an object belonging to the body's owner, Kim Chun-dong. But I did not expect to open it and see. Inside is my laptop. Its appearance startled me. Immediately after that, the computer automatically turned on. The word "Start Synchronization" appears on the screen. Accompanied by a blinding light, everything of the character Kim Chun-dong began to synchronize on Jing He-zen, that is, on me. Even capacity or career values are gradually synchronized. These things. Obviously the setting I wrote while writing the novel. I'm very curious who can send me a computer.
After the synchronization was completed, the computer suddenly turned into a black screen. I also learned the exclusive Almighty Intervention setup. At this moment I am no longer Kim Chun-dong, which has returned to its original appearance. But because of the synchronization effect, all my properties were reset. Slowly put the computer down on the table, slowly inside the screen. I see clearly this is my original face. Simultaneously, all around me I could see window after window. I think this is the eye opening in my setup. When a person exceeds his or her limits, the phenomenon of awakening has just appeared. In this world, people call it eye opening. After opening the eyes, the person can clearly understand the numerical values, your talents in the form of data. Simply put, you can see your status board. Currently I have 2 talents, observing and reviewing, after resetting capacity. My value is obviously lower than Kim Chun-dong. The status panel has quite a few things, but the one that stands out the most is the intervention setup. I do not remember writing down this omnipotent ability, and I can, through increasing my existence in the world, from which to receive the corresponding points. 1,000 speed points can be exchanged for 1 ability point. Looking at this omnipotence, I'm thinking, is it because you want me to improve my writing skills in novels? Such strange ability, plus sending me the computer, no doubt wants me to interfere in the main plot of this world. Just when I felt so unbelievable, a status window suddenly appeared. But there are question marks all over it. You need to finish the main story to unlock it. Alright, before I was preparing to join this world, if possible related to the main characters. Maybe I can find a way out of here. If so, I also need to improve my strength, to be able to smoothly go through the plot. Then I use the scores to increase the value of the ability. In the novel I write, there is no concept of upgrading. Heroes rely on getting ability points as a means to become stronger. But I just added up the points, are actually used to improve luck. In my novel, luck is an ability value like hacking. It's just that it's a fixed ability. Should be set so that points cannot be used to improve. But if I change the points to speed points, then surely it can be done. So I quickly prepared to try it out. After converting the 10 points just received, I used 9,000 speed points to increase my luck to 9. Immediately afterwards, mysterious luck suddenly activated. This surprised me a bit, because my luck value has now reached 9.1. The value of main character Kim Suho's magic ability is about 9. In comparison, I actually consider it very lucky. I plan to use the remaining speed points to increase my willpower. After all, he still has to endure Ma Fyung's harsh training. And with the help of super high luck points, my willpower reached 7.2 unintentionally. Just when I thought I could continue hacking, the system detected a serious error, so from now on, I cannot use speed to modify fixed capacity values, although a bit disappointed. But fortunately, I took the opportunity to improve my luck and willpower. Present, I have 10,000 remaining points of interest that the system gives me, but still wait and think carefully before using these points. At the end of morning practice the next day, the future teacher of our class in the next year took the podium to speak. His name is Kim Soo-hak, according to the classification of major associations, belongs to the middle and upper class heroes. After introducing myself, straight to today's main topic. And our first item today is choosing the main weapon. Very quickly, under the guidance of the teacher, we went into the large equipment warehouse of the Magic Academy. There are many ancient weapons here. When all students are attracted by fully equipped equipment, the mandarins quickly urged everyone to choose weapons. After choosing the main weapon once, must be used for at least 6 months to exchange. Students are present depending on their situation, chose the weapon he liked the most. In the equipment warehouse there are all kinds of weapons. Looking at the main character's choices, I immediately started looking for the right weapon for me, with my current attribute. Completely unable to use weapons that other students can use. Furthermore, I'm not familiar with those types of blades and swords, so my choice goal is very clear. One is to be able to quickly get used to it. The other is the type that I came into contact with in the old world. Looking around, I immediately identified my goal, but my choice attracted the attention of my classmates. Hearing the chatter, the teacher only looked forward, then appeared very surprised with the weapon I chose, because I picked up a small pistol again. Many people could not even help but laugh. The teacher also had some doubts. He was curious about the event I used at military school before. I calmly said that I wanted to change to another weapon to use. Hearing that, the teacher did not say anything more. Ma Fyung supports students' freedom of choice. But regardless of whether the results are good or bad, we must take responsibility for ourselves. Some people doubted whether I was trying to attract attention or not. There are also people preparing in the simulation match. Will teach me a lesson. So I can clearly see the difference between the weapons. Regarding this, I am also very helpless. After all, this is the setting that I wrote. Although in this world, guns are also a very elite weapon, but this is also limited to normal people who cannot control magic power. In the novel setting, guns use magic bullets. Their power is stronger than metal bullets. But even so, among heroes, guns are not popular. The first reason is limitation. No matter how powerful the gun user is, the destructive power of guns will not change because of that. Monday, it is this world that concretizes myths and legends. Those mythical weapons are real, so the longer the history, the stronger the weapon's origin, the higher its rank. Therefore, heroes like these ancient weapons, they can use it to break the limit. Makes your strength 1 level stronger. But these things have nothing to do with me. I'm not the main character in the comic anyway. Have never actually used weapons such as swords. How can they compare with the students of Ma Fyung? Guns for me are the best choice. Now that you have chosen your weapon, next it's time to get talented. Talent is also known as superpower. This is the basis of the hero's strength. Ordinary people only have one kind of talent, but there is one exception, that is Kim Soo-ho. Besides the sword saint he displayed, there are other talents that have not yet been revealed. On the other hand, after leaving the equipment warehouse, Kim Soo-ho went to the practice room, and from his mouth, the girl in the front is named Chae Na-young. Seeing the other person holding a bow and arrow, Kim Soo-ho remembered. It turns out that the truth class just got an additional gunner, but his words made Chae Na-young very unhappy, because Chae Na-young thinks, I absolutely cannot be considered a sniper. I even guessed that I had given up on being a hero. Of course, I was unaware of their conversation. After returning to the dormitory, I immediately prepared to think of a suitable talent for myself. Furthermore, I set the talent first. Will also give me 10,000 more speed points. I randomly typed a talent into the computer, Divine Gunner, then immediately used speed points to complete the setup. What surprised me was that, after spending points, the status board was based on what I wrote. Auto-edit and complete talent for me. Can use all types of long-range weapons proficiently. This effect is not bad. In addition to guns, I can also use a bow and arrow. Furthermore, according to the introduction of the Gunner God, this is still a talent that can be developed. After thinking for a while, I immediately decided to choose the Gunner. Next we'll have to rely on it to get to the end of the plot. Time quickly arrived the next day. Today, the teacher teaches about the strengths when attacking towers and dungeons. But I, who have the gift of observation and review, do not need to pay attention. You can also easily master the content of theoretical subjects, just like the name. They can allow me to observe people within my field of vision. Can even see the contents of their smartwatch. Can you help me in situations where there is no broker? You can browse everything on your computer at any time. After school, the teacher told everyone not to forget to review. because very soon there will be a written test. Wait until the teacher leaves. Chain A-young finally could not help but complain. Why must we learn this theoretical knowledge? Should not one show off one's talent in actual combat? It seemed his words had come true. The next second, the door to the truth classroom was pushed open. It turned out that the teacher informed everyone. 20 minutes later, gather in the square. Hearing this news, Chain A-young was immediately overjoyed. Just as she expected, official instructors allowed everyone to participate in actual combat training. But for me, this is not good news. When we arrived at the training ground, the instructors did not say much. Immediately start dividing into groups. Each team has 4 members. To be fair, low-ranking classmates will be matched with high-ranking friends. Furthermore, this grouping will remain until the midterm exam. After finishing talking about the basic content, the teacher immediately turned on the team division machine. I did not pay attention to the main character's team. What really surprised me was, I'm in the same group as Ryu Yanho. This is a bit of a change from the novel plot I'm familiar with, like all classic motifs in novels. Around the main character there are always people who collide with him, then drives the development of the plot, which is the main group of characters. And in my original novel setting, Ryu Yanho is one of the main characters. He is the first heir of the Haixia Guild elite. He is also a descendant of the prestigious Ryu family. In the early stages of the novel, he will stand on the opposite side of the main character Kim Suho, but in the end they will become like-minded comrades. Even though I do not know why he's on the same team as me, but according to my situation, the matter involving Ryayawa is very important, because my role in the plot is heavier. The more points you receive will be, I silently made up my mind. Must find a way to attract Ryu Yanho. At this time, Ryu Yanho was resting when she heard someone calling her. Turned his head to look. It turned out to be teammates Chen Haosheng and Yi Yu. Although the two of them were very happy, but Ryu Yanho did not notice at the moment that they were teammates. Once he was certain, he immediately changed his attitude, become extremely polite. But it seems like there are only 3 of them. Heard Ryu Yanho suspicious about the rest of the team. I immediately took the initiative to step up. He could tell he had no impression of me at all, but I cannot be timid, because I know clearly that Ryu Yanho hates weak people the most. I have not introduced myself yet. Then Chen Haosheng, who was next to him, immediately recognized it. I was the one who chose the pistol at the equipment store. He said that my reputation in first year had already spread, but seeing that we're still chatting, the teacher immediately appeared and interrupted. Send coordinates of monsters that each team must destroy into smart water. Today's actual combat training also officially begins. Ryu Yanhua and the others have undergone long training. In terms of capacity value, it is very high. The speed of advancement is also very fast. But I'm not like that. When I'm about to arrive, I felt like I was about to die. Even though my physical attributes are definitely higher than the average person, but compared to my Fuang students, can only be the team's bookkeeper. After arriving at a beach, we arrived at Coast Training Area 8. The monster of this area is the Black Octopus. The enemy's ferocity is beyond doubt. Wait until I come to. Ryu Yanho immediately organized a battle plan. The Black River Octopus is a mid to low level monster, but it itself does not have strong attack power. The important thing is, on its head there are tumors that can shoot out 10 small octopuses. Because these little octopuses have the terrifying ability to suck blood, is also its most deadly part. Yu and others thought, if you want to quickly deal with 10 small octopuses, then this mission is best assigned to me as the gunner. Who would have thought Ryu Yanho would not agree? He said that the little octopuses would be his to deal with. As for Chen Shenghao and Yi Yu, just keep your strength first. The black octopus has a very strong self-healing ability. At that point, it is necessary to attack and destroy its fatal part in one blow. But Ryu Yanho's plan obviously wanted to exclude me from training. Just as I thought, he was completely absent. Noticed me after telling me not to take action. He immediately took action. Maybe he criticized me for going too slow. Chen Haosheng received the order and immediately decisively hit the big rock. They originally wanted to lure monsters ashore. This plan was also very successful. Seeing people on the shore, the black current octopus quickly swam over, and Ryu Yanho was soon ready. After approaching, the black flowing octopus did not hide anything. Immediately releases a blood-sucking octopus on its head. The speed of these little monsters is extremely fast. Even if you foresee your opponent's attack, Chen Haosheng could not avoid it either. Luckily Ryu Yanho acted promptly as planned. The whip he swung successfully destroyed each octopus. Furthermore, Ryu Yanho seemed very comfortable. It basically does not take much effort. The muscular Chen Haosheng seemed completely confident. Why could Ryu Yanho be ranked 7th among Ma Feng's new students? After thanking Ryu Yanhua, he quickly left the battlefield. The opposite side was temporarily taken over by Ryu Yanhua, just as he avoided the black octopus's tentacle attack. Behind Ryu Yanhua, a small octopus appeared again, wriggling. Even though Yi Yu discovered it in time, the distance was too close. Ryu Yanhua had no time to dodge at this point, but once touched by the little octopus, In a few seconds, all the blood in the body will be drained. What surprised Ryu was, accompanied by a gunshot. The immediate danger disappeared in the blink of an eye. The one who took action was none other than me, who was nearby. With the blessings of the divine gunner, my pistol can be said to hit 10 times a day. Ryu reaction was unbelievable. He did not expect that Jing He-zen, whom he despised the most, can save you at a critical moment. Yu and the other two people also could not believe it. I can act in time like that. As for Ryu, originally, I was still speechless and said no, I should not take action, but the words behind have not yet been finished. The next attack of the black octopus has already begun. This time, the octopuses were different from the information, because there are not just 10 more, but there are so many. Even Ryu could not deal with dozens of them. I'm not scared by this at all. Although the number of monsters is large, but they do not have high intelligence, can easily grasp the trajectory of their actions. This moment is also the best opportunity for me to demonstrate my role, because my archer has a special skill. Bullet time. It can slow down time for 3 seconds, and what I need to do next is only one thing, which is to quickly shoot through each blood-sucking octopus. 3 seconds is not long. In the eyes of Ryu Yanhwa and the others, in almost just a few breaths, I turned around and suddenly discovered that there were already a large number of octopuses. We're all shot into a sieve. Although everything I saw was shocking, but Ryu Yanho quickly realized the information on the battlefield. That is after there are no more little octopuses. The Black River octopus's weakness could not stop him. In just a split second, his whip flew out, then wrapped tightly around the weak point of the octopus. At the same time, Ryu Yanhwa quickly reminded his teammates to attack. Yu and Chen Haosheng did not hesitate. Moved to the top of the monster's head. The next second, the two released their magic power at the same time. Under their strong cooperation, unsurprisingly, the Black Octopus was destroyed on the spot, and the actual combat mission of Team 5 of the Truth class was also completed. Seeing that everything was finally resolved, I immediately stopped trying and fell down. First time using bullet time. I almost used up all my strength, but hearing the electronic notification, Team 5's total time is 58 minutes 58 seconds. Ryan Ho looked very disappointed, because this achievement only ranked 16th, until I got back to class. He just confirmed the team's times on the big screen. Ryan Ho realized that she had not heard wrong at that moment, despite having drones filming the entire process. The academy will also calculate its own individual performance. But what made him unhappy was, I once again lost to Chae Na-young. The opposing team is ranked 4th. When arriving in Mafyong, she was also determined to suppress the opponent from the beginning. The result of the first training session was a loss. What makes Ryu even more unacceptable is, the guy next to him kept looking at Chae Na-young. Afterwards, Ryu angrily walked towards Chae Na-young. As soon as the opponent notices the aura behind them, Ryan Ha's attitude changed again, became extremely gentle and greeted Chae Na-young. Hearing Yanho come to ask about actual combat training, he could not help but feel very regretful that he only got 4th place. After learning that Ryu Yanho's team ranked 16th, Chae Na-young even praised their team very well. After all, there is a leg-pulling gunner in the team. If I can achieve this achievement, I thank heaven and earth, but Ryu Yanho's heart is confused. As Chae Na-young said, at first on the road, they can arrive in 10 minutes. But because of me I wasted 50 minutes. But in the battles that followed, I found it to be very effective. The difference between before and after, making Ryu unable to tell clearly whether I was pulling my leg or not. Furthermore, magic bullets can be used to destroy dozens of blood-sucking octopuses. The more he wanted to know what kind of person I was, in the days following the end of combat training, I immediately went to train my body. I did not remember until now. See the harvest in the previous battle. Currently my talent proficiency has increased by 20. Only add 0.03. And by activating luck, hearing and vision will later be enhanced. At the same time, for interfering in Ryu Yanha's plot, I also received several hundred speed points. During this time, through bodybuilding, many capacity values have been enhanced. After seeing all the recent harvest, I also finished my workout today. In the evening, in the senior area of the student dormitory, Ryu Yanhua is staying up all night looking at the computer, and the content inside is my expression during the training session. He watched it over and over again, finally came up with a scary number, which is within 3 seconds. I used a pistol to shoot 60 bullets in a row. Think about a Ryu. Can a human pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second? Or does my gun have a rapid-fire mode? After researching all night, he discovered that there were too many suspicious points on my body. His performance in battle was so outstanding, with his knowledge of talent. Never heard of my name. At this time, Shin Jonghek sent him a message. The opponent is the guy who looks at Chae Na-young during the day. Seeing Shin Jonghek asking what he was doing, Ryu Yanhua happily said that she was watching it again. What surprised Ryu Yanhua was, he was also a little curious about the gunner on his team, because Ma Fueng's actual combat training was completely filmed. Basically everyone in the academy and major external organizations can view it, thanks to being on the same team as Ryu Yanhwa. So someone also reviewed our team's video. But the number of people who are more interested is still the main character Kim Soo-ho, including the vice captain of the Creation Guild. Yoon Seong-ah, he really likes Kim Soo-ho. Superior swordsmanship and extraordinary cutting power. Yoon Seong-ah clearly understood, next to the top guilds in the country, will all compete to attract Kim Soo-ho. Of course he is no exception. Such a pure, bright, and handsome genius. Yoon Seong-ah also wanted to stop at nothing to recruit Jing Soo-hao. But as he continued to watch the actual combat training video, discovered a student using a gun. The assistant next to him said that, because of Ryu Yanhwa, so many people opened the video to watch. And my gunnery has caused a lot of controversy, with just a pistol. Has created such unbelievable achievements. By the way, I also told Yoon Seong-ah after I entered Ma Fueng, changed main weapon from sword to pistol. Hearing that, he immediately understood. I'm sure he successfully opened his eyes. There have been similar cases in the past. After awakening, he replaced the main weapon he was good at before. At the age of 17, he was able to open his eyes. This speed made Yoon Seong-ah very surprised. It's just a pity that the main weapon is a gun. He thought he would not be able to attract others anymore. Anyway, as time went on, the disadvantages of modern weapons will gradually reveal themselves. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed. Today the academy has a new training category. This time it's a simulation match. Usually we will divide into groups of 2 people. Use specialized weapons for training. Will not cause serious damage. But in Ma Fueng's first year, only one person is an exception. At this time, the teacher loudly called me to stand up. But until now, I've been beaten 18 times. Distinguishing. My opponent is the Academy of Education. The reason is because training guns are still being produced, if you use a real gun. Current first-year students are very vulnerable to injury. Therefore, the opponent in my simulation match is the teacher, despite the archer's far-sightedness. I could clearly see the trajectory of the spearman's attack, but in reality, it remains to be seen whether my speed can keep up or not. After finishing training, my whole body was exhausted and out of breath. Turning around, I suddenly saw Ri Yanho leaving, with previous experiences. Both sides' first impressions of each other were not good, even though he's a character I created, but this personality is so unpleasant. But I suddenly remembered the setting I wrote for Ryu Yanhua, so I decided to check to see if it was true. Right then, I suddenly called Ryu Yanhua over, then threw him a can of cola. Surprised, he did not understand what I meant, but still instinctively grabbed the can of cola. After reacting, Ryu Yanhua wanted to know if this was a provocation. About this, I said that the previous training was thanks to him. This is considered a sign of goodwill. Of course, I have another goal, which is to check that when talking to people in the main character group, how many speed points can I get after listening to my words? Rai Yanho gently stroked her hair, then immediately threw the cola can back and said to me, "Do not act so friendly with her." This was her first warning to me. After that, Ryu Yaha immediately turned around and left, but while on the road, he suddenly discovered something unusual. Ryan Hoa felt that the weight of the bag seemed to have changed, so he stopped and opened his bag. Turns out there was also a can of cola inside. This is the can I just popped into. In anger, he wanted to throw it straight into the trash. But looking around, I discovered there was no one there, thinking that cola is innocent. Ryan Hoa immediately put the can of cola back in her pocket. Of course, all of this was seen by me. This is also the setup I created for him. Ryan Ho loves eating foods like cola and hamburgers. But for the sake of dignity, he will never show it off in front of others. Unexpectedly, Ryan Ho's little-known setting was used to probe, plus a few chats with him, but only received 4 speed points. Looks like it still has to interfere with the main plot. And the next turning point is the weapon testing. The event of ghosts attacking the museum. Demons refer to people who have signed a contract with the devil. They will use their souls as a price, in exchange for great power from the devil. This event, it was also caused by assassinating a certain character. In the novel, the main characters are often visiting weapons at a museum, then conveniently deal with the demon. The others in the main character group also took this opportunity, began to develop interest in Kim Soo-ho. But, this time the only ones who took action were Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-young. After all, demons in the early stages are quite weak. For me, it's also good news. Felt completely able to participate in this plot twist. First you have to find an opportunity. So they could bring me along to the museum too. At this time, the teacher told me to quickly return to the dormitory to read the announcement. I quickly packed up my computer and left, but what I did not discover was... At this time, there was suddenly a new email on the computer. Very quickly, the opportunity I wanted came. That is the club activity in Ma Fueng. This is a small group organized by students to conduct activities. There are many types of clubs related to the fields of academics, martial arts, etc. According to setup, the number of clubs in Ma Fueng is more than 100. Participating in club activities is not only a process of personal development, but also an opportunity for students to interact with each other. And the club I want to join today is an activity called Travel Club. The reason for doing so, of course, is because the people in the main character group have also joined this club. Seeing so many top figures from the first years gathered together, the club leader, a senior student, was also a bit shaken. After recovering, he still briefly introduced Kim Soo-ho and the others. The purpose of the travel club is to rest, so every month we'll use teleport. Then left Mafung to travel about twice, to welcome new members. Today the tourist destination they chose is very close. That is the extremely prosperous city S and near Mafung. Looking from this plot, there is no difference from the content I originally wrote. Wait until after the plot happens. I'll get involved a bit. I'm sure I'll be able to safely get B points. But the club leader said that there must be a draw to divide the groups. This surprised me a bit. Maybe I remembered the plot wrong. What surprised me more was I was once again assigned to the same group as Ryu Yanhwa, so he without hesitation told me he and I just need to act separately. On this I naturally agree. Anyway, when I arrived, I wanted to act alone with him. In just a moment, we went to City's Weapons Museum. There are more types of weapons here than in Ma Fuong. The number of people coming to visit is also endless. Chae Yang also likes a bow inside, and he's already here. Which means Kim Soo-ho is also nearby. Sure enough, when he turned around, he discovered the main character. Seeing me coming, Kim Soo-ho noticed me, proactively introduced himself as Kim Ha-jin. Then start talking to him. Hear my. He then remembered that I was the one who chose the pistol. Before, because there were too many people, Kim Soo-ho did not pay attention. I also joined the travel club. He also said that there was a gun gallery over there. Do you want to go see it together? But I have not had time to speak yet. The museum immediately heard a loud vibration. Then an emergency announcement rang out. Currently monsters have appeared outside the museum. Notice repeated many times, causing people inside to gradually become afraid. Wait until someone outside makes a heart-wrenching sound of pain. Everyone started scrambling to run away. In it, a little girl was accidentally knocked down by the crowd. But right now, someone used a punch to break the protective glass of an object. The deafening sound made everyone temporarily quiet again. Everyone was frightened by Chae Na-young's actions. Kim Soo-ho just saved the little girl, too. I did not expect him to suddenly attack. Finally, Chae Na-young spoke up. He told everyone to calm down. The resident hero will surely be able to arrive soon. Furthermore, if you run out in this situation, then just become prey for monsters. Having finished speaking, Chae Na-young took the weapon from the glass cabinet and left. At this time, the museum's anti-theft system also acted immediately. The door was immediately closed. Chae Na-young reminded Kim Soo-ho to also get the weapon before the heroes arrived. It's up to them to protect the people. But suddenly, the sound of clear footsteps came. Chae Na-young immediately felt this the power that the opponent radiates, causing him to quickly enter fighting mode. This is the devil coming to invade. Is also the villain that I designed to motivate the main character to grow up. The villain demon saw Chae Na-young immediately rushed towards him. And Kim Soo-ho took out the sword I just saw earlier. According to the original plot, Kim Soo-ho's strength can easily defeat him. The next second, the two collided with each other. But the outcome was beyond my imagination. Kim Soo-ho was sent flying out by the demon man. Looking at the injured Kim Soo-ho falling next to me, for a moment, I still did not have time to react. Because the plot development should not be like this. Obviously, I've never written this type of plot before. In the novel, although Kim Soo-ho initially hid his true strength, would appear to be at a disadvantage, but when he released his bonds, immediately crushed the demon man. But the current situation is, Kim Soo-ho hid his strength but was beaten by the demon man. Directly injured. Hearing me and Chae Na-young ask, he said with a little trepidation, "No problem. Kim Soo-ho's situation is not very positive. Must find a way to buy him time." And Chae Na-young stepped up to block Kim Soo-ho. As for his bow and arrow, demon man is simply too lazy to defend. After firing more than 10 arrows in succession, Chae Na-young just discovered that, although the attack hit its target, but demon man does not seem to feel pain. This is not a special ability, nor is it a regeneration effect. Chae Na-young did not understand very much. Why is not my attack effective? I was nearby and discovered this scene. Immediately quickly reminded Chae Na-young to quickly get out of the way. But the demon man's sharp claws were about to pierce him. In a situation that hangs by a thread, Kim Soo-ho promptly took action to stop Manhwa. But his diminished strength in the face of the demon man had transformed once again. In just a split second, I could not resist. The next second, the demon man forcefully hit the ground. During the critical moment, Chae Na-young continued to shoot arrows. This time the arrow carrying magic power was effective. But his attack also successfully angered the demon man. After that, the opponent gave up killing Jing Soo-ho, but turned to prepare to kill Chae Na-young. The claw speed was so fast that Chae Na-young had no time to dodge. Just like that, it was pressed tightly against the wall. If continued, I know for sure someone will die. After that, I hastily told the remaining people to quickly disperse. Faced with the demon man suddenly becoming strong, I tried to suppress the fear in my heart. Calm down, next I have to do a few things. Let Kim Soo-ho and them take a breather. Just with regular magic bullets, it certainly cannot cause damage. But the opponent is after all a character in my novel. Maybe the character setup will be roughly the same. In other words, this demon is definitely of the dark attribute. Then I started using the Almighty Intervention setup. I want to change the properties of the magic bullet. To change its properties, you need to spend more than 1000 speed points. After writing the settings and spending points to save, my magic bullet's properties have also changed. The reason why I wrote the setting of the restraining attribute. It is also for heroes to develop greater strength. Quickly loading the gun, I pointed the pistol at Manhwa. The next second, I loudly reminded Kim Soo-ho to stay away. After being modified, the magic bullet turned into a white light bullet. That is, the attribute of light overcomes darkness. After Kim Soo-ho moved away, I immediately pulled the trigger. The distance is very close. This bullet immediately hit my man's arm. Then the white light bullet emitted a blinding white light. Demon Man's arm was also burned to ashes. The intense pain made him scream non-stop. Chae Na-young was also freed from being controlled by the claws, and I successfully spent time with Kim Soo-ho. Manan was seriously injured. How can I be his opponent anymore? Kim Soo after opening the holy sword. The atmosphere was completely different from just now. His magic turned into a burning flame on his weapon. Manan suddenly realized that he was probably about to die. The magic power of the sword saint can cut through all things in the world. This time it was the true end of the battle. Kim Soo-ho used a sword with all his strength, instantly dividing the demon man into two halves. With the death of Man, the first main story arc has also been completed. Kim Soo-ho stood up a bit unsteadily. Because of that trick, now he takes it once a day, which is the limit. As for Chae Na-young, when she woke up, she could not stop vomiting, even though he looks very manly. But deep inside is still a flower in a greenhouse. The recent life and death experience made Chae Na-young very miserable. Kim Soo-ho tried to comfort him, was pushed away by Chae Na-young, who was panicking. Seeing that Kim Soo-ho did not continue to approach him, know that Na-young needs time. Who would have thought that I would say it so carelessly? There's no need to pay attention to him. His brother will soon come to comfort him. Anyway, in the novel I wrote like that. But as soon as the words ended, I felt the air suddenly condense. Whether it's Chae Na-young or Kim Soo-ho, they all looked at me with extremely strange and confusing eyes. Chae Na-young trembled even more. Then he could not hold on anymore and vomited. A moment later, most of the monsters outside were also destroyed. Many heroes came running. Even Yoon Seong-ah is no exception. At this time, a member of her guild came to report. In the museum, the demon man appeared. Luckily, it was solved by 3 of Ma Fyung's students. This news made Yoon Seong-ah extremely appreciative. He immediately asked which students those were. I heard Kim Soo-ho was involved and killed the demon man. Yoon Seong-ah quickly rushed towards the museum. She was very excited inside. I did not expect to meet Kim Soo-ho here. She does not want to miss this opportunity to get married. Just then, I also came out from inside. Realizing I was wearing Ma Fyung's uniform, Yoon Seong-ah immediately came forward to talk to me. She was about to ask where Kim Soo-ho was. Then I directly told her in advance that Kim Soo-ho was inside, but not long after entering, Yoon Seong-ah suddenly discovered something was wrong. She remembered that she clearly had not opened her mouth yet. Why does the other person know my intentions? Unfortunately, when I turned around, I had already disappeared. Yoon Seong-ah started talking to me. Really startled me. Could this also be related to the novel's plot being changed? After resting for a while, I started thinking about the reason the plot was changed. This world has one more character named Jing He-zen, but my role should have been very small. But very quickly, I thought of a point I had overlooked. That's this novel now including me. Then there must be 2 authors. So today, most likely another author's problem. Think again. I have entered the world of novels adapted by others. If that were the case, the situation would be completely different. This means that the predictions I based my novel on all become useless. Just when I was panicking at the unknown, the computer notification bell suddenly rang. There is a new message on it. Here is another author's comment. That is, my old... He assumed that every time, the main character and his friends do not face any threats. That seems so boring. So he rearranged it a bit this time around. As for the first plan, is to increase the strength of the villain side a bit. By evening, this incident had come to an end. The teacher immediately called me and Kim Soo-ho over. He understood the situation somewhat, so let us go back to school to rest first. Kim Soo-ho also asked about Chae Na-young's condition. The teacher said he took sick leave. Was taken to the hospital by his family. Seeing that we're okay, the teacher also left. At this time, Kim Soo-ho suddenly called my name. He wanted to know, why did I say those words to Na-young just now? Seeing that I'm very doubtful, Kim Soo-ho said, "Did not I mention his brother now?" I understood clearly the cause of their abnormality at that time. Could it be that Chae Na-young's brother has a problem? The look on my face made Kim Soo-ho wonder if I was pretending to be stupid or not. But his head hurts so much that he does not say anything more. But I pay close attention to this. After quickly returning to the dormitory, I started looking up information about Chae Na-young's family. His father is Chae Sing-huk, his older brother is Chae Jin-woo. Watching a lot is also exactly the same as my setup. But why did the two of them react that way? Right now, an article caught my attention. It is clearly written on it, Chae Jin-woo successfully rescued his teammates in the Ho Tin 2 plan, thus falling into a coma. The content of the article surprised me. The battle plan to suppress demons, the original plot of Ho Tin 2. Chae Jin-woo is through this battle to receive great honor. And Chae Na-young was 13 years old at that time. Looking at his hero, he was extremely proud. This is the exact setup I wrote. Immediately after that, a new information was sent. Above are the notes, reminding me that the modified settings need me to recognize it myself. Then provide information in the form of a message. In the novel Chae Jin-woo, Kim Soo-ho's powerful arm in the later stages no longer exists. Due to considering that the main character's helpers were too many, it was changed. The following setting changes are also written. 4 years ago, Chae Jin-woo, after becoming a hero, was destroyed by the devil's fire and unfortunately became the seed of the devil. But no one knows his current situation. At the same time, somewhere else, Chae Na-young was quietly sitting on the bed. Her mood is extremely bad right now. Right now, a man pushed open the hospital room door. It turned out that it was Na-young's father, Chae Sing-hyuk. He was so worried about his daughter's situation, immediately rushed to 8th to visit. After telling her father that she was okay, Chae Na-young said, "Wanted to see my brother before leaving the hospital." Hearing that, Chae Sing-hyuk was a bit surprised. Then he immediately agreed to go together. "But I'm in the dorm and have a headache right now. Demons are a higher level existence than demons. Evil seeds are what they leave behind. Wait until the seed goes through the dormant stage and germinates. Humans will turn into powerful demons. I have set the latent period of the demon seed to be 5-6 years. In other words, Chae Jin-woo's latent phase is half over. In such a short time, if he succeeds in turning into a devil, will certainly cause a widespread disaster. There is only one way to resolve the current situation. That is to kill Chae Jin-woo before the devil awakens. But the difficulty of this is very high. First of all, his security system is definitely the most advanced. And no mercenary would accept the commission to assassinate the young master of a wealthy family. Second, seed germination has no warning signs. So I have no evidence to denounce him. Wait until the latent period ends. Until then, Kim Soo-ho's strength will definitely not be enough to confront the devil. Even if it means sending out the current powerful heroes, it will certainly cause many sacrifices. I cannot stand by and watch this happen. Because they still have to contribute their efforts later in the novel. Therefore, the only person who can kill Chae Jin-woo is me. Elsewhere, Chae Na-young's medical visit ends. At this point, someone told her it was time to leave. After saying goodbye to my brother, Chae Na-young immediately closed the door. But she cannot forget what happened before. The guy's name is Kim Ha-jin. On the night that Kim Soo-ho and I defeated the demon man with them. After reviewing the situation at the museum scene and Kim Soo-ho, Yoon Seong-ah went to the Tower of Heroes again. This place records information about talented people recorded by the state. The people of his guild were very worried about being discovered. However, this is an act that will be punished. To this, Yoon Seong-ah did not pay any attention. He said he was just taking a look, just about recording today's attack. The reason Yoon Seong-ah came here, because he discovered the demon man's body at the scene, has optical magic power. This person's existence will definitely be a forbidden place for demons, so he must find this person. Then recruit them to your guild. Very soon after watching the video, Yoon Seong-ah immediately identified the person she was looking for. It was the 3 Ma Fuong students who destroyed Mahan, but Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-young he had already noticed. The remaining person, Yoon Seong-ah, is still the first time I've heard of it. But this name Kim Ha-jin, he seems to have seen somewhere. A few days later, I still participate in school activities as usual, and recently I realized something new, that is, other people do not see my laptop. Thanks to that, I can feel comfortable. Determine each person's current settings. Additionally, after realizing this, my computer added a new function that can automatically recognize setting changes in real time. For example, Demian just got beaten up by Rachel. At this time, confidence has dropped sharply. The specific effects of this function are within 30 meters of me. As long as there is a setting that is different from the original in the novel, then the computer will display a notification window. Compared to after I felt it was not right, there will be more information sent by the co-author. Then the computer's function will certainly be more effective. Just as I was thinking. Chae Na-young did not know when she came from behind. With a gloomy expression, he wanted to find me for a practice match. Regarding Chae Na-young's intentions, of course I understand clearly, then immediately rejected him. But Chae Na-young is still very stubborn. He said that I insulted his brother before, cannot just ignore it. But I still refuse, and said that in this pistol were real bullets. Once someone gets hurt, will be reprimanded by the teacher. My words made Chae Na-young even angrier. Fortunately, the teacher promptly discovered the situation here. He informed me that I cannot practice with other students right now, then immediately told Chae Na-young to immediately return to her position. What happened before, I also felt very guilty in my heart. I also wanted to apologize. But when knowing the evil seed situation, killing Chae Jin-woo, has become my biggest goal in the short term. For this goal, I have recently been risking my life training to become stronger. Therefore, even if you can ease your relationship with Chae Na-young, waiting for that day to come, he will only have a deeper hatred towards me. Today after training, in the evening there will be a big welcome party for new students. The organizer this time is Yoon Seon, the minister of the academic club. The purpose of their club's activities is monster analysis and tactical research. And every week there will be a discussion session, looking at the elegant and handsome Yoon Seon on stage. Many of the students below could not help but blush, but her charming appearance also has that gentlemanly demeanor. All of these are just the powers of evil spirits. Mafyeong is the main stage in the first stage of the novel. Events like missing students, monster invasions, etc. have occurred. Yoon Hyeon is the mastermind behind those events. As for the ability she possesses, mesmerized, it was due to the agreement with the demon Lilith. In other words, Yoon Seon is a demon. He is currently greedily aiming at one target. Likewise, my joining this academic club, it's also because of that person. In Mafyeong, there is no limit to the number of participating clubs, but Yoon Seon's target is Ryu Yanha. Today was the new student meeting. Yoon Seon immediately said, "Let new students understand their discussion activities in advance." Then he introduced a mid to upper level monster, Tyrant Sun. Regardless of whether inside or outside the Magic Academy, information about high-level monsters is extremely valuable. In particular, information about vulnerable parts. The transaction price must be at least tens of billions of won. Right after that, Yoon Seon suddenly asked where Tyrant Sunnak's vitals were. At the same time, he also assigned Ri Yan-hoa to answer. Although very surprising, Ri Yan-ho still replied that until now, no one has yet found the Sun-hack Tyrant's weakness. This is the correct answer, Yoon Seon said. Discussing these issues is one of the joys of the club. When he finished, he said that those of you who wanted to exchange views definitely stay to participate in the next activities. Soon the new student meeting ended. Looking at Ryu Yan-ho standing up, I asked him if he was going to participate in an activity. But Ryu Yan-ho pretended not to see me, turned around, and left. So I once again spoke up as Ryu Yan-wo. Are you also going to participate in the next activity? This time he finally responded to me. He said he'd join in a bit. Perhaps you will find useful information. Hearing that, I roughly guessed Ryu Yan-hwa's purpose. Then he leisurely said, I want to bring information conveyed to the strategy team of Essence Haixia. These words made Ryu Yan-yo unable to help but turn around. Essence Haixia is a guild founded 50 years ago, when the magical explosion occurred. Centered on Ryu Yan-hwa's family, they are now soon became one of the major guilds that could dominate the country. But recently, their guild's deputy leader has become very powerful. Unexpectedly, even the legitimate heir felt threatened. I continue to speculate. Ryu Yan-hwa's unusual participation in activities, perhaps also for this reason. He did not understand what I meant by saying so much. I then clearly stated my purpose. I can tell you the weakness of the high-level monster, the Mountain Tyrant. This made Ryu Yan-ho extremely surprised. Even his voice was a bit slurred. Without any hesitation, I immediately told him, at the heel of the Sun-hack Tyrant, has a small blue pattern. Just attacking it can make it unable to move. But I do not give this information away for free. After the incident is successful, I want him from the Essence Armory. Let me get a Desert Eagle. After all, that arsenal was opened by their guild. Ryu Yan-ho was curious about what my base was, or is there any documents that can prove it? This time I calmly smiled and said no. For a moment Ryu Yan-ho was silent. He regrets why he paid attention to me. This is a complete waste of time. But I was still behind calling him to believe me. In the blink of an eye, Ryu Yan-ho left. I really hope he will believe me for once. If so, then he will become my ally in the future. After leaving, Ryu Yan-ho never went to participate in activities. He went to an uninhabited place, contacted the guild secretary. Request the opponent to convey a sentence to the Sun-hack Tyrant invasion team. That is in this strategy. Focus your attention on the blue pattern on its heel. That place is likely to be a vital part. Having finished speaking, Ryu Yan-ho felt completely crazy. Time passed quickly and a few days passed. I was planning on going to see it. See if I can advance some money from the school. Who would have thought that Mafyeong Bank would open? I discovered I was in debt. I owed the school 300 million won. This number makes me break out in a cold sweat, because 300 million is the highest limit that Mafyeong students can borrow. I'm very curious, what exactly did this guy Kim Chun-dong do? Moreover, This 300 million was spent by him until there was only 3 million left. If it stays like this, let alone returning to the old world, the payment alone is enough to keep me here for the rest of my life. There's really no other way. Looks like I have to get stronger and make money at the same time. Currently, I have 2 legal ways to make a lot of money. The first is investment. Hitherto, towers and dungeons keep appearing. Guilds were discovered and successfully invaded around the world. Can get the same treatment as a company. Invest in advance in a guild, buy shares. If the other side successfully lists, they will receive huge profits. Although I know clearly which guilds might be listed in the future, but I do not have capital to invest. This method must come later. So my choice only left the second path. Go to the hunting grounds to hunt monsters, collect materials to sell for money. Different from towers and dungeons, hunting grounds are dangerous areas that have been discovered. Through selling monster corpses, one can quickly make money. But the value of my current ability, just barely past the level of a grown man. Need to use speed points to enhance, but right now I'm using a training pistol, absolutely unable to deal with those thick-skinned and fat monsters. Just when I was having a headache thinking about a solution, the dormitory doorbell was suddenly pressed down. The delivery person outside said, "Ms. Ri Yanho sent me a package." This surprised me a bit. Why did he send me things? So I walked out curiously. Outside the door was a carry-on suitcase. After slowly opening it, what was inside surprised me. And also because of what Ri Yanho sent. The next day, I went to the hunting grounds of Ju province. Unexpectedly, after I revealed my identity as student Mafyong, the staff at the hunting area's teleportation point were so polite after exiting the portal. Below is the hunting area of Ju province. The danger level of hunting areas here is usually relatively low, so it's very hot all year round. There are foreigners from all over the world who come to hunt. Below the street is full of people looking for a party, or those who have finished hunting and are trading. Looking at the scene ahead, I remembered, I need to find an agent. Only then can profits be maximized when selling monster materials. After that, I immediately thought, I might as well find someone nearby. Just then a man proactively walked over. After hearing me say I was looking for an agent, the man quickly gave me his business card. I just glanced at it, immediately attracted by his name, Park Soo-hyuk of Sh Brokerage Company. He later not only became the best representative of Korea, but most importantly, in the original work, he was Kim Soo-ho's representative. Park Soo-hyuk very honestly said, their company just opened not long ago. Who would have thought that in the next second, I wanted to sign a contract with him? This world is still in the early stages of fiction. Getting married early to famous people later. It's also not a bad investment. Having found an agent, I immediately went hunting. What surprised me was that Park Soo-hyuk chose to come along, because the representative does not have a car. Will often choose to wait outside the hunting area. On the way, with just one footprint, he judged that it was the monster Tin Quay. Also lists the opponent's situation and selling price. But Tin Quay's market value is not high. I then pointed at the steel boar below, then asked Factuhatch's price. But he was scared by this monster that suddenly appeared. Even then told me that it might not be possible to cope, because ordinary firearms cannot even penetrate its outer skin. Hearing that, I happily prepared to try. I previously provided Liu Yenhao with the weakness of Tyrant Sun Gaiet. He actually listened to my information. Yesterday, I also received the new weapon he sent, Desert Eagle, and also used speed points to add some settings. The next second, without hesitation, I pointed the gun at the steel boar. This shot can easily penetrate monsters. Watching the steel boar fall to the ground, Factuhatch's eyes were filled with disbelief, and the setup that I wrote is, when using Desert Eagle to kill enemies in one hit, the function of increasing destructive power will be doubled. I did not expect the new weapon's performance to be so high. This also makes me feel extremely satisfied. My precise shot immediately made Factuho extremely admired. I replied to him simply. The next second, I turned around and continued shooting. Factuho still does not understand why I did that. As a result, looking in the direction I fired, then saw the black bird monster on the cliff in the distance had been shot down. He wanted to know how he could still see clearly at such a distance. Regarding this, I confidently told Factuho, right now I can see 1,000 miles away. It was very easy to kill the two monsters. Just coming here today, it took a lot of effort, finally gathering the two monsters together. I want to know how to transport them out of the hunting grounds. Factuhatch also did not disappoint me. He has already thought about the rest. Tomorrow you will be able to give me the money. He will pay to hire an ambulance team to transport him later. Hearing that, I felt secure in handing it over to Factuhatch, and decided to only cooperate with him in the future. Before coming here, I told Factuhatch that it was my first time hunting. He immediately wondered what I was going to do after receiving the money. Who would have thought that I would seriously say that I would invest? Hearing that, Factuhatch was immediately bewildered. He noticed I did not seem like a teenager. In the evening, I also returned to the dormitory. The first thing after arriving, I used the remaining money. buy all the shares of a guild called Fuck Ma Chi Chu. According to my initial setup, the founder of this guild is a demon and plays a significant role in the novel. Of course, what I'm concerned about is whether they can list it later or not. After a while, the Lord of the Demons will attack the Ghost Cave in City X. At that time, they can successfully list and the value will increase. Continue searching around. I could not find any other guild that could invest, probably because there is no public information. Looks like I'll have to search the dark web's purple society. Thinking about the dark web in the setting, I could not help but remember a villain team mainly in the later stages. That mysterious organization called the Visak Dome. The identity of each member is a mystery. The only person who understands their information well, come to think of it, is only me, the author. But even though Visak Dome is a villain, but they are very anti-devil. So if there's a chance to catch termites, then perhaps we'll be able to let them become assistants to destroy Thy Tran Vu. According to the original story progress, currently Visak Dome is missing one person. Next, they should start taking action. Just as I was about to continue looking into the settings, the computer suddenly had a black screen. This makes me very worried. In my heart, computers are more important than anything now. It's related to whether I can return or not. Luckily, after a while of waiting, the computer finally lit up again. On it appeared some messages. It's been a month now. The laptop's functionality is being updated. At the same time somewhere else, Liu Yanha and Xin Zhonghaik seem to be waiting for someone. Turns out they have a group called the Noble Society. This time we are planning to gather. Seeing that Xin Zhonghaik really hates things like gatherings, Liu Yanha immediately told him to be patient. Soon the restaurant door was finally opened. The person who came was Disney's Dina Duan. As soon as I saw the enemy, Xin Zhonghaik immediately smiled brightly. There was no impatience at all. But, compared to his enthusiasm, concern about my hospitalization, Dina Duan really felt like he was overdoing it. Hearing the two continue to talk, Liu Yanha's expression next to him seemed very gloomy. Very quickly, they started discussing today. Meanwhile, Dina Duan suddenly mentioned me. Seeing that Liu Yanha was very surprised. Why does he want to learn about this person? After that, Dina Duan did not hide anything. Immediately recounted what happened at the museum that day. As for me using a training pistol, destroyed the demon's arm, he felt extremely suspicious. This is completely different from what happens at school. This made Dina Duan remember. Liu Yanha is in the same group as me, so he immediately asked if he knew my situation. Liu Yanha later investigated me, but only know that I came from an orphanage, and has a debt of 300 million. Compared to what Dina Duan said, he understood that I must be hiding my strength, but on her face Liu Yanha still said, nothing worth worrying about. And Dina Duan suddenly said, is it possible that Jing Hizhen is a demon? This silenced the others. Immediately after that, Liu Yanhai immediately denied his speculation. As for Xin Zhong, he asked Dina Duan if he did not like Kim Hejin. After being silent for a while, Dina Duan thought about what I said, then immediately said that it could actually be said like that. While they were discussing, my computer also finished updating immediately. The next second, the light emitted from the computer made it a bit difficult for me to open my eyes. The light dissipated. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my wrist. At this time, my left sleeve was stained red with blood. At this time, a message appeared on the computer. Reminds me that I have received the Holy Seal. This is one of the omnipotent powers of the Creator. Along with that comes a wealth of information pouring in a moment of overuse of the brain. Combined with the severe pain in my arm, I could not support myself and fell to the ground. And my computer has new messages. Above is the updated situation this time. Gave me a low-level talent, Book of Truth, also enhances inherent observation and viewing. When participating in the praise conference the next day, my hand still has dull pain. After fainting yesterday, when I woke up, it was already morning. When I received the notice, I immediately came here, despite receiving the Holy Seal. But currently I do not know its specific effectiveness. What surprised me a bit was, clearly I'm thinking in my heart. As a result, Dina Duan suddenly said I was making noise for him. This quarrelsome behavior left me immediately speechless. After that I leisurely said to Dina Duan, have you forgotten who saved your life a few days ago? Hearing that, he became even angrier and said that those were two different things. But the two of us arguing really made Kim Suho feel very noisy. So he immediately pulled Dina Duan to change places. After sitting down next to me, Kim Suho indeed thanked me. He understood that without me that day, surely you will not be able to defeat the devil. So Kim Suho is very grateful to me. Regarding this, I think that even though I was not there at that time, they will also definitely win. Perhaps he will awaken stronger powers. Who said Kim Suho is the most perfect character in my novel? Facing those dangerous difficulties, his strength will always go one step further. After waiting for a while, the praise conference officially began. The person who came to present the award was Raisa Hayek, the hero rank 37th. He belongs to the heroic rank of lieutenant according to the association classification. Many people call him the Lang of Valhalla. Hearing the host call the award recipient to the stage, The three of us immediately went up. Ryose Hayak took the lead in presenting the award to Kim Suho. He immediately understood why everyone in the world was the same. I really crave Kim Soo. But when awarding the certificate, Ryose Hayak whispered softly into Kim Suho's ear. He advises it's best not to join the association. Being a freelance hunter would be more comfortable. The so-called hero's responsibility is greater than anything. In Ryuse Hayak's eyes, it's boring. But Kim Suho is not someone who easily wavers. Even if it's as boring as the other person says, he also hopes to become a real hero. Hearing that, Ryuse Hayak sighed helplessly. At the same time, say no more. It's Chae Na-young's turn. He just noticed. As for Chae Na-young, very shy to call master. And Ryuse Hayak said, an archer who is not his disciple. Even though Chae Na-young's father asked him to take care of him a little. But Ryuse Hayak has no interest in Chae Na-young, who became an archer. It's my... Ryuse Hayak is a bit confused. Because he had never even heard of me. Although being ignored by others makes me very uncomfortable. But fortunately, when we get rid of this demon, giving more than 10 million bonuses. So I happily ate this amount. You can also buy a few more shares of Fuck Ma Chi Chu. But now, it's still a matter of confirming your computer's update function. First is then, this is probably the wound that appeared on my wrist yesterday, and may have been added by another author. But the explanation about that Ningen is a bit vague. Magic power can be freely controlled according to my will, as I slowly thought. The wound on his wrist suddenly appeared, but it comes with pain. It's not convenient to confirm in the restaurant, so I decided I should still go home and talk. The next update is, the laptop's network has been activated. I click to see. There are currently a few accessible websites. It seems that this is the focus of this update. Among them, Purple Ash is of very high importance. It is the most famous unlisted website. Can provide projects such as information, weapons, bounties, trust, trading, etc. Almost every hero in their adulthood has used it. Purple Ash. Joining this site requires a high fee. But I only need to use 200 SP points to create an account. Just as I was about to log in, Yoon Seong, I did not know when she walked in front of me. He said that after the commendation ceremony ended, he discovered that I had disappeared. Come to find me to give me your business card. Being able to receive Yoon Seong-a's business card, this means a lot. That means Yoon Seong-a officially started digging me about his guilt. And after he sat down, he said he wanted to ask me a question. Yoon Seong-a always acts like the sister next door when she goes out, but I understand very clearly, he is a strong woman, thoroughly grasping the idea that big fish eat small fish. The strong survive. Even if it's the talented people he's currently enthusiastically recruiting, if he does not meet his expectations in the future, Yoon Seong-a will absolutely throw it away at will. If you establish a relationship with him, then future developments will be very beneficial. But now... So when Yoon Seong-a just started asking me how to defeat the demon, I was rejected on the spot. I cannot tell him this question. Rejected. Yoon Seong-a continued to introduce her identity, then said he was very interested in me. Hearing that, I appeared a bit calm, then thanked him for his concern. Yoon Seong-a probably saw me using the light attribute, so I just came here. But he is currently only at the stage of interest, so I need to put on a tight show to thereby increase his level of interest in me. Think of this. I stood up to say goodbye, but Yoon Seong-a still could not react. After that, I could only watch me leave. After returning to the dormitory, I began to look closely at the specific effects of the holy silver. The magic power contained within it can transform according to my will, so I imagined turning into Thanengen, into the form of a short sword using magic power. Sure enough, the next second, the holy silver on his wrist began to glow. Soon after, a small short sword immediately appeared from my hand. Looking at it like this, the magic power inside the Saint Silver. There can be many flexible ways to use it. I originally thought that I, who suddenly burst into this world, will have no affinity with magic power. I did not expect to be able to use magic power in this form now. Next, I want to look at the new Book of Truth that just came out, using the power of the Holy Silver. I used magic power to manifest the true book. At this moment, a mechanical voice reminded, this book contains the truth, within the allowable range of magic power, can answer any problem. So I immediately asked Book Truth what my height was. Indeed, the answer given is very accurate. At the same time, it also consumed a bit of speed points from me. Maybe it's because I do not have magic power myself, so scores can be used instead. Right now, the electronic watch on my hand suddenly broadcast a notification. This is urgent news from Magic Academy. Student Chen Si King of Kyungkun class has gone missing. Seeing this news, I immediately understood. Second main. Mafong's continuous disappearance has begun. Like its name, within 1 month after the incident, there will be a total of 6 students missing, and the culprit did not leave any clues. The plot this time is very important, because the culprit's ultimate target is Ryu Yanhua. But I thought of another possibility. If something unexpected happens again like last time, I'd rather catch the culprit first, but very quickly I denied this thought. If you venture to interfere with the development of the plot, then unexpected things may happen in the future, so I decided I should still observe for a while. The following days, I continued to practice as usual, but during that time, unusual things happened. Someone always comes to make fun of me. And cursed. Today Kim Soo-ho was just about to rest. Then someone called him to look ahead. Only now did he see it. A student next to me was blatantly cursing me. You trash, you cannot even lift such a light barbell. Seeing that Kim Soo-ho looked very angry. Who would have thought that the man next to him would tell him to calm down? No need to show up. And this man is the class president of Truth Class, Yin Han. His advice made Kim Soo-ho confused. Regarding this, Yin Han explained that these people were all Shin Jong Haikat's people. Maybe Kim Ha-jin angered him. Furthermore, Yin Han thinks I'm acting right now. After all, Kim Soo-ho once said it. That I had abolished the demon man's hand. Such a mighty achievement. It was impossible to be bullied by Shen Zonghe's people. As a result, under everyone's attention, I could not really lift a barbell. Seeing that I could not stand up, Kim Soo-ho immediately stepped forward angrily. Then there was an argument with the people who were making fun of him. The noise on the training ground finally attracted the teachers. After stopping everyone, the teacher immediately told everyone to gather. A few days. We have a written test on phenomenological gender analysis. Now we have statistics on the performance of this small test. Very soon, the test results were hung on the wall. Many people took turns going to see if they had failed the class. Looking at the rankings of the small test, I was indeed at the top. After all, the author, plus the effect of observation and review. This achievement is of course obvious. But then there was the sound of the sword falling to the ground. Rachel could not believe this ranking. And I also remembered my setup about her. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, she is the Princess of Bai. Ranked third in strength among Ma Fuong's new students. Second only to Kim Soo-ho and Shen Zong-hee. Since enrolling at Ma Fuong, all exams regardless of size, she has never missed out on first place in a written test. Now I understand clearly. The existence of my hack broke. Inherent setup. After the world changed, many forces spring up like mushrooms after the rain, in which Ma Fuong is among the leading groups in the world. This place gathers excellent students from all over the world. Even Rachel as a princess is no exception. When she came here, she made up her mind. Will definitely not disappoint the honor of the royal family. But today was the first time Rachel had to be attacked. During class, the teacher gave my test a very high appreciation. After thinking for a while, Rachel also understood. Until midterm. She probably cannot compare to me in this subject. Phenomenal analysis is a difficult subject to understand in Ma Fuong. Now Rachel became more and more curious. Normally I end up studying something. In fact, every day I went to class and did not listen to the lecture seriously. After finishing today's class, I returned as usual. After obtaining the Book of Truth, I immediately prepared to put it to good use. I created an intelligence office in Tuyenhoi, even though nothing is reliable right now. But just find the opportunity to start. Prestige plus the coordination of Truth Book will definitely attract countless customers. After registering at the office, next, I should use up all the speed points I've accumulated recently. The second main storyline begins. This means that Ma Fuong is no longer a safe cradle. With my current ability, it's still not enough to confront the demon man alone. Fortunately, thanks to Shen Zonghe's group of people who always bullied me, after people paid more attention to me, my speed points have been filled up. Waiting so long. It's time to use them to enhance things on your body. First, I want to enhance the weapon. The first step is to use my almighty power to rewrite the settings. Added transformation function to Desert Eagle, so can virtualize into a sniper gun. Although that's a bit excessive. But there is no other way to increase strength. This revision also cost a lot. It cost 2,505 speed points to complete the setup, after saving very quickly. My Desert Eagle has turned into a sniper rifle. I think if I brought it out, everyone would be scared to death. Then let it transform back into its original pistol form. Next, need to reset my memories. If so, talent is a supernatural phenomenon based on magic power. Memory is something that is trained later. As a sniper, survival and assassination are the most important. Then I came up with a suitable memory. Write a simple piece of content. I immediately used the points to create, very quickly. The computer came up with a memory called Parkour. This time I spent more than 3,000 product points. Fortunately, the effectiveness of Parkour is exactly what I need. It can increase my agility and endurance. Before I could check, the alarm went off. This time it was Qian Kun's Sheng Yan who was gone. The opponent is the second sacrifice. In the novel until Ryu Yanho was kidnapped, the missing students were all murdered by the perpetrator. However, I clearly knew who the perpetrator was, but I still stood outside and observed. Students disappear one by one. Even if it's an event in a novel, I'm still confused right now. I do not know if I should act first or not. On the next day, a lot of students arrived at the picnic training ground inside Mafuong. The teacher said that today's actual combat training will be different from before. In the cave behind is the artificial dungeon that Mafuong created. Inside there are monster puppets kept by Mafuong. Today was a real battle simulating a dungeon strategy. The teacher told all of us not to be subjective. Even if they are puppets, they can still be life-threatening. Furthermore, because the area of the dungeon is so large, today will be a combined training session between the truth class and the training class. Teams will temporarily combine with teams from neighboring classes. Last night's enhancement now has a place to be used. Mafuong's artificial dungeon is filled with many traps, some of which were also created by hidden demons. To prevent mishap, I made some bullets with attributes in advance. Right now, computer pop-up windows suddenly appear. Immediately afterwards, it was announced that 3 settings had changed. So I started looking around for people who had caused change. It turned out to be Jo Yoon-ah, who was on the same team as Kim Soo-ho. Personality becomes more eccentric. There's also Jaden of the training class, whose growth potential has increased. The other person is someone on the same team as Chi Ne-young. His name is Swain. Apparently Chi Ne-young had met him at another club. Swain's changes made his mental illness worse. The window also reminds that during the dungeon invasion, the probability of him being devoured by the demon's claws will increase significantly. These few changes left me stunned on the spot, because this change seems a bit big. Among them, I only need to pay attention to 2 people. First of all, Jaden is on the same team as me. His personality is to bully the weak, fear the strong, and be arrogant. But the window reminds him that his growth potential has increased. This leaves me wondering what it represents. When teams temporarily merge, the captains of both sides introduced their members. But this name Rianhua, read my name wrong again. Jaden does not seem to be doing anything unusual right now. The most important thing is Swain in Team 3. He is a student who entered Mafuong from abroad. Moreover, Swain also likes Che Ni-young, like many other students. Swain also wants to become the most talented person in Mafuong, but life is not like a dream. Facing the more elite heroes of heaven in Mafuong, he is just an ordinary student, failing over and over again. Makes him feel self-conscious and defeated. Finally, to gain strength, Swain sold his soul to the devil in exchange for power. But here's what's on the back. But the previous Windows prompt is not current. Told me that during this dungeon invasion, Svi may awaken as a demon sooner. Seeing me thinking alone, Jaden suddenly appeared and interrupted, then strongly pressed my shoulder, then reminded me that, in a dungeon, you cannot relax your guard like that. Immediately after that, I decisively pushed his hand away. The muscular Jaden seemed to understand. He said my temper was bad. No wonder there are so many rumors. Hearing that, I could not help but feel a little angry. Recently at the Magic Academy, my reputation has been very bad, mainly transmitted from the Kiankun class, that I took advantage of my position as a Mafuong student, outside threatening and intimidating others, etc. There are also some rumors about me going to a private room every weekend to greedily enjoy pleasure. I clearly understand that all of this is caused by Shin Jong-hak and the gang, but thanks to this, I received a lot of SP points. The people in my social circle see me as transparent. Maybe it's also because of this reason. While waiting for the front teams to enter, everyone on the team talked happily, except me of course. Soon it was Team 8's turn to enter the dungeon. Inside, as the teacher said, the area is very large. After walking for a few minutes, everyone stopped, because there are many turns ahead. Immediately after that, Ryu Yunhua and Jaden argued on the spot. Jaden originally wanted to let the ats with strong senses in the team choose, but unexpectedly, I opened my mouth to suggest choosing entrance number 6. This also caused Jaden's dissatisfaction, but Ryu Yunhua was beyond my expectations. He immediately decided to listen to me. Take ISL 6 and tell Jaden that although I'm not doing well, but my eyes are still pretty good. I do not pay any attention to this either. It's also thanks to him that I was able to enter as I wished. The road may encounter Che Ne-young's team. If Swain would really be here today, sign a contract with the demon. Che Ne-young alone cannot resist. If something happens to him, all future plots will be chaotic. Finally, Jaden indeed agreed to take Route 6. On the way, he mocked me in a low voice. I calmly told him that he should think about it, how to deal with the monsters ahead. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone was very suspicious, because the front was pitch black. Basically cannot see clearly. At this time, another gunner in the team stood up, then fired a lightsaber inside. After the light enveloped the cave, not far away, as expected there was a mid-low level monster, Salamandra. Immediately, the students hastily set up battle formations. Jaden asked if anyone could use the water attribute, because Salamandra belongs to fire attribute. Hearing his words, I do not answer. The magic power in the Holy Seal is limited. I have to use it at the most important moment. Seeing that no one in the team has water attribute magic power, Ryan Ho immediately proposed a direct attack. He took the lead in attacking the monsters. Salamandra still wanted to breathe fire, but did not expect the next second. His mouth was quickly tied by the whip. Students in the position of soldiers rushed forward to support the attack. Under everyone's coordination, the monster was destroyed in a few dozen seconds. The speed of improving Ryu Yanhua's strength is indeed very fast. That lightning shines on his whip shows that Ryu Yanhua has broken through the realm, is already in the foreshadowing stage of eye-opening. While I was admiring his strength, Ryu Yanhua immediately told everyone to keep moving forward, but he accidentally touched a trap, luckily reacted quickly, then pushed Ryu Yanhua away. This also successfully helped him avoid injury. Ryu Yanhua, not understanding the situation, coldly told me to let go. Feeling his murderous intent, I quickly stepped back, just as Ryu Yanhua was about to come deal with me. The other members immediately discovered an arrow going through the wall. That's why I pushed Ryu Yanhua away. Furthermore, when I fell down, I clearly saw a new message. It was an arrow laced with nerve poison. Compared to Ryu Yanhua's luck, Sveen of Team 3 was very unlucky, because he was accidentally hit by a poisoned arrow. Cheney Yang is carrying Sveen very confusingly. During the battle just now, suddenly an arrow flew towards me. This cannot be training content. Furthermore, Cheney Yang discovered, obviously artificial dungeon training, but the monsters in this dungeon, each one is unusually strong. On the other hand, my team is still continuing to fight monsters. After Salamandra, there are many fire-breathing dew stars. But under the combined strength of everyone, low-level monsters basically pose no threat. We quickly cleaned up most of this place. On the way there is only that poison arrow trap. Just as everyone was about to take a breather, behind us there was suddenly a burning heat. In an instant, the deadly threat startled me. When I turned around to look, Salamandra just reborn again, and the fire that was accumulating in its mouth was about to explode. Before anyone else could react, Salamandra's attack has already been launched. Ryu Yanhua and the others had no time to defend, but I soon noticed and immediately took action. I use all my will to promote the Holy Seal, then transform it into a wall of water. Thanks to that, also successfully blocked Salamandra's final attack. The monster was already close to death. There's not much magic power left in the body to control the fire, as the fire completely disappeared. This time Salamandra was truly dead, such strong, causing you and the others to suddenly fall into panic. Everyone on the team guessed that Salamandra is definitely not a toy, not yet consumed by its fire. Could feel the burning heat. I thought it was all over, but I made Jaden angry. He shouted that when he was looking for someone with the water attribute, why did not I stand up? Even though I explained to Jaden the effectiveness of the equipment, he did not believe it either. Luckily, Ryu Yanhua came out to stop us from arguing. At this time, someone asked why there were real monsters. Ryu Yanhua immediately speculated that this was the most ideal dungeon environment. Evolving into a real monster is not impossible. Then he called everyone to continue moving forward, but doubts arose in his heart. About what I just said is the effectiveness of equipment. Anyway, I cannot even buy Desert Eagle. How can I buy magic equipment? But besides Kim Suho and Shin Zhonghai, among the neoplasms there are clearly none who can bestow magic attribute on equipment. Not only do I understand the weakness of the Mountain Tyrant, also possesses the ability to bestow magical properties, but deliberately hides his true strength. Ryu Yanhua could not help but remember the words Che Ne Yang had said earlier. Could it be that Jing He Zhen is really a demon? Once again, now Che Ne Yang and the others have found a place to rest. But the final level 5 lava monster is at the bottom, giving them a lot of headaches. The opponent is most likely the leader of this dungeon. Suddenly everyone in Team 3 felt the difficulty was very high, want to defeat this kind of monster. But now Sveen also needs treatment. No matter how you look at it, you cannot do it. Even though everyone did not abandon him, but in his heart Sveen was extremely sorry. He thought it was because he was careless that he was hit by a poisonous arrow. Since coming to Mafyong, Sween has never had a smooth time. This made his heart extremely painful and torn. Right now, in Sween's heart, a long, seductive voice rang out. That voice told him, just by trading with me, you can receive unlimited power. Song. But this is what Sween desires the most right now. He does not want to continue being useless anymore. Did not want to show weakness in front of Che Ne Young. Sween cannot control himself and accepts a contract with the devil. The next second, he suddenly shouted in pain. The team members were extremely worried. I do not understand what happened to Sween. Seeing that he could not control the crazy Sween, Che Ne Young immediately told the other members to come quickly. But he did not expect that the opponent would be stunned by the monster. After searching for half a day, the lava monster finally discovered its prey. The healthy people all fled in disarray, one after another, and the lava monster's attack. In the blink of an eye, everything exploded. Luckily Che Ne Young and the others reacted quickly enough. That's why we successfully avoided a lifetime. But because the monster's attack range is too large, there were still 2 careless students who were knocked unconscious. In an instant, the people of the 3 teams basically scattered. Che Ne Young was carrying Sween on her back, so the 2 of them fell to one side and fell to the ground, causing Che Ne Young to constantly cough. Wait until he regains his composure, turn around and look. Discovered that the lava monster came to him again. The monster in front of you is completely different from the doll, the teacher said. Chae Na-young understands that the other person is a real monster. He never thought about it. I could die during a training session. As soon as the monster's hot lava is about to erupt. A bullet carrying cold air suddenly shot out. This blow also accurately hits the neck of the lava monster. Being penetrated into the body by the ice element, the monster was temporarily frozen. Chae Na-young was suddenly a bit confused. Who opened fire behind the lava monster? It was none other than me, who promptly ran over. Just a few minutes ago, as our teammate continued to move forward, we discovered there was no more road left, blocked by a high stone wall. Jaden asked me a little angrily. Is not it said that at the end of this road is the monster leader? I'm also very skeptical about this, because when I used the divine eye just now, this wall obviously does not exist. But I still insist that the leader is right behind. Then tell Jaden to try and break this stone wall, even though he was very unhappy. But because of good performance and quick exit, Jaden immediately used all his strength to slash at the wall. The outcome is also very clear. The strong impact caused his hands to go numb. It was obvious that the attack had magic power attached to it, but it did not work either. It seems that this wall is extremely thick. At a critical moment, Yu suddenly called everyone. It turned out there was a gap at the top of the wall. So I immediately said I wanted to get through that gap. But the wall is more than 10 meters high. Jaden immediately complained that it was basically impossible to do. I immediately took the lead to try it out first. Anyway, the situation on the other side is probably not good. When I activated my mobile wings, the rough wall was as easy as walking on flat ground for me. Soon I climbed to the opening. Wait until I get in. The surrounding space suddenly sent a huge shock. This makes Jaden want to know even more. What happened on the other side of the wall? Time returns to the present. The ice on the monster's body is gradually evaporating, which just happened a few seconds ago. I did not expect it to be able to move again so quickly. So I quickly shouted to Chae Na-young, telling him not to sit there blankly, because it will attack. The monster's target has shifted to me. Fortunately at this time, the two attacks interrupted the lava monster's actions. Coming to support were members of Team 3 who had just gotten lost. Seeing her teammates arrive, Chae Na-young finally regained her spirit, then quickly stood up with his bow. Then start pulling the bow to accumulate strength. At the same time, tell your teammates to try to take some time for themselves. Hearing that, the other students tried their best to fight. What surprised everyone was that, apparently poisoned, Sween appeared once again, even succeeded in injuring a leader-level lava monster. With the mutual help of several teammates, monsters cannot come and break Chae Na-young's accumulated power. Finally, his instant kill skill had gathered enough power. Chae Na-young is no longer as weak as before. This sword strike of his carried a terrifying energy. The next second the lava monster's head was completely broken. Being attacked alternately plus this critical hit, the lava monster finally dies. The students could not believe it. Can attack real leader-level monsters. At the end of the battle, Chae Na-young waved and asked everyone if anyone was injured, and Sween was praising him. Even such a strong monster can be defeated. But his situation surprised me very much. Sween is not demonized at all. But I understand that he already made a pact with the devil. Being exposed will only happen sooner or later. Seeing me sitting alone, Chae Na-young slowly walked in front of me. He seemed very embarrassed and said, "No matter what happened before, thank you for saving me." Chae Na-young makes me a bit surprised now. For a moment I did not even have time to react. Seeing my surprised expression, Chae Na-young was immediately embarrassed. I did not expect him to apologize to me on my 6th birthday. Chae Na-young saw her mother die at the hands of demons. From that moment on, he was determined to become a hero. Therefore, Chae Na-young started risking her life to practice from a young age. Childhood experiences, making Chae Na-young unable to make too close friends. He does not want to show his weak side to others, so always show yourself very masculine. Therefore, very few people can hear Chae Na-young say thank you herself. He has almost no real friends, compared to thank you. What Chae Na-young said was more than sorry. This is the setup I wrote for him. To avoid the atmosphere becoming too awkward, Chae Na-young proactively searched for topics. He wanted to know clearly how strong I was. Why let Shin Jong-hike and others bully him? Seeing that I was right that I could not beat them, Chae Na-young was very suspicious. Because the power of the gun just now was very exaggerated. I then took out the Desert Eagle. This is a homemade weapon. Cannot be compared with school training guns. Seeing that I dare to use this weapon, Chae Na-young quickly looked around to see if anyone had noticed. If the school knows you are an iron nail, you will be suspended from school. I'm not afraid about this because I have understood the method of hiding weapons and relics. Even if discovered, no one can find the weapon, even though I use special weapons. But Chae Na-young still feels that I am very strong. Right after that, he guessed that I had a talent for enhancing guns. See, I do not answer. Chain A Young immediately acted like it was true and left. He said he would not tell anyone that I used homemade weapons. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped, then opened his mouth to speak. Do not you have anything else you want to tell me? Of course I understand what Chain A Young means, but I still directly said no. If I apologize to him now, Chain A Young will definitely forgive me for insulting his brother, but I cannot do that. Just continue being an obnoxious person next to him. Wait until that day comes. Chain A Young will probably be a little more comfortable. Anyway, if your friend kills your brother, he will most likely collapse directly. Seeing Chain A Young return, everyone else was curious if he and Jing He Zhen were familiar, and this also made Swain's mood a bit bad, not long after resting. There has been a notice asking students to stop the strategy, quickly leave the dungeon. After this training begins, some of the cameras in the dungeon were broken, and monsters appear. The real object was also not discovered in time. Luckily, there were no casualties in the end, so Ma Feng did not conduct a comprehensive investigation, but choose to comfort and compensate students. In other words, demons with important positions in Ma Feng successfully covered up this incident. In the original story, the comprehensive investigation of this matter. It is not until the end of the second plot that it is implemented. Now I need to focus on Swain's situation. The side effect of signing a contract with a demon is exaggerated emotions and attachments. If Swain continues to have a chance, alone with Chain Yao, it is very likely that you will lose control because of emotional excitement. As a precaution, I decided to take advantage of the computer to capture the moves of Swain and Chain A Young. Then I started watching Chain A Young's chat. To everyone else, it's all very normal. But very quickly I discovered a useful information, which is, Chain A Young and Swain's joint hunting club is coming to the theater this week. In the original novel, Swain is the signing of the contract and loss of control in this activity. It's just that now the signing of the contract is earlier, so I decided to go with them this week. Just as the decision was made, the watch received contact from someone else. What surprised me was the person who called me was Jing Su Ho. He asked me if I was free on Friday. Want to ask me something? Before dealing with these two issues, I want to go get 2 top-level props from the novel. Then the next day, I immediately set out. The main target is Hala Mountain of Q Province. This place is known as the Holy Land of martial arts practitioners. Besides those who practice martial arts, there are also people who come looking for treasures and hunting, because in the Greek mountains there are many rare items. Among them, mountain ginseng is the most famous. People are introducing the situation of the Hellenic mountains to me right now, is also one of them. Even though I told him my goal was not to find mountain ginseng, the opponent still looked unconvinced. Wait until I went inside, accidentally tripped on a tree root. But when I turned around and looked back, discovered a mountain ginseng hidden under the roots of a tree. Even though it's a bit unreasonable, when thinking about the value of my inverse luck. Seems acceptable. On the way to climb the Greek mountain, I ate the roots of mountain ginseng. Through the capacity, I modified the setup. The use of plant roots within 30 minutes can cause enhanceable ability values to increase by 2 points. But eating a portion of mountain ginseng in advance is still a bit wasteful. Anyway, if you bring the whole root to sell, paying off debt is also easy. But right now I have more important things to do, and it's good but also needs to improve its strength a bit. After overcoming the steep cliff, I have arrived at the secret copy of Kalap Mountain, the undead dungeon. The leader monster here is a mid-level, high-ranked Death Knight. Even though I temporarily strengthened myself with mountain ginseng, but it probably will not be able to withstand a single attack from him, but about this I have no fear. Because my target today is not the monster leader, but a hidden subplot in the dungeon, so we only need to deal with a few low-level spirits. With the effectiveness of bullet time, many ghosts towards me, there's not much threat. After shooting down an array, I immediately used the Inlay Eye. After confirming a fast route to the target, what followed was a merciless massacre. Very quickly, the cave was almost filled with corpses. This also, I got closer to Evangelin's Hediot. Which Evangelin? She is the leader monster of the dungeon hidden in the Greek mountain dungeon, in the later storyline. She will also build her ghost fortress in X City, but Evangelin during this time have not turned into human form yet. The reason I target her today, also because defeating the opponent will receive 2 props. One is mature equipment, Ninkathe, the other is the seed of Evangelin. In my old novel, these 2 props help. Demon Tummel became an incredibly strong person. It's just that my growth rate is very fast right now. Mature equipment like Maithaithe is very suitable for me. Not long after, I arrived in front of the hidden version. Through the effectiveness of the Theanlai Eye, I discovered a giant dry tree ahead, and which Evangelin was sitting alone under a tree. She's still in her teens right now, and does not pose any threat, just a spiritual state. But Evangelin's appearance, it's actually a bit harmless. But I know well, even if I do not take action, wait until the demon man comes, The outcome is still the same. The witch is in a spirit state, very difficult to kill with guns. So I use holy silver, condensed into a spear of light attribute. With the added blessing of mountain ginseng, I feel I have also become masters like Manhwa and others. When the long spear pierced the young witch, I discovered that she did not seem to disappear immediately. After a few minutes, the witch slowly dissipated, finally completely transformed into light in front of me. But this does not mean that the witch's life has completely ended. The seeds left behind can still be born. Important item of the Witch of Despair Evangelion. As for things besides seeds, is the mature liquid body equipment, Nunthoa, can enhance the strength of people or objects. After getting my things, I immediately returned the same way. At night, I finally returned to the dormitory. After successfully equipping Nithai, due to its familiar effect, my upgradable ability values all increased by 0.6. And this equipment will not be able to change the owner. This belonging effect makes me extremely satisfied. Until now, I consider myself to have achieved the basic level of a Mafyong student. Next, I want to hang up the remaining mountain ginseng to sell at 2 sak yen hoi. Anyway, I'm still very short of money. Today's trip can be said to be full of harvest, but of which the greatest? This is the Evangelion seed in front of me. Although the Witch of Despair sounds like a villain, but as long as I nourish myself well, she can definitely become my great assistant. The way to germinate seeds is also very simple, is to use a little fresh blood instead of water for nourishment, but the witch's mentality is determined based on the person who feeds by blood, so I have to think carefully. As for the one chosen to nourish with blood, I decided to find someone in the main group of characters. Their mentality will definitely not be a problem, but getting the blood of Kim Soo-ho and the others is too difficult, so the issue of germination can only be temporarily postponed. Tyrell. I immediately got ready to go to sleep. Anyway, tomorrow there will probably be a tough battle. On the second day, members of the hunting club are concentrated in Bichbei Sunshine in Jiang province. And of course I'm in there too. Activities of this club is to periodically organize a hunting session every month. The hunting targets are flying birds and harmful animals. I'm not too sure about today's plot, mainly related to Sveen's change. The original plot was that Chae Na-young was seriously injured, and Sveen vanished into thin air on the spot. The purpose of designing this plot also wants Kim Soo-ho to pay more attention to Chae Na-young. Wait until many people think that the Demon Man's target is Tae-seok. That is when Ryu Yanha was kidnapped by the Demon Man. But this guy Sveen, so far there are still no signs of violence. Can even control a bit of demonic power. I can almost be sure, with my current strength, it's basically impossible to fight him. If Sveen could receive a boxed lunch today like Wonju, then I probably do not need to worry anymore. When I was paying attention to Sveen, Chae Na-young also discovered that I was definitely peeping on them. Apparently he did not seem to pay attention before. The result just keeps hovering in front of me. Chae Na-young could not help but doubt, did I have any intentions with him? At this time, Sveen suddenly reminded him to be a little more careful, because there have been many disappearances recently. But when I heard Chae Na-young say, I'm definitely not that type of person, Sveen's eyes immediately changed. Not long after, the hunting action began. Sveen and Chae Na-young have a bet. Whoever catches more prey can make a wish to the other person. When they went hunting, Sveen finally stopped hiding. He used his demonic power to quickly devour the creature. Not long after, Chae Na-young's voice came. He carried up today's trophy. I thought I had won. The result of seeing prey behind Sveen, Chae Na-young's eyes opened wide in surprise. Helpless, he could only accept defeat. Then asked Sveen what his wish was. Who would have thought that he would suddenly confess his love to Chae Na-young? Sveen did not hesitate. His wish is to be able to date Chae Na-young. I was not surprised at all, even in the dark. The demon with whom Sveen made a contract was the demon of desire. After becoming a demon, his desires quickly skyrocketed. Being able to endure until now is really not easy. As for Sveen's confession, Chae Na-young firmly refused. He said whoever it was. When someone you've known for less than a week confesses to you, certainly cannot happily agree. Hearing that, Sveen looked extremely disappointed, and I was staring at him. At this time, Chae Na-young also said one sentence. He likes people stronger than him, so Sveen cannot be accepted. Seeing Chae Na-young turn around and leave, plus what she just said, Sveen finally could not control himself anymore. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly attacked Chae Na-young without any defense. After frantically attacking, Sveen thought he had succeeded. Who would have thought that I would rush over in time? Using the Ythe shield can block most damage. I originally wanted to ask about Chae Na-young's situation, but Sveen was demonized too quickly. I basically did not have time to react. Watch me get taken away. Chae Na-young was just about to save me, but his bow and arrow were broken. In times of danger, Chae Na-young used her hands as swords. Quickly condensed magic power at the fingertips. Sveen in front was completely demonized. Chae Na-young finally stopped hesitating. Because my situation is very bad. With his move, in an instant, powerful magic power covered the entire scene. Am I not? Occasionally, A few characters with great potential will appear, but they all could not choose the right weapon without being able to develop their true potential. Chae Na-young is also one of them, because of Chae Na-young's talent. Never for bows and arrows. If he uses a sword, will be in existence no worse than Kim Soo-ho. Chae Na-young in anger brandished this terrifying energy sword. Under this attack, Sveen has been demonized. Was bombarded to the point that only dregs remained. Chae Na-young was also scared by her own power. And I'm curious what his last move was. About this, Chae Na-young herself did not know. At this time, he even asked me if I was okay, and when I said it was okay, Chae Na-young now smiled. The next second he felt dizzy again. Immediately he fell down in front of me. Wait until evening. Chae Na-young slowly woke up. At first he was a bit confused. But when he found himself sleeping on my back, was immediately startled. I also saw him not waking up. That's why I chose to carry Chae Na-young down the mountain. But now after waking up, Chae Na-young grumbled and told me to put him down. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, the next second, Chae Na-young felt powerless all over her body. Then immediately sat down on the ground again. For a moment he was very frightened, because my legs do not listen to the controls at all. About this I am very skeptical. Have not you ever encountered a situation where your magic power is exhausted? Hearing that, Chae Na-young looked confused. Seeing that, I knew he had definitely never heard a lecture in class. So I simply told him that his magic power had been used up. For the next period of time it is difficult to move on your own, as per my suggestion. Chae Na-young was immediately carried home by me. On the way, I want to know if he will continue to use bows and arrows in the future. Anyway, with today's situation, Chae Na-young cannot help but know my sword talent far surpasses that of bow and arrow. If he could switch to using a sword, with a magical talent that surpasses even Kim Soo-ho, will certainly become absolute hegemony in large-scale wars. But from Chae Na-young's angry and scolding face, I want to advise him to give up the bow and arrow that he has practiced for many years. It may be very difficult. A moment later, we approached the teleportation point. At this point, I said I wanted to go back before the dormitory door closed. Seeing that, Chae Na-young quickly told me to bring him along, because right now he still cannot move freely. Wait until the next day. News that Chae Na-young was attacked by a demon. It quickly spread throughout the school. Today after school, I immediately went to the meeting point. After pushing open the classroom door, Kim Soo-ho, who had arranged my appointment, was already waiting there. But inside was not only him, but also Kim Ho-rock and Shin Jong-hak. Even Ri Yan-ho was present. The last person is Lee Young-hee. They are all characters with roles in the novel. On the day before the hunting club event, when Kim Soo-ho asked me out on a date, he talked and needed my help. Turns out, because there have been too many disappearances in Ma Fyong recently, but Ma Fyong does not want outsiders to get involved. So from each grade level, select a few students to investigate. Although the school will also investigate on its own. But considering that the killer was probably a student, that's why we asked the students to conduct an internal investigation. So the speed will also be faster. The first-year chosen investigation representatives are Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak. With Chae Na-young, they can also invite people to help. The reason why Kim Soo-ho sought me out, also because I think my eyesight is very good. In addition, he said that Chae Na-young also introduced me. Thinking about being able to earn speed points, I also agreed. Now Kim Soo-ho's people have basically arrived. Chae Na-young was injured so she could not come. At this time, Kim Soo-ho began to make his inferences about the incident. First of all, the culprit responsible for the disappearance and the demon that attacked Na-young is not the same person. Why is the way Kim Soo-ho calls Chae Na-young actually made Shin Jong-hak dissatisfied. Regarding this, Kim Soo-ho was speechless. Then he changed it to call him by his full name. But in short, what Kim Soo-ho means is, the demon's next target is likely to be Chae Na-mai. He wanted to ask if any one of us had any doubts, or has anyone been acting strangely lately. Originally, I wanted to slowly observe the development of the plot. Do not intentionally disturb the rhythm. But recently, 2 weeks and 3 people have gone missing. This is much faster than my original work. I know this was edited by another author. Just keep going like that. The number of people in distress will increase several times more than expected. Combined with my experience with Chae Na-young, I decided I cannot ignore the plot anymore because of the plot, so I proactively gave my opinion. Thinks that academic club president Yoon Seon is very capable. In an instant, the scene immediately became silent. Kim Soo, Yoon Seon had a close relationship with the first victim, so was investigated before. As a result, Yoon Seon has an alibi. I just said that if he uses mental magic, can lure the victim to proactively come to the door. Then Shin Jong-hak immediately contradicted me. He does not think that a little bit of mental magic can make Ma Fyong's elite obediently obey. Right now, Yang-ho even counterattacked me. What he found strange was, Yoon Seon clearly had an alibi, but I insisted and refused to let him go. Furthermore, Ri Yan-ha feels that compared to Yoon Seon, the possibility that I am a demon is even higher. What he said made me so unbelievable. Kim Soo-ho also explained for me. During the crime that you guys have speculated about before, I have records of the teleportation. Using the mental magic I just mentioned as an example. Furthermore, teleportation records are easy to fake. Kim Ho-rock in the back still stood up. He was about to try it out directly. Kim Ho-rock believes that with just a few battles, I will open my mouth or transform myself. Except for Kim Soo-ho. Others do not dispute this. It seems they have defaulted to Kim Ho-rock's way of doing things. Seeing that, I could not help but laugh coldly. Immediately afterwards, he directly confronted Kim Ho-rock. Kim Soo-ho quickly stopped us. After calming down, I tell everyone that if you do not believe, I can go ask Chae Ni-young. Because that day we all went to participate in hunting activities. Who would have thought that this would make Shin Jong-haik dissatisfied? He was very angry. Why am I in a relationship with Chae Ni-young? Regarding this, I did not get angry, I just said lightly. While we work together to destroy demons, you guys can only do tasteless antics. Hearing that, Shin Jong-haik immediately became angry. Seeing that Lee Yun-han quickly advised him. After being reminded again, the possibility that Yoon Seon is the culprit is quite high, I immediately turned around and left. But what everyone did not expect was, Kim Ho-rock suddenly attacked me again. This attack of his did not show any mercy. Luckily, I instinctively avoided the danger. Turning his head to look at Kim Ho-rock's arrogant appearance, I immediately took out my gun on the spot, preparing to teach him a lesson. Just as we were about to fight, Kim Soo-ho promptly stopped it. Now he is very dissatisfied with Kim Ho-rock. At the same time, tell Ryu Yan-ha that if you really doubt, it's not as good as asking Chae Nu-woo directly. After being silent for a while, Ryu Ya-ho immediately started contacting, and I did not turn around and left the classroom. At this time, Ryu Yan-ha also told Chae Nu-woo his suspicions. Hearing them doubting me, Chae Ni-young said very firmly, Kim Ha-jin cannot be a demon. Because at that time I went to the teleportation point with him. When I got outside, it was already dark. What happened today has completely stirred up all my emotions, being caught up in my own world of novels, and even quarreled with the characters that I had put so much effort into creating. It's been a while since I've been in this world. I miss my parents and friends very much. I also want to quickly return to my room. Moreover, the time here is in sync with the old world. How heartbroken my parents would be if they could not find me. The most important thing is whether I can finally return. Anyway, the way to return before is just a guess. Just when I was heartbroken and sad, the window again reported that my willpower had increased. Seeing that, I could not help but exclaim, this notice board is really incomprehensible. But it is also true that thanks to the previously enhanced will, if in return it was me from before, up to now, perhaps I've given up on finding a way back. Today's story is just a small accompaniment. They only made me more steadfast in my determination to return. On the other hand, Kim Soo-ho saw that I was gone, also slowly, and Ryu Ya-ho asked, did Kim Ho-rock just use his talent to attack? He said that a sniper like me. Yet he dodged the attack of the melee talent. No matter how you look, the possibility of doubt is the highest. Right now, Ryu Yan-ho's watch suddenly had a message. It turns out Yoon Seon invited him. Before tomorrow's academic discussion, let's go to the self-study room to discuss work. Ryu Ya-ho determined Yoon Seon no. If there was any problem, I agreed to go there. After all, he is very confident in his strength, but Ryu Yan-ho does not know that Yoon Seon is on the other side. I've been eagerly waiting to meet him. By the next day, I also felt more comfortable. I do not think much about yesterday anymore, but Kim Soo-ho and they seemed very worried about my condition. This makes me a bit awkward. Later on, I decided I would no longer compare myself with the characters I created. Concentrating on finding a way to return home is important. This morning, Chae Na-young went to class. Seeing that he had difficulty walking, Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-haek both wanted to step forward to help him. Even though they were all rejected by Chae Na-young, soon it was time to go to class. The teacher said, there is less than 1 week left until the midterm exam. After completing the written exam, the practical exam will immediately begin. The practice is mainly divided into 2 parts. 1 is confrontation between students, 2 is fight and eliminate monsters with the magician's summoned beasts. The difficulty of these 2 exams will far exceed that of everyday subjects. The theory test is no problem for me. But when it comes to confrontation, I'll probably get into trouble. In the head-to-head exam, students each have 3 nomination votes. You can choose your favorite opponent. As for Ma Fuong, she has set up a point addition mode. Students who rank high, if you defeat low-ranking students, you will not receive extra points. Otherwise, points will be deducted. But there will also be those who ignores the penalty mechanism of such scoring. For example, that idiot Kim Ho-rock. I guess he definitely wanted to use the appointment card to beat me. Speaking of which, there's one issue that caught my attention recently. That's Rachel sitting next to me right now. He obviously did not talk to me at all. However, ever since that contempt, he has been lingering next to me. Previously, Rachel only sat in the back row studying alone. Moreover, he accidentally glanced at my notes, so I decided to tease him a bit. Lately, I've been missing my parents a lot. Then I immediately wrote their names in the book. This caused Rachel to steal glances. I immediately did not understand what I was doing. By the afternoon, Yoon Seon sent a text message to Ryu Yan-ho again. I thought we were discussing club activities like before. Ryaho did not think much. Wait until he pushes open the self-study room door. Yoon-seon was indeed already inside waiting. Looks like there are no other members. Ryan-ho was a little curious. To this, Yoon-seon said they would come later. At this time, Ryan-ho discovered the scented candle being burned, but was still ignored by Yoon-seon with the excuse of improving concentration. While chatting, Yoon-seon suddenly asked about the status of the investigation into Manan, because he is the second-year representative. Originally, Ryan-ho was going to say there was no progress, but he suddenly said that someone was talking about random things. Yoon-seon seemed very interested in this. He just waved his finger slightly. Ryan-ho immediately said that I thought Yoon-seon was a demon of spiritual magic. Hearing that, Yoon-seon immediately asked the other person if he had evidence, and this very question made Rya instantly more alert. Seeing that Yoon-seon also realized that he had said something wrong, Ryan-ho immediately began to be alert, because when a person's innocence is suspected, the first reaction, it's absolutely not a matter of worrying about whether the other party has evidence or not. He clearly understood that the Yoon-seon in front of him was absolutely not normal. Things have come to this. Yoon-seon did not pretend anymore. He looked very regretful. At the same time, he said that there were still a few more people left before it was his turn. Right after that, Ryawa immediately felt dizzy. Wait until he wakes up. Then I discovered I was tied up. After looking around, Ryan-ho was surprised, because this is the dormitory for second-year students. Now he finally understood. Yoon-seon is indeed the demon responsible for the student's disappearance, and I'm not talking nonsense. After trying, keep yourself calm. Ryan-ho immediately wanted to use the watch to find someone for help, but he only struggled for a moment. Yoon-seon has returned to the dormitory, luckily for a few short seconds. Ryan-ho can still send messages, but the person he sent back was me. Looking at the number 9 that Ryu-yanhwa sent, at first I was a bit skeptical. On the other side, Yoon-seon stole the watch from the name on the message. He thought I was the one who discovered his identity. Ryan-ho warns Yoon-seon, if anything happens to him, the investigation team will find out soon. But Yoon-seon did not pay any attention. Anyway, after today's end, he himself will immediately leave Ma-fyeong. His words made Ryu-yawa extremely angry, but the look on his face made Yoon-seon very satisfied. From Yoon-seon's mouth, turns out he received instructions from the demon Lilith, just aimed at Ryu-yanhwa. On the other side, I guessed what Ryu-yanhwa meant, so I hastily released the Book of Truth, quickly obtained Ryu-yanhwa's location. I immediately set off. More than 10 minutes later, under Yoon-seon's continuous mental magic, Ryu-yanhwa looked like she was about to submit when he will once again strengthen his will in his heart. This made Yoon-seon unable to help but exclaim, I've made it this far, yet still not brainwashed. Even though Ryu-yanhwa would struggle every time she woke up, Yoon-seon still believes that under Lord Lilith's magic power, there was absolutely no way he could escape. But in the next second, Yoon-seon was shot through the body by a bullet, different from regular magic bullets. This attack made him feel extremely painful. The sudden change in situation gave Ryu-yanhwa hope, and Yoon-seon was still rolling on the ground in pain. Finally my voice slowly came. I want to know how Ryu-yanhwa is feeling now. At that time, he still doubted me, but now he was arrested. Yoon-seon also heard the voice and immediately cursed me, discovering that he wanted to buy time for the wound to heal on its own. I then teased him not to waste any effort, because the bullet just hit has a special effect. Yoon-seon thought I was hiding in a dark place to attack secretly. Then he frantically attacked his surroundings. Ryan-ho also could not avoid being injured. Seeing Yoon-seon continue to be mad, I calmly told him there was no need to search anymore, because I'm in a place very far from him. Immediately after that, several consecutive bullets hit Yoon-seon, and I am now in the grass hundreds of meters away. Desert Eagle transformed into sniper rifle form. The feeling of shooting targets like this is really enjoyable. I once again thank my initial choice. As expected, long-range shooting is still the best. At the same time, he loudly said to Ryu-yanhwa, the ammo he gave me before must have been used up today. If you still have a conscience, in the future, you must prepare a better one to give to me. While talking, I loaded the gun again. Yoon-seon still wanted to run away. But how can he be faster than the bullet? Wait until the ammo bar is empty. At this point I breathed a sigh of relief. Being hit by so many light attribute magic bullets, every demon must die without a complete corpse. At this time I asked Ryu-yanhwa if he was okay. Then tell him to just get some sleep. The investigation team will arrive shortly. Hearing that, Ryu-yanhwa finally stopped trying to hold back, then fainted. His last, it seemed like he was saying thank you to me, but his voice was very low. I was far away and did not hear it. By the next morning, Raya slowly opened her eyes. He is currently in the academy's medical room. At this time, he also discovered Jing Suho sitting by the bed peeling apples. Then Ryu-yanhwa jumped up. He was curious why the other person was here. Hearing that, Kim Suho said that he and the people in the investigation team, They are all taking turns taking care of him. Regarding this, Ri Yawa did not understand why they all came here. Turned out to be Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-haek, they said. Injured Ri Yanho also has their responsibility. In short, he did not protect you well. Everyone on the investigation team is very sorry, but Ri Yanho does not think so. What happens is also his own problem. Right after that, he asked if the other person was coming. This makes Kim Soo-ho confused, who is that person? Seeing that Ryu Yanho quickly turned away. Did not even mention my name. By noon, I received a text message. It was sent to me by Ryu Yanhua. He thanked me very much. At the same time, he also said that he would definitely repay the favor of saving his life. This time destroy the demon man. I also received a lot of speed points. Due to completion of long-range sniping, God of Sniper, proficiency has reached level 7, compared to previous actions. This time speed received probably the most. As expected, he personally eliminated a villain in the main plot. The reward is very generous. Although in order to be able to snipe Wei Hyun from afar, I spent a large amount of speed points to improve my abilities, but most importantly, he successfully saved Ryu Yanhua. At this time, someone came to the restaurant, then called my name. Yesterday, I contacted Park Soo-haek and told him to come meet once. Unexpectedly, just arrived in front of me. Park Soo-haek immediately knelt down again. He's worried I want to cancel the contract. Would like to invite me to reconsider. Seeing that I am helpless to say that it is not, there is only one reason why I came to find him today. That is, I value Sh Entertainment Company very much. You should be prepared to invest money in them. Hear what I say. Park Soo-haek was momentarily unable to react in time. As for the money I gave, is the smoky purple ginseng that was previously listed for sale, was sold for a high price of 400 million won. I divided this money into two parts. The majority of the money is used for, continue to buy shares of Demon Slayer. The rest plan to invest in Sh Entertainment. Anyway, their potential in the long term, no less than the Demon Slayer. Seeing me give nearly 200 million to invest, Park Soo-haek was very panicked. He said he could not be bold enough to accept such a large amount of money. This time I once again told Park Soo-haek to accept this investment money. I also want to grow up with them. Then he told him, after returning, buy a magic bag and a decent hunting vehicle. That way we can work better. After discussing cooperation, it was almost afternoon. After that, I immediately broke up with him. At the same time, at a certain abandoned factory, an illusory black shadow slowly rose from the ground. Finally, a boy appeared. He asked the captain, the Demon Slayer has come to the floor. What should I do next? To this, the captain above had only one answer. That is to steal what is necessary. The rest is not worth worrying about. At this time, the boy also had some news, one of which was, recently, someone has continuously buying shares of Demon Slayer. Second to Yen Hoi has a few more interesting homepages. What the boy suspects is a company called the Truth Office. The opponent claims to be able to answer all problems. He wanted to try posting a commission request, but was stopped by the captain, and from the captain's mouth, the boy's name is Darren. Seeing that the captain seemed a bit uncomfortable, Darren immediately changed the subject. Then talked about Ma Fuong's midterm exam next week. Yes. People to pay attention to are Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-haek, and the captain wanted to personally come and observe. He wanted to see if anyone could use it. Time passes day by day. Soon Ma Fuong's midterm practice exam finally arrived. During exam week, Ma Fuong will fully open the campus to major union associations and military recruitment unit. Parents of the students will also come. In the current Magic Square, there are enough people from all over the world. The atmosphere is bustling like a festival. Many of Ma Fuong's high-ranking students have a lot of fans on social networking sites. These people will also come to see. It's not unusual for any type of person to appear in the whole school. As for me, I held the drone that Park Soo-haek gave me. Start monitoring schools. This is also to prevent accidents. Wait until the drone flies out. Someone accidentally bumped into me. But just looking at him once, I was immediately scared by him, because I realized this was the captain of the Visac team. I know the captain will also come to take the exam today, but I did not expect to have the chance to meet him. But I kept thinking about the captain's setup, suddenly being careless and making eye contact for too long. Now I understand what to say. Otherwise I will look very pitiful. Choked for a long time. I said such a beautiful sentence. After saying it I regretted it. The captain directly rolled his eyes at me. Luckily he did not say anything more, then turned around and left. But things were not as favorable as I thought. Not long after going out, the captain immediately contacted Diren. Because the person who just encountered him can ignore the effects of props that interfere with perception, but see his true portrait. The captain told Darren to investigate my identity. Unfortunately, I was not aware of it on this side. In the novel's plot, there are many people who come to recruit students, but the target of the Visac team is only 2 people. In the end, Kim Soo-ho, after observing, found that he did not share their beliefs. So the people of the Visac team took notice of Shin Jong-haek. Leave? Their intrusion into Ma Fuong is not a serious matter, but I'm worried if the plot changes again. they encountered security heroes in the exam arena. Then it would not be as simple as just a few deaths. There are many security heroes in Mafyeong. There are some people who are also heroes of the upper way period. Today, together with Seo Yangji, they patrolled several times around Mafyeong, but still could not find anyone suspicious. And Junhaik does not believe it. There will be people who dare to cause trouble at this time, but after the two people just passed, next to them appeared a man. This person is also a member of the Vasak team. Hearing that, there are people who can ignore the cognitive interference of Saren's necklace, he was finally a little interested. Anyway, looking at a group of weak students all the way, this man was already feeling extremely bored. As soon as the man wanted to go to the conference first, Darren could not help but secretly criticize his simple mind. And the captain stopped the man, because the match is about to start. You do not need to make a move to know your opponent's strength. Today's first match at the second stage is that Jin Ho-rak uses the designated ticket. And the opponent he designated was naturally me. As soon as I entered the field, someone called me back. That person was none other than Ryu Yanhua. At this time, he told his subordinates to bring a chest. Inside are 100 top-quality bullets, although it cannot be used during the exam. But he told me to take it home and use it as I pleased. If you need more later, just find him. Rayao also said. This bullet is not to repay the favor of saving lives. This is just a little gift he gave me today. At the same time, before that, in the testimony, providing the process of the demon's death to the school, he did not say anything about me sniping from afar. Hearing that, I'm very grateful that Ryu Yanhua helped me keep it a secret. If the story of me shooting down Yehyun gets out, then there will definitely be trouble next. Because the demons are under the control of the demon Lilith. No one is normal. At this time, Ryu Yanhua also said, he knows that I hide my strength and have my own suffering. But if you continue to hide it, it will be very difficult to pass the practical exam. I highly doubt it. Ryu was curious. I do not know who my opponent is, but by the time it arrived, I had already guessed it. Anyway, I'm prepared to correct the opponent for good. At the same time, somewhere else, Darren clearly investigated my situation for the captain. Jin Zen in this world is set in, comes from an orphanage, has no parents or friends. At the age of 6, he went to military school to study. After coming to Mafyeong, it only behaved normally. There is also a debt of 300 million won. This is all the information that Lun has investigated. After hearing the report, the captain became even more suspicious. Such an ordinary person? Why can you ignore disturbing props and look straight at your real portrait? Just as the captain was thinking, another member of the Waysak organization finally found him. That man was Waysak's Red Sak Kai Jing. Hearing the captain say he was late, Kai Jing quickly said, he must search for talent as ordered. As for the captain asking what the results were, Kai Jing said they were all chickens. Anyone whose forehead he flicked will all be shot straight away. His answer left Lun speechless. Because what the captain values is potential. This year, Mafong's best potential is her first year, so Lun suggested letting the captain and Kai Jing confirm. Just learned that the first year's confrontation, Kim Ha-jin, is about to start. Thinking about the scene of being seen through before, the captain also followed Lun's advice. Along with the solemn opening ceremony held, inside Mafong's arenas all were unusually bustling. The person in charge of the second arena, Wu Junhee, along with Su Ying-jie has now also arrived at the War Watch station. When two people are talking, Su Ying suddenly felt strange. The source of this abnormality was Ki Jun-jae sitting opposite, so she reminded Wu Junhee that the man opposite. It seemed like he was always smiling and looking at them. Wu Junhee thought it was a fan, so he did not pay attention. So the dialogue ended and the contest officially began. The first person to enter the field is Kim Ho-rak of the fighting system. He ranked 19th among freshmen, although the gap with the top 6 is very large. But the combined strength is also very good. What surprised Yoon-hee was Kim Ho-rak's rival. Again, Kim Ha-jin only ranked 934, looking at Kim Ho-rak with murderous intent. I could not help but laugh lightly, telling him not to get excited. Let's go a little easier later. Hearing that, Kim Ho-rak became even more angry. His main technique is protective body strength. Can release magical energy in the body, forming a transparent protective layer. So specialized ammunition for training. It's basically impossible to pose a threat to him. The most important thing is not to let Kim Ho-rak get too close, otherwise I will be in real danger. After all, he is a very strong close combat fighter. The match started. Kim Ho-rak immediately rushed towards me. His strategy was very correct, which was to get close and trample me. But how can I give him a chance? The next second, I directly used time bullet. After this period of trying and strengthening, bullet time has been extended to 1 minute, so now I can keep up with Kim Ho-rak's movements. But his flamboyant destructive power. I could not help but exclaim, it was truly like a tank. Next, Kim Ho-rak passionately chased on the field. As for me, I took advantage of the Eye of the Divine and the bullet of time. At first glance, it's very dangerous, but it's avoided over and over again, just as he continued his pursuit. I suddenly pulled out my pistol and aimed to shoot. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Ho-rak took the opportunity to approach. At the same time my bullets were also fired. He did not pay any attention, even thought I was very stupid. With protective strength, with this type of broken bullets, Kim Ho-rak believes that he can arbitrarily throw away. There's no need to even defend, but things went beyond his imagination. This attack not only did Kim Ho-rak not block the bullets, but also successfully penetrated his protective body strength. Instant change on the field. Makes the audience dare not believe their eyes. Because of the body protective energy that everyone knows. Was shot directly through by a training pistol. Kim Ho-rak in the arena became even more stunned. Only the intense pain in his shoulder made him understand clearly. His ki was actually shot through by a small bullet. The next second Kim Ho-rak reacted, because he heard me pull the trigger. Unfortunately it's too late, faced with my continuous shooting. Kim Ho-rak can only protect the fatal parts of his body. And this is the way I came up with to deal with him before. As long as Kim Ho-rak thinks he can knock bullets away, then he will make a big mistake. Because in the bullet, I was also mixed with the magic power of the holy silver. Moreover, it is a bullet with the power of a ghost. Now that Kim Ho-rak's attack is over, what he had to face was my endless, frantic shooting. Kim Ho-rak kept dodging all the way and finally could not bear it. He used all his strength, wanting to use the crushed stone to make me lose my balance. This attack at first glance seemed to slow down my attack, but at the same time, when jumping avoid rubble, I suddenly reminded Kim Ho-rak that I would throw the throwing knife next. He was strong and did not dare to stand up to me, nor did he take the opportunity to get close to me. Fear of flying knives also has special effects. He chose to directly avoid it. Seeing this scene, I gradually smiled, then said that this was actually just a trick. While he was dodging, I quickly reloaded my pistol, followed by another rapid burst of fire. This time Ho-rak. There is absolutely no space to dodge and defend. Just like that, he took all the damage. After one he knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling in pain. As for me, I'm neither too fast nor too slow to approach. Stop. I immediately raised my pistol. No more protection? Kim Ho-rak is now like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This unique battle made the audience forget to even breathe. Finally, under the witness of everyone, I pulled the trigger of the pistol. But the echo is empty without bullets. Echoed throughout the arena. Kim Ho-rak's eyes were full of disbelief. At this point, the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Woo-zun, he was surprised, did Kim Ha-jin run out of bullets? But now Kim Ho-rak's whole body is full of injuries. Just when everyone was curious about the winner of this battle, Kim Ho-rak finally stood up. He decided to go all out. To this smiled slightly. This is enough. So I did something beyond my expectations. That is to throw away the pistol, then tell the referee that I surrender. My voice echoed in the silent arena. Kim Ho-rak even suspected he heard wrong. No one on the stage could react in time. Until the referee stammered that the match was over, the victory of this battle also belonged to Kim Ho-rak, compared to the audience's amazement. Kim Ho-rak inside the arena cursed angrily, telling me to turn back. And I did not turn around but turned around and left. At this time, Woo-zun he asked his friend how he felt. Su Yingji's point of view is very simple. She thought I had performed very well. On the contrary, Kim Ho-rak is too superficial. Do not use physical techniques to gradually approach. Chose to use the high-loss body protection ki to deal with it. Furthermore, my expression makes Su Yingji very concerned, because my shooting speed is really beyond common sense. Dynamic vision is also excellent. Can clearly see the movements of students of the resistance system. What surprised her even more was, I can surround the bullet with compressed magic power. Woo-zun he and Su Yingji judged. This is also the reason why it can penetrate the body protector's energy. But I'm obviously just a student. Yet it was possible to compress magic power to this density. Both of them wondered about the talent I possessed. As for major guilds and other organizations, is in a hurry to contact superiors. Quickly report my situation up. By evening, all today's confrontations are almost over. After leaving, Kujun-jing tacked at his teammates. It seemed like he did not like the name Kim Ha-jin. A kid was hiding in the distance holding a gun and shooting secretly. He did not understand why the captain wanted him to pay attention to this type of person. Darren said, have not you discovered the power of ghosts? Kai-jing also told him. This and strength or weakness are two different things. Hearing that, Darren finally understood. He simply hates snipe. In Kai-jing's eyes, the type that fights to kill the enemy. Bringing your life at stake is a real duel. Darren is also lazy to argue with him. Immediately asked about the match between Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-haek. For these two people, Kujun-jing acknowledged their strength. The spear technique that Shin Jong-haek hid left a deep impression on him, without any exploration. But every shot is aimed straight at the enemy's weak point. He said he really liked Shin Jong-haek. As for Kin, there was something special in his eyes. Kim Soo-ho's swordsmanship also surprised Ki-jun-jing. Indeed, just like in the rumors, as beautiful as sword dancing. Like movements acquired after countless years of practice. But after Ki-jing finished watching the match, there was always a feeling that was Kim Soo-ho hiding his true face. But the current strength of Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hyuk, still not high enough to make his hands feel itchy. At this point Darren said he also took notes. Although Kim Ha-jin was very dissatisfied, the captain's request, Koo-jing also had to comply. Right now, a Mafeong security officer discovered him. I heard the other person continuously chase me away, telling me to leave here. The next second, Kwai Jun-jing suddenly raised his hand and flicked the security guard's head, heard movement on the other side of the call. Darren could not help but ask if he had flicked people to death. As for this, Kwai Jun-jing casually admitted, and asked Darren to help me keep it a secret. Because if you tell the captain, you might get killed. As for the captain, now I've come to a place with no people. He remembers what happened before, remembering the betrayal I suffered, as well as an oath to avenge someone. Regaining consciousness, the captain immediately contacted Darren. Tell the other person to investigate Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hyuk. There's also Kim Ha-jin, these three people. As for me, who has demonic power and can destroy demonic bodies. So the captain put me first to investigate. But Darren thinks there is very little information about me. I do not know if doing so is appropriate. The captain told Darren to rest assured, because tomorrow he will personally come to see Kim Ha-jin. The second day after Mafeong's first round of actual combat ended, is a confrontation between seeded players. The first match was between Rachel and Chae Na-young. Today, the number of viewers is even higher than the first day. Even the #1 ranked person in Korea. The Holy Grace of the Creator Guild also arrived. Everyone is looking forward to the battle between seeds. And of course I am also among them. But, the result of today's match was that Chae Na-young was defeated miserably. After all, bow and arrow are not suitable for his talent. Chae Na-young currently cannot defeat Rachel. After starting the battle, Chae Na-young appeared very confident. Recent training. It also greatly improved his strength. After releasing the magic power, an arrow that Chae Na-young shot instantly turned into countless sword weapons that shot towards Rachel. But Rachel's speed is very fast, easily dodges most sword lights. The last arrow was blocked by her with a sword. Seeing his full power attack being neutralized, Chae Na-young momentarily did not dare to believe it. Rachel took advantage of body techniques, little by little moving towards her. Just as I was watching with great enthusiasm, behind me someone came. Then he sat down next to me. The captain's action surprised me. He is a black level wanted criminal of the Hero Association. Also the captain of the infamous Waysak team is a strong person who uses countless names and identities to hide yourself. But the next second, the captain had a glass of cola poured on his head. Turns out, it was because the person behind him was slipping up the stairs. This also scared the hell out of me. If the captain gets angry, life is truly... Wait until Rachel is on the winning stand. The captain also took my handkerchief and dried his hair. Hearing him say thank you, I hastily said without being polite. A moment later, the captain clearly stated his purpose of coming. He watched the match between me and Kim Ho-rak. Wanted to get to know me, then immediately gave me his business card. But look at the name on it. Immediately knew this was not his real name, just one of many identities. I was curious and asked the captain for what purpose he was looking for me. But he did not tell me. He stood up and prepared to leave. The captain said, if I want to find him, I can contact him directly. Watching the captain leave, I still cannot figure out why he was looking for me. Time arrives in the afternoon. Kim Soo-ho's match also ended. He easily defeated Yang Ping, ranked 8th, on the way out of the field. A lot of people are still talking about today's match, and I recovered the released drone. Prepare to go back to the dormitory, then confirm again. Is there anything special happening at school today? But on the way back, I suddenly heard someone crying, bowing his head to look at the grass next to him. Turned out to be Chae Na-young after losing the match. I hid there alone and cried silently. This is part of the plot. In the original plot, when Chae Na-young was depressed because of failure, Kim Soo-ho passed by and comforted and encouraged him. And Chae Na-young is also because of this, really started to have feelings for Kim Soo-ho. But now the villains have been strengthened. If it was just gentle encouragement like Kim Soo-ho's in the novel, then not giving up will not help Chae Na-young now. In Kim Soo-ho's life, there is no word of giving up. He also never advises others to give up. So until the end, Chae Na-young also did not give up bows and arrows. Very quickly, I thought of a way that would not sabotage their meeting, but can still remind Chae Na-young. It was for him who was heartbroken to receive the message. Seeing that it was my message, Chae Na-young was initially very skeptical, but the content behind it made his eyes immediately widen, because I told Chae Na-young directly. The new sword is the one that best suits him. Even advised him to give up the bow and arrow that he had persisted in for many years. Like I changed career direction. Chae Na-young originally thought that I would comfort him, so he did not react at all. Wait until you finish viewing the message. Kim Soo-ho and the others just found Chae Na-young. Just as Kim Soo-ho was about to comfort him, unexpectedly Chae Na-young was angry by my words, because in my message, without any respect denying his many years of efforts. Come here, the first confrontation subject of Ma Fuong's midterm exam. immediately closed. After returning to the dormitory, after opening the drone's video, I have seen Jing's brutality. Unexpectedly, he did not hesitate at all when he acted. Doing so is purely to make yourself happy. In this world, there are indeed a group of people like that, is human but denies the value of heroes. But compared to ordinary lawbreakers, they are like heroes, possesses strength far beyond ordinary people. Now I cannot just be wary of the original novel's villains. Because the novel passed through the hands of another author for adaptation, at any time new villains can appear, on the next day. The battle to exorcise monsters during the midterm exam has begun. The judges this time. One of the magicians, Chen Juhu. Next, will be down on the field below. Fight against illusory beasts summoned by magicians. Illusionary beasts have the same attack power as monsters. Even if the summon is removed, it will not disappear immediately. So he reminded everyone. If you feel the test is too difficult, must surrender immediately. The exam is not required to solve illusory beasts. It depends on time and perseverance, as well as calmness when dealing with grading. After talking about the rules, proceed to divide into groups. Very quickly, the people in the first group also went down to wait for the exam. But students who do not take exams do not have free time, either. The examiner told everyone who did not take the test. It is necessary to analyze the battle situation on the field. Write a report about this monster extermination battle. At this moment, someone's watch suddenly rang. The judge immediately asked everyone to turn off their smart watches. Finally, Chinzuho also said, the report will also account for a certain portion of the test score. Therefore, we ask everyone to take it seriously. Having finished speaking, he also announced that the monster exorcism war had officially begun. EU in the first group. His designated illusory beast is an evolved vampire. While EU fought, the students in the stands were also watching closely. Wait until the first group's test is over. Then it's the turn of the students of the second group. Different from the fighting of EU and the others, high-ranking geniuses like Li Yinhan. After releasing magic power, they directly deal with illusory beasts. Chen Yang's fighting is also very easy. Finally, after a while of waiting, it was also my group of 10's turn to enter the field. My designated illusory beast is a wolf. Deal with this powerful melee beast. I chose the most conservative approach. Just when I thought it might end well, the stadium suddenly heard vibrations. On the other hand, Wu Zunyi, who was on patrol, also heard the information in the exam yard. Su Yingji in the monitoring room told him to concentrate a bit. Anyway, before that in Ma Fiong, a security officer on patrol was killed. Therefore, in the next test, they were all very alert. The origin of the vibration in the stadium just now, the heroes speculate, is from the bottom of the sea, near the area of Wu Zunyi. Just when he wanted to go check, suddenly I felt a murderous aura behind me. Kuai Junjing of the Weisi group has not yet withdrawn. He is still in Mafeng. Wu Zunyi informed the opponent. This is a place where outsiders are prohibited from entering. Originally Kuai Junjing still wanted to chat, but he suddenly lifted his sleeve provocatively. Seeing that the person who came did not have good intentions, Wu Zunyi immediately pulled out his weapon. Just as the two were about to fight, then the vibrating sound came again. Feeling strong pressure, two people immediately turned around and looked out to sea. Only now on the sea surface, suddenly a giant water tornado appeared. There is also a scary monster in there. At the same time, in the exam yard, the teachers paused the exam. Ask all students to go outside and take refuge, and I was very surprised. Because in the original novel's plot, this incident never happened. Furthermore, the illusory beast I fought has not been summoned yet, so I called out to the teacher loudly, but there was no one left there. Seeing that, I immediately understood that this was not a simple accident. It is very possible that among the magicians sent there are demons. Chen Juhua is definitely not, after all having met him, but did not receive notification of setting change. But I quickly remembered, in this competition yard, my computer from scratch. Do not check for any character changes. If so, that means a completely new storyline appears today. At the same time, in another stadium, a man appeared in front of Rachel. He casually greeted, also called her Her Royal Highness Princess. The appearance of the person who came made Rachel completely surprised. This is also a new plot that I did not know about. The man's name is Lancaster. After Rachel recovered, she asked him how many years ago. Where did you go after the event? Lancaster did not answer, but looked up with strange eyes. In a moment Rachel understood, so she questioned Lancaster. As captain of the Royal Guard. Go sell your soul to the devil. Lancaster smiled and said, he devoted his entire life to his country, but in the end was betrayed and thrown away miserably. Currently the new owner has accepted me. Hearing that, Rachel did not say anything more, then rushed towards Lancaster. She wanted to take him back to his country. But before Rachel's attack, Lancaster did not dodge, because where the blade just passed, leaving behind only a mirage of smoke, he regretfully told Rachel, his body is still elsewhere. Today I just came to give you a gift. Lancaster said, it's extremely chaotic outside right now. Monsters including pythons are invading. The judges have all gone out to fight. Next, no one will come to help you. Only consider the royal family as the subject with the highest priority for protection. But here Rachel is just an ordinary person. He wanted to know if Rachel could survive on her own. These things. Just Lancaster's revenge for the tragedy that once happened. Retribution. At first, he wanted to continue chatting with the princess. But because time was pressing, Lancaster immediately turned around and left. After he disappeared, what followed is a powerful assassin who exudes a terrifying aura. Right from their first meeting, the assassin immediately drew his knife and rushed forward. The speed was so fast that Rachel had no time to react. The opponent's force was too great. Rachel immediately wanted to increase the distance. But the assassin's blade speed is basically impossible to see clearly. Even if I can barely block a few blows. Rachel still had many knife wounds on her body. After the encounter, she immediately understood that she could not defeat the opponent head-on. They can only bet on finding loopholes. Very quickly, the assassin's blade made her unable to block. Even the sword was sent flying. Just as the assassin was about to finish off Rachel, then her hand moved a little. Turns out there was a thin string on Rachel's sword. The next second, the assassin suddenly struck. She also controlled the sword to fly to block this attack. Pivotal moment. The wall behind was suddenly breached. The two were also attracted by this big movement, seeing people from another yard appear. The assassin immediately gave up. Rachel had lost the ability to fight, but turned to kill me who had just broken through the wall and rushed out. Seeing that, my omnipotence immediately activated, then consumes speed points, converts Desert Eagle into shotgun mode, such a close distance. Plus my scary shot with special effects. The assassin was immediately beaten and disappeared. I used 250 speed points to exchange the bullet just now. This power is also exped. Look at my silhouette. Rachel also recognized it as classmate Jing He Zhen. At this time, confirmed that there is no danger. I immediately went up to ask about his condition. But even though Rachel did not speak, the bloody wound on his body also told me that it was very bad. Luckily, I always carry bandages with me, so immediately give Rachel simple first aid. During that time, he was in so much pain that he could not help but cry out. I reminded him to hold on a bit, otherwise the bleeding would not stop in time. His arm will probably be disabled. After processing is complete, I looked at the gauze covered in blood, finally responded but confused, received favor from upper-class student Ma Fuong. When Rachel said thank you to me, I quickly hid the bandage behind my back. Rest for a while. The battle outside seems to have ended. Judge Chen Zhuo also came. She was about to go down and lead us up when other magicians rushed over. Reported that 2 students in the adjacent exam area were seriously injured. Hearing that, Chen Zhuo could not help but reveal a solemn expression. Behind this accident, someone is playing tricks. By evening, the incident that happened in the exam area has basically been resolved. But Wu Zhan, he was very disappointed sitting on the beach. Su Yingji also successfully found him, confirmed that Wu Zhan he is okay. She immediately asked why the python suddenly appeared. The cause of Wu Zhan he is also unknown. But he said the python had been chased away. Moreover, being chased away by the intruder. Although I do not know who made the python angry, but that Tuan Can Din used his strength to repel the monster. Wu Zhan he was also scared by that person's power. He also speculated that person is basically the murderer of the security guard. This exam not only had an unknown intruder, but there are also many high-level monsters appearing, including pythons. Wu Zhan he understood clearly. Ma Fuong will probably be held accountable by all parties. By the next day, Ma Fuong's exam event also spread around the world. Therefore, the midterm exam had to be postponed, because the school had to go out and explain and fix the location. Therefore, scheduled exams and courses were cancelled consecutively. As for students, also received an unprecedented 10-day holiday in history. As soon as the teacher scolded him, everyone only worries about talking about fun things while on vacation. The computer in my backpack finally transmitted the message. So I quickly opened it and took a look. This time the co-author change was announced. It's too late. It introduced me to a character Lancaster. His change is to increase his ability to attack racial, and strength is also enhanced. Lancaster is one of the related characters I designed in the Empire. His goal is to overthrow the entire Empire. Originally, Lancaster is an important villain who will appear in the later stages. I did not expect him to appear in this event. Not only much earlier, but also stronger. But what happened yesterday was a good thing for me, because I had Rachel's blood. I was thinking about giving Evangeline blood when suddenly someone hit me on the head with their elbow. Turning around to look, it turned out to be Che Ne Young. He also seemed extremely arrogant, clearly doing it intentionally. Che Ne Young also took revenge for what she said before, in the eyes of other classmates. Conflict between us seemed to have become normal, and I also do not take Che Ne Young's behavior to heart. After the bullying was over, his mood also became much better, even scolded me for being a coward. Obviously he did not dare to confront me, and even came to tease me. At this time, Chae Na-young's watch received a message. Turned out to be the exam analysis report. After that, he could not wait to open everyone's reports. In it, there is also a lot about Chae Na-young. Kim Soo-ho was the first. His assessment of Chae Na-young was very encouraging. Kim Soo-ho said that, even though there have been many factors that have made him lose confidence recently, but still believes that Chae Na-young is a natural shooter. Kim Soo-ho confirmed. If Chae Na-young believed in herself like she did during the exam, if you keep improving, sooner or later you will become the most powerful hero. Looking at Kim Soo-ho's long words of encouragement, Chae Na-young read it all little by little. In the end, it made him very shy. After all, this was the first time he received such encouragement and praise from others. Now Chae Na-young has also decided, no matter what others say, he will also steadfastly be a gunner. Next, Chae Na-young continued to look down. I want to know other people's opinions about me. But the next person was anonymous, and wrote a very long letter. So he read happily. But after seeing the above content clearly, Chae Na-young was first stunned. Then the whole person was so angry that he trembled. Because this anonymous comment was written by me, unlike Kim Soo-ho's encouragement, in every word I say. He's simply not suitable to be an archer, and revealed too many loopholes in this exam. Chae Na-young felt angry after reading it, even loudly cursed me in the dormitory. On the other hand, I still do not know anything in the dormitory. Slowly placing Evangeline's seed onto the bandage. Very quickly, it absorbed the blood there little by little. Seeing that, I thought the seeds would also mature well. As long as there is human blood, it can be nourished. Out of Evangeline a true witch, Rachel is an honest person, uses blood for nourishment. I think no matter what, a villain witch will not hatch. Next, just wait for Evangeline to grow a little faster. You can still help me later. But just as I was thinking about his future appearance, my heart suddenly beat violently, accompanied by pain in the wrist. Unexpectedly, the second holy mark appeared at this time. The pain caused by carving the stigmata, no matter how strong my will. I could not help but scream, tearing my heart out. The next morning, I contacted Park Soo-hook in advance. On the way to the hunting area, my wrist was still very sore. Besides, I did not get any rest last night, looking very haggard now. Seeing that, Park Soo-hook curiously asked me what was wrong. Tell him it's nothing. Then I immediately talked about the company's recent business. Park Soo-hyuk said that thanks to the transportation in my hunting area, not only does he make transactions more convenient than before, but even customers feel much more secure. Upon reaching the entrance to the hunting grounds, I noticed a large crowd of people gathered. It seems that most of them are from guilds. Other passers-by gathered. Watching is also attracted by the group of people of these guilds. After all, they represent the Star Marrow High Heap, and the leader is Ryu Yunho. Seeing him, I was also a bit surprised. He was probably leading someone from the guild to the hunting grounds to survey. Realizing someone was looking at me, Ryu Yunho immediately turned his head to look. Then he also saw me in the car, so he stepped forward. Curious, he asked me why I came to the hunting area. Ryu Yunho came to talk to me, which surprised me. At the same time, he also told him that he came here to earn extra income. Furthermore, it was accompanied by my agent, Park Soo-hyuk. Hearing that, Ryu Yunho could not help but look towards Park Soo-hyuk. In the novel's plot, Park Soo-hyuk will become Kim Soo-ho's manager. Ryu Yunho, after hearing this news, invested a lot of money into Shea Entertainment. As a result, that investment was very successful. So both of them took turns on the path to success. But that is also the content of the original novel. Currently there is no such trick as Kim Soo-ho. Shea Entertainment in the eyes of Ryu Yunho. It is estimated that it is no longer worth anything. Now see, I also became an obstacle in Park Soo-hyuk's way. At this moment, Ryu Yunho clearly understood that I was really here to hunt. Suddenly pulled open the car door, then sat down next to me. He thought that after all, I came to hunt. Just let me in and see first. Even though my whole body is full of doubts. But also agreed to go with him to the hunting area. On the way, I'm thinking what exactly Ryu Yunho wants to do. Then he asked me first, have you ever thought about your future? Hearing me say it now, I think it's too early. Ryu Yunho immediately explained that it was not early at all, because we finished midterms. In third year, he will leave school to practice being a hero, so now we have to quickly plan for graduation. Right after that, he finally stated his purpose. That is inviting me to join Essence Haixia. Ryu Yunho was very sincere, he said. Although the essence of Haixia cannot be compared to the creator's grace, but he believed that after he became captain, can definitely build Haixia Essence into a leading guild, as long as I agree to join. No matter high-end weapons or famous managers, any resources he can provide me. Ryu Yunho said that right now I am still a student. The conditions he offered were attractive enough, but I changed the subject and told Ryu Yunho, prior contact with a reserve hero will result in a fine. Hearing that, he laughed. Is it possible that you think I cannot take out that little bit of money? Just when Ryu Yunho wanted me to think carefully, I did not expect the train to brake suddenly, causing him to crash into the seat. Afterward, Ryu Yunho angrily asked why he suddenly braked suddenly. Park Soo-hyuk stammered out of fear, saying, because I arrived at the location where the monster appeared. What he said surprised Ri Yaeungwen, unexpectedly an ordinary manager. You can also know where monsters appear. Park Soo-hyuk. April is the time when monsters deep in the hunting grounds become violent, so it will force the weaker ones to run outside. He thinks I'm a sniper, so I specifically came to this hunting spot. All of this information comes from Park Soo-hyuk's own actual survey, can be completely trusted. I also took the opportunity to express to Ryu Yan-ho, Park Soo-hyuk is an elite manager. After greeting them, I got out of the car and started hunting. As for Ryu, his guild members will also be here soon. When he got off the bus, Ryu Yan-ho turned around and knocked on the car window. At the same time, he also asked Park Soo-hyuk's name. During the next vacation, I practiced as usual. Until the end of the vacation, schools resumed classes. When we got back, previous written test performance was also available. I naturally won the top spot. Rachel is still ranked second. Furthermore, because earlier in the practice test, I taught Kim Ho-rak. The people who bullied me before also became more peaceful. This period of time was probably the most peaceful time I had when I came to Mafeong. The only small event is Chae Na-young's story. He realized that the anonymous report was written by me. Originally I wanted to deny it, but Chae Na-young was extremely positive, because that obnoxious tone is definitely mine. I said that writing those things was also for his good, but Chae Na-young was very angry. They are both snipers. He felt that I was too blind and kept telling me to give up. Still want to bet with me? Let me experience the difficulty of bow and arrow for myself. Hearing that, I immediately agreed with him. As for if I win, Chae Na-young had to give up being an archer. But he needs to give me time to practice bow and arrow. To this, Chae Na-young immediately agreed. He really wanted to watch me practice for a few days. How will I defeat myself, who has practiced for many years? For this bet, I still have confidence. The current proficiency of the Divine Gunner is level 7, slightly adapted to bow and arrow, compared to accuracy and range. There is no possibility of losing to Chae Na-young. He mistakenly believed that his bow and arrow skills were comparable to swordsmanship. Should always avoid using swords. But when Chae Na-young was young, originally, what was practiced was swordsmanship. It's absolutely impossible to gently advise him. I think this bet is a good one. After the end of the midterm exams, club activities were also restored. Currently, except for the plot that suddenly arises. Everything is not too different from the original. So the next plot is probably the story of Country C. Into Incident of the Rich Man. The location where the travel club started operating today, this is where this event started. It's a murder warning from an assassination organization. The recipient of the letter is the wealthy Bessel. His personality is gentle and frugal. But it's all fake. His real identity is an evil conman named Belvite, is an irredeemable person. A scumbag. Although he used many tricks to hide his identity, but this time the organization targeted him. Dark Footprints has really taken action. Wants to kill Belvate, which is Bessel, the fake name he used in the original story. After receiving the notice, he was very scared. Luckily, during a gathering, Bessel accidentally overheard. Tourism Minister Woon San wants to organize students to survey. Hearing that the other party still has not found a suitable dormitory, Bessel immediately took the initiative to invite Mafeong students. Come to my house. In essence, he wants students to be his bodyguards. At this time, my computer sent a message, but from the Purple Smoke Society. Someone came to my real office to register the trust. This is still my first commission. So I quickly regained my spirits to see the other party's request. A customer's need. I found out the current location of the scammer who defrauded their family. Looking at the information sent by the other party, I discovered that this scammer was Bessel. At the same time, at Waysakdon's secret hiding place, they were watching Mafeong's midterm exam together. Currently watching the confrontation between me and Kim Ho-rak. Seeing the power of ghosts for the first time. You will be amazed by this magical power. There are some members who feel I could be useful. Some people are curious, why do we have to do special analysis to attract such a newcomer? One of the members felt, the possibility of me joining is very high. He was satisfied with my situation of having no relatives. There is also no object. Such an isolated person with no one to help. The easier it is to use wealth to satisfy needs. The primary goal of the Waysak group is to capture and execute traitors. My demonic powers can come into play, so most people agreed to involve me. This is a woman protesting. Currently, the only thing the Waysak group is lacking is black sack. Black is the color that only the strongest people are assigned to. The previous owner was the man who betrayed the old captain. Hearing that, Thich Chuan Kan suddenly stood up. At the same time, take a black bar for yourself. Then give your red to the new person. But this was opposed by many people. They all felt that Thich Chuan Kan was too stupid, and the strength is not the strongest. This time everyone's opinion is not unanimous. Duc Luan immediately proposed to follow the usual decision-making vote. Take the minority to obey the majority. Wait for the captain to initiate the vote about whether or not to agree to recruit Jing He Zhen. The final result was also within his expectations. Duckluan summarized the results. 8 people agreed, 2 people disagreed. Therefore, the VSAC group will begin recruiting Kim Hee-zen. After the incident ended, the captain threw an invitation to a woman named Jane. This is the VIP party invitation card piece. The mission is to steal a ring. For this, Jane happily accepted the assignment. And she is the yellow owner of the tailed Doan. The very day after Jane received her assignment, members joined the travel club. We're also in turn teleported to the operating locations of peace. Wait until I come too. And Goham then immediately organized a draw for everyone to divide into teams. According to the original plot, Ryan Ho will be in the same group as Kim Soo-ho. It's okay if I'm in a group with anyone. But I did not expect Chae Na-young to draw the same lottery as me. He also seemed very unhappy. Right now, someone nearby let out a cry of surprise. Turn around and look at Nugo Hamnen, hugged a girl very enthusiastically. Now everyone finally understands. Why did he choose to operate in peace? Turns out it was to meet his girlfriend. After being intimate, Ngo Hamnen immediately introduced his girlfriend. Also the doctor accompanying this trip, Natasha. The next time is free to go sightseeing. Then they gathered to go to the rich man's villa. Chae Na-young from the same team asked me where I wanted to go. This made me very surprised, then I immediately said to go eat first. At the same time, I'm also curious why he wants to act with me. Hearing my words, Chae Na-young did not understand. Now that the teams have been divided, do you still want to ignore him? Seeing that, I could not help but admire that he was different from someone else. Chae Na-young looked around and felt strange. Do not know where the restaurant is? I immediately told him to just follow me. On arrival, I used a smartwatch to learn a bit. On the way, Chae Na-young also said that his taste is very picky. But of course I know what he likes to eat. Go for a moment. We immediately entered a gorgeous restaurant. Even Chae Na-young was surprised by her brave appearance and inner spirit when sitting down. He wanted to know how I booked this restaurant. For this I do not elaborate. Actually used the effect of the Book of Truth. When ordering I gave the menu to Chae Na-young. He himself is also a young lady. I'll probably take a look and order for myself, and I'm enjoying the scenery outside. But unexpectedly, I suddenly saw a familiar person. Then I quickly stood up. Then told Chae Na-young to wait for me. Immediately ran outside. The appearance of the enemy makes me feel like maybe the plot has changed, because the person walking in front was the vice captain of the Creation Master Divine Grace, Yoon Seong-ah. Quickly step up to stop him. I'm curious why Yoon Seong-ah came to peace. Who would have thought he would pretend he did not know me? Even hid behind the man accompanying him. Just as I was about to continue asking, suddenly received a notification from the computer. So I immediately changed my tone and apologized, saying I had identified the wrong person. After arriving outside the restaurant window, I opened the laptop I brought with me. Above is the change notice sent by another author, due to someone's accusation. The conflict between Jane and Yoon Seong-ah is about to break out, so he will appear in the current storyline. After looking at the changes, I also understand clearly. No wonder Yoon Seong-ah came to peace, because there was a time. Jane and Yoon Seong-ah are both members of Creation Master Divine Grace. They went through many missions and dangers together. Two people who survived risking their lives became friends. But at the most crucial moment, Jane betrayed Yoon Seong-ah. The reason for betraying was simply that it felt interesting. After that incident, Yoon Seong-ah learned. His true identity is the yellow owner of the tailed tails. Jane 82 Loi Lang is a villain with a talent for disguise, and also good at stealing. On the other side, Yoon Seong-ah, after being recognized, immediately went to another place with subordinate Yu Lun. They accidentally received a letter and found out. Jane may appear at a party. Yoon Seong-ah actually does not believe him either. But he clearly understood that Jane really liked this kind of party, because in the banquet hall of this party contains a homama ring, a mythical level item. On the other hand, Chae Na-young and I finished eating and went out. After that I proposed to split up our actions, because of that special party. We'll start at 5, so I have to find a convenient place to observe the inside position. Hearing my words, Chae Na-young also agreed and turned to leave, and I told him absolutely not to get lost. After waiting for a long time, the party also officially started. The guests also disguised themselves well, then enter one by one. In the banquet room, Rya-ho and Kim Soo-ho were also there. Kim Soo-ho dresses very handsomely. This attracted the attention of many guests. And I'm outside the villa holding a party. I guess Yoon Seong-ah is almost there too. This is a costume party held at a castle on the outskirts of peace, and my mission is to ensure that the plot can take place according to the original story. Right after that, I used the Thean Lei Eye. Also discovered a magical power transmission point nearby. This transmission point, only demons can create it, that is, at this part, is hiding a powerful demon who can open a teleportation point. At this time, the computer has information sent again, is sent by the co-author. He said that the homama ring has not been hinted yet. I think only a few people know this is wrong. The plot also changes. The evil society of demons will come to steal the ring. The evil order is a powerful organization of demons in my story. The leader is a man named Kim Hak Bio. Disputes over relics occur in countries around the world. Along with the terrorist attacks, there is basically the shadow of the evil society. The other author. Let these dangerous people get involved. Looks like today's plot will definitely not go well. Then I used virtual equipment to create a mask. To hide his real face? Next, I started observing Jane's position. With the effectiveness of Thean Lane hand, I easily discovered, in the security room of the banquet hall, a man after knocking down a guard. Immediately went into the room where Ho Mama's ring was placed. Looking at the sparkling ring in the locker, the excited man stretched out his hand, preparing to take it. But at that moment, Yoon Seonga also walked in. It turns out that this man appears to be Jia Yulun. Just when he was curious why Yoon Seonga was here, the other person suddenly hugged him. Yoon Seonga said coldly. She absolutely would not be fooled twice by the same person. The next second, Jia Yulun gave Jia Yulun a violent shoulder blow. This blow directly caused the whole room to crumble in an instant. Such terrifying destructive power, causing panic in the banquet hall. Very quickly, a figure emerged from the bushes. It turned out that Jian was not injured at all. Iran was curious. My disguise is so perfect, why was it discovered? Yoon Seonga was very angry, because how could this be possible? Even the tone and gait cannot be distinguished. Hearing that Jian continued to provoke. Because Yoon Seonga's thoughts were not that meticulous before, it seems his betrayal left a deep impression. Talking about the past, Yoon Seonga felt even more angry. Just as she was about to strike again, there was a whip blocking her attack. The origin is from Ryu Yanho and Kim Soo-ho. They do not know the current situation. Just to prevent the two of you from continuing to cause trouble at the party, but now Yoon Seonga's purpose is only one. Then the magic power in his hand suddenly turned into flames. The next second, Ryu Yao's whip turned into ashes. This made him feel very sad. While Yoon Seonga destroyed the whip, Jan picked up his sword to attack her again, but Yoon Seonga still narrowly avoided it. After the two of them completely released their magic power, immediately frantically fought in the banquet hall, while fending off Jan's attack, Yoon Seonga is accumulating magic in her hands, then knocked the sword out. Jan's equipment was also broken at this moment. While he was bewildered, Yoon Seonga quickly rushed forward, preparing for a fatal blow. But before the sword was stained with blood, it was stopped by Jing Soo-ho. Being constantly stopped by others makes Yoon Seonga angry. Jan was so scared that he was sweating profusely. The battle of two people. Injuring many people gathered in the banquet hall. Kim Soo-ho cannot let them affect the people around him anymore. But the opportunity is hard to come by. How can Yoon Seonga give up? Seeing that Kim Soo-ho refused to move away, she immediately chose to directly use force to break through. One kick sent Kim Soo-ho flying. But when I turned around and looked, Jan quick ran away. This made Yoon Seonga angry to death. Jan happily said goodbye. But he has not been happy for a few seconds. Then a stream of demonic energy appeared from behind. Immediately after that, the demonic energy became increasingly stronger. The sudden change surprised Ji. And Ghost Pig's ring was held in the hand of an evil claw. The demon who comes is Sirisan of the evil society. The situation in the banquet hall made me feel very awkward. This ring absolutely cannot be given to demons. At the same time, on the other side, Chenian was completely lost. Even though he followed the map on his watch, but still could not find the way back. He wanted to file a complaint against the watch company. As a result, it turned out to be his father, Tae-Yun, also contacted Riyat. But the other party still does not pick up the phone. Messages are also not answered. And in the banquet hall, everyone was scared by the appearance of the devil, but Yoon Seonga quickly reacted. She only looked for the demon Sarasen. The whole body's magic power was activated without hesitation. At the same time, asked the other person to immediately put down the ring. Hearing that, Sarasen laughed again. This is not what they deserve. Therefore, it should be kept by the evil association. With the natural eye plus the ability to observe, I guess that even if everyone present agrees, there's also basically no chance of getting the ring. Luckily I was ambushed here. Is to prepare for the worst case scenario. Then I transformed into ether into the shape of a rope. Quickly rotate a few times. I immediately threw it towards the ring in the demon's hand. In the banquet hall, Sirisen's attention were all on Yoon Seonga and the others. Completely unable to detect the attack from outside the window. The next second, the ether rope I controlled directly hooked the ring. Wait until he reacts and wants to search. Turned around and discovered Yoon Seonga holding a sword and rushing towards her. Hearing the sound of fighting coming from inside, I do not think they can chase me out to get the ring back anymore. As long as I get the ring, not be taken by demons or disguised groups, the plot will not deviate. But suddenly, I felt a strong wave of magical power. The next second, the ancient city wall where I was staying suddenly happened. A terrible explosion. With that sense of danger just now, I was not hurt by this attack. But another demon appeared and blocked my path. I did not expect two demons to appear today. The other person happily introduced himself as Sidious, also one of the members of the evil society. He admired my ring-stealing trick. Yet even Saracen did not notice. Sidious's goals are clear. Just wanted me to hand over the ring. For this matter, of course it is impossible. Seeing me hide the ring in my shirt, Sidious did not hesitate. Immediately took out his weapon. When he activated his magic power, in Sidious's hand suddenly appeared a laser sword. Without any warning signs, he decisively swung his sword at me. This destructive power is truly unbelievably high, even if it can be avoided in time. The aura radiated from that sword mark still makes me feel very scared. The demon also proudly showed off his weapon, is a specially equipped magic sword worth billions. As long as the user's magic power is high enough, the greater the power of this sword. Hearing that, I understand that the compatibility between the opponent and the equipment is very high, because magic power skyrocketed. Was one of the benefits that the demon received through the contract. In other words, if we deal with his sword, I will have a chance to win, but the demon's attack did not stop. Well, I tried to dodge. I could not avoid getting injured. Then I thought about delaying time. Tell him it's time to hand over the ring. Sidious feels very funny, because killing me, you can also get the ring back. He could see that I just wanted to delay his attack. Sidious basically did not pay attention. Just now he understood clearly. Compared to the guys fighting in that house, I am much weaker. Apparently there was only a tattered pistol in his hand. Sidious was curious why I dared to confront the demon, but he was too lazy to continue talking nonsense, so he prepared his next move. Kill me? But Sidious's magic sword suddenly lost its effectiveness. This scene makes the atmosphere much quieter. He still tries again. Do not understand what happened in the end. As for me, after seeing the information on the window, then calmly said to Sidious, his sword can no longer be activated today. Because the information clearly states that after activating luck, the effectiveness of the magic sword has been weakened. Sidious was certainly unlucky. He thought it was normal for equipment to malfunction, and even without a weapon, he could have easily killed me. Hearing that, I also told him that it's difficult to say right now. Right after that, I quickly used all the magic power in the Holy Seal to change into magic bullets of light. The pistol now also turns into a spray gun. See my small actions. Sidious immediately rushed forward to stop him. But this action of his was exactly the result I wanted the most. After a loud gunshot rang out, this battle has also ended. After a period of time, cannot find my way back. Chae Na-young chose someone like Park Ran to come find her. Since then, he spotted a lot of police cars going in the same direction. Do not know what happened either. Furthermore, no one responded to the messages I sent. At this moment, Chae Na-young seemed a bit sad. But very quickly, he became curious about what he was sad about. Since when did I get the bad habit of relying on others? Just when he was sad. Turned around and saw me sitting next to him. This startled Chae Na-young. He was very surprised why I was here. But I who have no strength left, just tell him he's not feeling well. Then, due to exhaustion, he fainted on the spot. Chae Na-young hurriedly asked me what happened, but still could not get response. During my coma I had a dream. I returned for the exam on a day of heavy snowfall. I even saw my parents coming to pick me up in the snow. Have not seen them in a long time. So much so that when I woke up, my eyes were filled with tears. But after seeing the surrounding situation clearly, I know I have not returned yet, also curious as to where this is. Just then, Kim Soo-ho and the others opened the door. Chae Na-young saw that I woke up and looked dismayed. Immediately complained. He had to work very hard to bring me home. But very quickly, Chae Na-young noticed that I showed signs of crying. Then I could not help but burst out laughing. He misunderstood that I was crying in pain because I was injured. The more I talk, the more enthusiastic I get, plus it's already late. Kim Soo-ho immediately advised him to go home first, and I finally have the chance to ask where this is. Through the explanation of the accompanying doctor, Natasha. Turns out this place is the mansion of a rich man. Now I'm sharing a room with Kim Soo-ho. Looking a little at the events on the wall, I also breathed a sigh of relief. The plot of the rich man being assassinated is probably about to begin. Luckily I woke up in time. Wait until Chae Na-young and Natasha leave. Kim Soo-ho also peeled some apples for me. While talking I opened my watch. Then I saw the news that Manan Be the World appeared. There was also news about Kim Soo-ho and others. At the end of the day, Sheila Sen and Jane Do were not arrested. I originally wanted to ask Kim Soo-ho about the details at that time, but he said he could not tell me. In short, there was nothing to worry about. The demon ran away after the hero arrived. Then he gave me a piece of apple, but when I ate it, I noticed Kim Soo-ho's hands. There were many wounds on it. So I immediately reminded him to take care of his health. After all, he is the main character. Cannot be seriously injured. Today he stopped Yoon Seong-ao, who was determined to kill someone, without the appearance of demons. Will probably be seriously injured. Kim Soo-ho is a main character. A pure goodwill. However, the plot has now been changed by another author. I'm very worried. Will he be able to overcome this twisted, chaotic plot? And also think about whether Kim Soo-ho Can you help me return to my original world? Regarding my words, he actually denied it a bit, because according to Kim Soo-ho, if he's the main character, then I should also be the main character. Or in other words, every person in the world is a main character. Hearing that, I was a bit surprised. But this also seems to fit what Kim Soo-ho should have said. At this time, Kim Soo-ho mentioned the report I wrote for Chae Na-young. He felt he wrote a bit too much. After all, that is Chae Na-young's choice. Advising others to give up, according to Kim Soo-ho, is not good, and my answer is very decisive. A road that is clearly a dead end. I cannot follow and cheer him on. At the same time, he also told Kim Soo-ho, complying with others like him cannot solve the problem. If we wait until Chae Na-young perseveres to the end, if you find out you were wrong, no one will be responsible. Kim Soo-ho asked me back, how can I be sure of Chae Na-young's talent? Not in the bow and arrow. I calmly said that I think a lot more than you. Is also the person who has cared for Chae Na-young the longest. So I understand him better than anyone. My words surprised Kim Soo-ho. Just then there was suddenly a noise outside the room door. This interrupted me and Kim Soo-ho's conversation. After using Thinlai, I just discovered that Chae Na-young was always eavesdropping. After just listening to what I said, Chae Na-young quickly ran away. After returning to his room, his cheeks turned red. Chae Na-young also did not know what nonsense I was talking about. As for Rai Yunho, who is still sleeping, was also woken up by the noise he caused. Said that it was nothing. Then the two turned off the lights and went to sleep. Chae Na-young crawled under the blanket and thought, as long as everything is peaceful as usual, it's okay. But he still could not help but think about what I just said. Just as Chae Na-young was muttering, a shrill scream suddenly came. Rai Yunho misunderstood that it came from Chae Na-young. But after explaining, he understood that there was a problem downstairs. At the same time, in the main bedroom on the first floor, the maid who came to deliver the goods was frightened and discovered the mansion's owner, Bethel, has been assassinated. The students heard the noise and immediately came out to see. After realizing the noise was from downstairs, Kim Soo-ho down even more directly. Being the first one down, he opened the main door of the bedroom. But the scene ahead scared Kim Soo-ho, because Bethel is lying there. Fresh blood stained the entire large bed red. Everyone felt sad for him. Natasha also came to check on the situation. Very quickly she gave the results. Because the stab wound to the abdomen caused a lot of blood loss, Bethel has sadly passed away. The butler and the maid were even more sad and even affirmed. Were caused by people who had had disputes with their employers before. Just as everyone was mourning him, Natasha told everyone to go home first, then wait for the police to arrive. But I suddenly turned on the light. For a moment those who were hit by the light. Everyone was curious as to why I turned on the light. As for me, I walked slowly to Bethel's bedside. Natasha rushed forward and told me not to destroy the scene. But I did not expect that I would decisively pull out the gun. Woo Hin-shan and Kim Soo-ho were stunned on the spot. Chae Na-young even thought I was crazy. I do not care about these things. Then casually said that Natasha was lying. Because Bethel is not dead yet. In the null, villain Boweather relies on faking his own death to escape the risk of assassination. After that, he became a strategist and followed the devil. Because it's the villain I suddenly added a while ago. So I do not write details about the escape afterward. Now getting rid of him is the best option. During the conversation with Kim Soo-ho, I also thought clearly. Because the plot went wrong. No need to worry too much either. So I immediately told everyone. Beazle is currently in a state of feigning death. Hearing that, Natasha quickly objected. He's a doctor. His judgment is more accurate than mine. Regarding this, I list out a few points. The first is the wound on Beazle's body. Such a shallow wound. It's not at all like someone stabbed you from above. Second, he lost too much blood. The fatal wound was apparently only a little bit in the heart. But the blood soaked the whole bed. Even flows to the ground. Regarding the last question, I took out the scammer from the international wanted list. Belvert then told everyone. Are the two of them too similar? Hearing that, Natasha was extremely panicked. Then immediately told the housekeeper to contact the police and ambulance. At the same time, he said that we still should not speculate wildly. Wait for an expert to investigate to know the exact results. But I did not answer her and instead raised my pistol. Then pointed towards Beazle lying on the bed. The sound of the gun loading made Natasha instantly stunned. This time everyone was surprised, but I coldly said. Next I'll count down 3 hours and then shoot straight. Anyway, it's confirmed that Beazle is dead. It's okay to shoot one more shot. Hearing that, Natasha quickly told the students to stop me, but I have now counted to 1. Just as I was about to pull the trigger, Natasha suddenly screamed loudly like crazy, then jumped on the bed to shield Beazle. She begged me not to shoot because Beazle was her father. As soon as the words came out, Woo Hin-shan could not believe it. Other students understand. Natasha was not normal from the beginning. The housekeeper still wanted to sneak out. But the next second I shot my gun to stop him. Then tell the butler to contact the hero directly, saying we are here, captured a wanted criminal. After the hero arrived, also confirmed Beazle's status as a wanted criminal. Natasha also designed it together. This fake assassination. is a farce directed by Belvert and herself, because the crime Belvert committed was so serious. Should be wanted throughout the entire Northwest region. Coincidentally, Natasha brought Ma Fuong's students who were taken advantage of. That's why he created this plan. Although the medicine that puts people in a state of feigned death is very expensive, but Natasha's Ma Fuong's doctor, so it's easy to get this medicinal herb. They also bribed all the police in the area where the incident happened. At that point it will be possible to replace the prepared body. For Basil. Finally, Ma Fuong students only need to present. The police will take Basil's death extremely seriously. By then, he could secretly act under a completely new name. But now everything has changed. And I also just completed a client's commission to polish your name without even collecting fees from the other side. Also thanks to customer service, whose office reliability has been enhanced. After the incident ended, Rai Yan Ho was curious if I was Sherlock Holmes. I also feel that I can completely open a detective agency. But what he was most curious about was, how could I remember? Are the appearances of many criminals and Belvert so similar? I became very cold. Then answer one question related to your family situation. Speaking of this, I just remembered. I do not know anything about the family situation of character Kim Chun Dong. At the same time on the other side, Halesan is reporting to Kim Hak Pyo. The ring was stolen by a stranger wearing a leopard mask. Sidious also fell in the hands of his opponent. After listening, Kim Hak Pyo immediately told them to investigate my identity. Just when Halesan thought nothing was wrong, Kim Hak Pyo suddenly became very angry. Because this appearance of Halesan is not, are you propagandizing that you are a demon? He was very dissatisfied with the name demon. Right after that, Halesan hastily restored his original appearance. Finally, Kim Hak Pyo also asked about the whereabouts of the magic sword. But now the magic sword has fallen into my hands. After the incident ended, we were immediately teleported back to school. This sword has no effect on me at all. I can only leave it there first. Then it is necessary to examine this ring. To activate it, it is necessary to inject a certain amount of magic power. For me, just use slightly modified speed points. After using speed to turn the hippo ring, its hidden effect is also revealed. Can increase the wearer's intelligence and magic power. More of it is not binding props. That can be given to others. My magic power is not enough, but if you change it to Kim Soo-ho or Chae Ne-young, will definitely develop more power, especially Chae Ne-young. His magic power is even more than Kim Soo-ho. Recently my ability values have increased. Although not much, the good news is that talent has been improved. Now I feel like I've hit a promotion wall. The next estimate will require even more effort. Can break limits and reach new heights. Fortunately, with current strength, archery bet will probably win against Chae Ne-young. At this time, I also remembered that I needed to investigate Kim Chun Dong's situation. Co-author will definitely not let his past be a blank page. Even though in my novel he is just a supporting character. But in this world, he is also definitely an outstanding talent. His parents probably will not be small characters at all. In Purple Smoke I chose an office. Its owner is investigation expert Ryu Jin-wo. He is a leading expert in the industry. Can clearly investigate a person's background. So the cost will also be much higher. Just as I was about to place an order. Remember this time, because of investment. But I already have no money left. We have to wait until we have the money and then figure it out later. Evangeline was still shaking violently. Turns out it's time for his meal. At the same time, Ryu Yanhwa suddenly called. He contacted his uncle, Ryu Jom. Rai Yan Ho also paid close attention to my family background. So prepare to ask your uncle to investigate a bit. The reason for deciding to do so was also when returning. Rai Yan Ho made some speculations about me. He said, the reason I can clearly remember the looks of so many criminals. Because something bad happened to me. But I did not know who the mastermind was, so I kept it in mind. Everyone on the wanted list. Combined with being born in an orphanage, it is very likely that a parent or relative has been harmed, even though all of this is just his hypothesis. But Ryu Yanho is thinking, if I really have a hidden past, if he can help me find out the truth, then the probability of recruiting me into the guild will increase a lot in the future. On the other hand, Ri Jinhua also received a phone call from Ryu Yanhua. I heard my niece's voice on the other end of the line. He seemed very happy and surprised. Rai Yanhua said that he wanted to entrust his uncle to investigate someone, then I told him my basic information. Rai Yanhua's uncle has the ability to experience the past. Investigating a person's past should not be a problem. A few days later, I appeared in another country. This place is now covered with white snow. I was looking at the beautiful scenery. Then suddenly a large snowball hit him in the face. The person who took action was Chae Ne-young. That guy even loudly said that he did it on purpose. And the reason we came here is, after Ma Fuong's club activities opened, the hunting club led everyone to a manor in the Ego Valley to celebrate the return of club activities. Today the club also prepared a small activity. Rank flags are hidden everywhere in the snowy forest. On it is tied the corresponding reward. Next is the drawing of lots to divide the groups. And Chae Ne-young and I were once again in the same group. On the way, he wanted to know, why am I only wearing a thin coat? I say this is a versatile piece of clothing, can freely change shape, has temperature adjustment function. Of course, such luxurious props. With the money I invested, I could not buy it. This is what Rachel gave me in return for saving my life earlier. She is really kind. At that, if we could build more characters like Rachel. That's good. Continue moving forward a bit. Chae Na-young immediately discovered the flag placed on the top of the mountain. Moreover, it is the first-class flag of the operation. I originally thought that I would plant it in such a high place. No idiot will climb up. Who would have thought that Chae Na-young not only climbed up, even called me up? Seeing that, I could not help but sigh, then took out a dagger. Chae Na-young curiously asked me what I was going to do, and I condensed the magic power of the stigma upwards, then forcefully threw the dagger up. No matter which direction the knife flies, as long as I control the magic power on it a little, you can easily drop the flag. Seeing this scene, Chae Na-young was a bit stunned. After slowly picking up the flag, he was still excited to run up. Want to know what the reward is? On the flag there is a piece of paper tied. The reward is Yoon Seong-a's help and a phone number. Compared to Chae Na-young's excitement, now I'm just left speechless. I thought it was a nice reward. Then I immediately gave the reward to Chae Na-young. This surprised him very much. After all, it was the phone of the first-class guild deputy leader. I told Chae Na-young that I do not use it. Immediately after that, I handed it over to him. Chae Na-young held the paper in silence for a while, then gave it back to me. About this I say if you do not use it either, then that's it. By the time you return, we also found a fourth flag. In the evening, everyone gathered to eat and drink. I also took on the responsibility of grilling meat. In the old world, I used to work at my aunt's barbecue restaurant. Should work very well. At this time, everyone talked about the first year's final exams coming up. The second-year sisters immediately reminded us. During the final exam, absolutely do not trust anyone, because the difficulty of the final exam is very high. Before that, the sisters had seen many people turn away because of this. At the same time, he also told everyone to be careful with the simulated grade repetition class. Those guys are a very dangerous existence. Like what my sister said. The repeating class is a group of students who do not have enough grades, cannot go to class next year. In the null, 20% of students in the repeating class will sign a contract with the devil, belongs to the highly hazardous group. And according to the plot, they will make a big fuss during the final exam this time. Plus the involvement of another author, think again. Their rate of signing contracts with demons might increase. After eating the grilled meat, everyone played the game werewolf. During that time people always said Chae Na-young was a werewolf. Seeing that I was the mastermind, he was still angry with me. By evening, I went out alone to see the scenery. Today was also the first time in a long time that I was so happy. At this time, the computer has a new message. It turned out that someone had posted the trust in the office. Then I immediately used the Book of Truth. Right after that, countless news quickly rushed into my head. This process always makes me very uncomfortable. But luckily you can successfully get the answer. The other person giving money is also very refreshing. After closing the computer, when I'm alone and sitting quietly, occasionally look at the scenery in the distance. Before, when I was alone in a motel room, I had the habit of smoking. At this moment, I just raised my hand out of habit. I just remembered I quit smoking a long time ago. But it was only after I got into the book that I was able to quit. But my habitual movements was seen by Chae Na-young from behind. He even used an excuse to say that I was definitely a bully before. Right then, Chae Na-young wanted to know, am I really confident of winning against him? And I asked the opposite, if at that time I lose, are you confident in giving up bows and arrows? To this, Chae Na-young did not answer, because he did not think he would lose at all. As for me, I told him to go home and go to sleep. When about to leave, Chae Na-young, still very childish, looked down with disdain before leaving. The next day, near an orphanage, Ri-jin Hyuk uses his ability, was in the dark waiting. Just as his magic power was about to run out, finally I saw a figure appear at the door of the orphanage. In the other person's arms is holding a newborn baby. Then gently placed it in front of the door. Ri-jin Hyuk wanted to continue watching. Who would have thought that his magic power was exhausted? Cannot maintain the past image anymore. Ri-jin Hyuk discovered this student named Kim A-jin. The density of history in his area is very high. My magic power simply cannot last long. Ri-jin Hyuk returned to reality and was now very doubtful. He does not understand what's so special about me. Today my magic power is exhausted. Ri-jin Hyuk immediately returned to the office, hearing the staff ask. He also said that the subject to be investigated this time was very special. But as soon as the other person asked again, Ri-jin Hyuk said he wanted to go to the bathroom first. In the bathroom, he told me the little information he had investigated. After that, Ri-jin Hyuk planned to wait until he felt comfortable. Then I'll go find out more. Even though it's something my niece asked me to do. But I did not expect it to be so troublesome, and I had to help for free. Ri-jin Hyuk still feels too disadvantaged. And heard what he said. The employee just opened the door. said that even if it is true, we must continue to investigate. Because the office again received a commission, also requested to investigate Kim Ha-jin's background. Furthermore, the opponent is still the highest-ranked Ruby in the Purple Guild. The commissioner and Ryujin Hayek have the same rank. Look at that rude authorization email. There are also absurdly high stakes. He immediately confirmed that this was an order from the Waysak Society. Now Ryujin Hayek is even more certain. Jinghe Zhen is really not simple. Time flies and it's Friday. The teacher informed everyone that the final exam would be in 4 weeks. This final exam is completely different from the midterm exam. He reminded everyone to be fully prepared. Unlike midterm, the final exam will be conducted in a fully equipped arena. In non-public, the specific location is on a deserted island somewhere in the country, where there are countless monsters and wild beasts. The students will be on a deserted island, conduct a survival exam in a week. I think if the co-author gets involved in this, it is estimated that there will be a landslide change. What's more, there are still students repeating grades. I have to prepare myself better mentally. At this time, the teacher said, the details of the exam cannot be revealed yet. But in this exam, many teachers and intermediate heroes were invited, as well as superiors coming to protect. Therefore, we do not need to worry about safety issues. Today ends. It's the weekend again. I'm preparing to pack my things to go home. Then Chae Na-young called me back. He asked confidently, do not forget the contract between us. I immediately told him to remember to give up if he lost. Hearing that, Chae Na-young immediately said cruel words. If you tell me I lost, do not cry. After that, the two went to the archery range inside Mafyeong. Very quickly, he and I both finished getting our equipment. But what confuses me is, why are there so many people watching? Leonin also naturally said, bets like this must have people watching to have a feeling. And Shin Jong-haik was very angry and told me, if I lose, can I be expelled from Mafyeong? Seeing that, Chae Na-young immediately chased them all away. Because the match is about to start, the content we will compete in has already been decided, is to shoot high-speed flying targets. Next to it is the target launch pad. Initial firing distance is 100 meters. Every time we hit, the distance will continue to increase by 50 meters, until one side fails to hit. Chae Na-young originally thought that I would find it difficult to leave. Who would have thought it would be simpler than I thought? When the match starts, Chae Na-young and I held our bows and shot arrows at the same time. Wait until he makes a starting sound. I also shot. This shot can easily hit the flying target. Hit the bullseye. 100 meters to him is simply child's play. But looking back, Chae Na-young was bewildered. And I explained that I was a little startled just now. So I did not have time to shoot the arrow. Then told him to give me one more chance. This scene made the classmates behind laugh. Shin Jong-huk told me to quickly get down. Listen to me say that. Chae Na-young was speechless. But he still agreed to give it one more chance. My posture is not correct anyway. It makes no difference how many times you shoot. Hearing that, I once again pulled the bowstring. Chae Na-young's posture is of course much better than mine, but in this world, correct posture or years of practice are just embellishments. Because talent is the key to everything. Seeing the target fly out, I immediately shot the arrow. I who has the talent of archer. In the field of archery, she will definitely surpass Chae Na-young. When the divine gunner took effect to support me, this arrow also perfectly hit the bullseye. Seeing the scene, Kim Soo-ho was outside. They almost could not believe it. Chae Na-young, because a second ago I was in the wrong position. Without being able to shoot an arrow successfully, I who had found a feeling, immediately told him that the match continued. Chae Na-young has been called a prodigy since she was young, because of his talent in swordsmanship. His teacher also gave him an expensive magic sword. But when he heard his disciples say he wanted to become an archer, Raisa Hike originally thought that Chae Na-young did this because of her mother, but the result was quickly refuted by him. He said this was simply a change of direction, and say people like me, even if you switch to being a gunner, you can immediately reach the top. At the same time, he also apologized to his master, betrayed the sword he specially gave her. As for Raisa, he was very angry with Chae Na-young's choice. What's more, he did not have any disciples, arbitrarily changed direction, and there is no such will. But after being angry, he did not stop, but asked again if this was really what he wanted to change, and told Chae Na-young to think carefully, do not regret it. Now time passes little by little. The match between me and Chae Na-young reached a distance of 450 meters, after he hit the bullseye. I also followed and successfully hit it. The other truth class shooters felt unbelievable, because I can keep up with Chae Na-young's rhythm again. There are also people who analyze that this is not simply keeping up. If it's just once or twice, that's fine. But every time Chae Na-young hits the target, I will immediately follow and shoot without hesitation. This is a match. Chae Na-young's pressure is definitely increasing little by little. There is even a possibility of losing the battle. But after feeling Shin Jong-huk's anger, the people behind quickly stopped analyzing. When it was his turn to shoot the 9th arrow, Chae Young failed to hit the bullseye for the first time. This makes his face very unsightly. My voice followed suit, saying I said it. You are not suitable to be an archer. For this, Chae Young thinks I'm scared. Then told me to quickly shut up and focus on shooting arrows. As for me, I know his personality like the back of my hand. Chae Young is not calm, even if it's just a gentle provocation. He will also start to get angry, causing turmoil in his heart. Obviously this personality is not suitable to be a gunner. Even so, the cause must continue to be fear. I also do not hesitate to say, are you afraid of fighting with a sword? Just saying this, Chae Young was completely angry. This was the first time he showed me that expression. But I would not stop talking because of that, but will be stripped more nakedly. You were just brainwashing yourself before. I want myself to believe that even if I use a bow and arrow, will also become the most powerful hero. Even though I switched to being a gunner in the middle of my journey, but so far it's still pretty good. Then he said that if only with his current strength. Do not say avenge your family. Even killing a demon is difficult. My words made Chae Young psychotic, also caused him to not even hit the target. Chae Young herself has not had time to react yet. Then I shot an arrow and successfully hit the bull's eye. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. They did not think this situation would happen because of Ma Fuong's genius first-year girl, lost to someone with the book number and a contract. Chae Young quickly left the scene. Everyone was anxiously searching. Rui Yanhua finally found Chae Young on a bench in a corner. Looks very gloomy. What Ryu Yaho did not expect was that Chae Young cried. He mumbled incomprehensibly. Kim Ha-jin has obviously helped me before, even though he knows. The relationship between them is not very good. But I always feel like I'm not as bad as rumored. So why always aim at him? Rui Yanho also does not understand this. Mother's death and brother's fall are all Chae Young's pain. Yet I just directly exposed it. But very quickly, after his brain moved quickly, he suddenly discovered it. These two people are both talents that I must recruit. It is absolutely impossible for their relationship to deteriorate. After that, Ri Yayoi immediately talked about some of my background. He said that he heard that Jing He-zen was an orphan. The reason for doing so may be the same as yours. Having the same experience, that's why I sympathize so much. At the same time, Ri Yanhua also expressed his judgment. Jing He-zen did not hesitate to cause such a big commotion just to awaken him. Perhaps also the hope that you can live your life well. Having finished speaking, Ri Yanhua also prepared to leave. He knew that these words needed time to think about. Once again, Chae Young recalls her childhood. At that time, her brother was also curious why he became a gunner. Although Chae Zenyun trusted his sister, but he also let his sister make a promise with him. Wait until you are well prepared. You should definitely think about it seriously. What is the thing that your heart really wants to do? Now Chae Young recalls. She forgot the promise she made with her brother a long time ago. At the same time, the notification from the other window was confusing to me. Because it says, my social relationships have changed. That's why you get SP points. As for Chae Young, now he will remake himself. At the same time, I walk on a different path than in my pen. Early the next morning, Ryu Zhenhike told Ryu Yawe the current investigation situation. But it is true that there was no mention of Don Wei Sak. Also said that I might be related to the unusual organization. Should the investigation continue or not? Regarding this, Ryan Hua said, he has already decided that he must recruit me to join Haixia Elite. Ryu Zhenhike was startled when he heard that. Misunderstand. He quickly signaled to himself that he would definitely try his best, and since that day, after many people gathered to watch the match between me and Chae Young, this story has spread in school. The teacher even sought me out to talk privately. Everyone's reaction was so great. Now I do not dare go to class anymore. Today I came here early in the morning to prepare for practice. I thought there would be no one at this hour. But the scene in the practice room surprised me, because Chae Young is already practicing on her own. Moreover, he practiced swordplay and even cut his long hair short. At this time, he also noticed me, then quickly hid the sword. I was curious as to why I came to practice so early. Chae Young even argued that she could not come. Right after that, I stroked his hair. Hearing that, I thought he cut his hair because he lost a bet. Chae Young immediately became enthusiastic, then explained that it was because it was too hot that he cut it. I would not mind such a small thing. I'm happy to say that this hairstyle suits you very well. Even asked him if he was cool. Know that I have no malice. Chae Young also weakly responded to me. Next I have to go practice. Watch me leave. Chae Young thought that Jing He-zen was actually a swordsman. When I abandoned the swordsmanship I had practiced for many years and switched to another weapon. In the end, how do you feel? And this brief contemplation, making Chae Young's magic power become stronger. The length after he poured magic power into the sword was even able to reach the ceiling. Now Chae Young remembered the words I said before. Then he could not help but speculate. Did I know everything from the beginning? The time has come for evening. I bought some outdoor activities equipment. These are all used in the final exam. Although when entering the exam room, personal belongings will be checked. But it is also to search for homemade weapons and protective gear. Right now, Evangeline sprouts again. Nudged my... Recently, the sprouts are getting bigger and bigger. I think I'm probably about to give birth. The newly born Evangeline will have the appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Just use the witch's power to change its appearance. Maybe we can live together in a dormitory. Think of this. I look forward to its birth even more. At the same time, in a certain hotel, the captain wanted to pretend to be a student and infiltrate the final exam. So I want to ask for your help. He wanted to enter to confirm a person's strength. By the way, go get something from the exam room. Seeing that the captain was determined, Jane did not stop him anymore. Then immediately start using this skill. Once done, Jane shares fake identity information with the captain and reminded him to remember everything. Seeing that Jane seemed uneasy, the captain could not help but laugh. Pretending to be a student is not difficult at all. A few days later, the captain also successfully disguised himself. Faced with the intimacy of 2 girls, he now understands clearly. Friendship and information has this idea. Luckily, it's not difficult for him, but when I appeared to see this scene, the captain's calmness disappeared. I also immediately fell silent. Using observation and review, his disguise could not fool me at all. The captain immediately knew from my eyes that I had discovered him. Staring for so long, 2 other girls discovered me. After that, I quickly turned around and left. After returning to my seat, I still do not understand the situation clearly. The captain's appearance surprised me. Moreover, during the next period, he was always in school. After many days, after the midterm exam ended, now it's time for the final practical exam. Lately, I've been observing the captain. There's nothing unusual about him pretending to be Xuyu Ru Jin. I originally thought the captain would be the same as in the original. After the end of the midterm, it will no longer appear. Although I do not know the reason. But I better keep an eye on him. Anyway, you can conveniently earn speed points. Even though these days I'm still close to him, but the total gain was only 1 bottle of Coca-Cola. I guess the captain probably came to learn more about Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong. Wait until everyone is gathered. The teacher immediately began to announce the rules. The practice process for the final exam is not complicated. In short, is to survive for 5 days on an island in the distance. And during this period earn points. Earning points can be through destroying monsters on the island, can also steal from other students. Students can also trade scores with each other. The teacher also said, if anyone wants to achieve better results, you can also steal cards from judges. If you steal it, you will get 200 points. Of course, I think no one will want to challenge. After all, the judges this time are all serving heroes. Next, we were assigned to the designated location to board the boat. Not long after, everyone took turns going ashore, and I found Rachel in the crowd, then asked, final exam, do you want to act with me? Doing so is also because the person getting into the boat with me is him. I think this is not a coincidence. Through the new change of the previous co-creator, after having enemies, the probability of Rachel being in danger will increase greatly, so in the final exam, he could very well be the one in the most dangerous situation. My invitation surprised Rachel. But he still refused because he was used to fighting alone. Luckily, this was also within my expectations. Then immediately changed the way he spoke, to prevent any mishaps. I will share my location with you. Strong Rachel immediately accepted my good intentions. When the exam took place until the evening of the same day, Chae Young is still hunting. Facing the monster attacking behind him, he did not panic. He swung his long sword and killed it. The power of intelligent Chae Young has been greatly enhanced. As for the bow and arrow, he also brought it with him. But after killing this monster, Chae Young is not happy. Because he is blind, he cannot find a way out of this place at all. He seemed very disappointed. Since coming to the island, I have risked my life to kill monsters, but places to eat and rest, Chae Young basically could not be found. Just like this, he clearly understood that he would most likely be the first to be eliminated. It's still because I'm too hungry. After continuing for a while, Chae Young finally discovered the light, and the closer she got, the smell of food becomes stronger. He happily ran over, thinking that someone must have found food. Wait until Chae Young passes through the bushes. I also found out that he is very pathetic. See it? Chae Young really could not believe it. I reminded him to wait another 12 hours. New students can attack each other. Luckily, Chae Young did not have to find me to cause trouble. His eyes were completely glued to the grilled meat in the pot. Hearing my preparations in advance, he then arrogantly complimented me. But very clear, Chae Young's stomach could not help but start to growl. This made him blush. For this, I will of course not let him go hungry. Then immediately told Chae Young, give me half of the points I have now. Then I will give him food. Hearing that I want so much, Chae Young was scared. But the stomach growl rang out again. He also had to agree. I originally thought that the first person I would meet would be Rachel, but the result was to meet Chae Young first. This time he ate very satisfied. Anyway, my skills are nothing to criticize. Next, I used a computer to hack into the drone server. From there, consider the situation of a group of students. Through a camera in there, I saw Rachel. Also found a group of students with food. He wanted to buy food from the people in front. But the opponent said there was no need to give points, because we are all classmates. No need to buy and resell for food. But I understand, the people in front of Rachel are the students in the repeating class this time. Wait until the next morning. I also woke up in my sleeping bag. But very quickly I discovered, today seems to be a polar night phenomenon. It's still not morning yet. Chae Young has not woken up yet. Evangeline next to him was dancing. It seems he was hungry in the morning. The shape of the Evangeline seed. I could not help but praise how adorable it was. After feeding, I immediately put it in my pocket. Next I have to change locations. Then I called Chae Young. Said he wanted to put the tent away, but it seemed like he still had not woken up. Seeing that, I would not continue to bother you. Anyway, just put away the tent. He has a sleeping bag. Are also not affected. From today, students may start fighting with each other. But you cannot kill people because of that. Even if I suspected those students were demons, it was useless. Anyway, they are not right now. Think of this. I'm preparing to go a place with high terrain where I can easily observe. Also beneficial for snipe. My first is the world tree located on this island. Then I quickly went there. But as soon as I left, Chae Young's sleeping bag moved a little again. Not long after I reached my destination. But in the darkness someone is aiming at me. As soon as the opponent wants to attack, but was stopped by Ryu Yunin. He reminded his teammate Rose not to tease me. Hearing that, the girl next to her immediately froze. Because I only ranked 934. Ryu Yanho said firmly, you cannot beat him, and I went under the world tree. Seeing my dancing pose, Rose was curious. It's not like he wants to jump up there, right? But the truth is, as he thought, even though the world tree is lofty, I can still get up quickly using Parker. Seeing this, Rose finally believed Ryu Yanhawa. Even reminded him not to tell others that Jing He Zhen was very strong, because in the future they will probably be colleagues. Hearing that, Rose immediately understood and indicated that she would swear to keep the secret alive and dead. At this moment, Ryu Yawa also received a text message. The person who contacted him was Seo Yo Jin. Ryanha then took Rose back. As for me, after climbing into middle of the world tree, immediately turn on Thean Lane hand observe. After observing for a while, I suddenly discovered someone stopped on the pond for a while. Very fast. I immediately thought of a way to deal with the repeating students. So I engraved a special content, along with the coordinates on a tree branch. Then he used force to throw it out. On it I have attached the magic power of the holy silver. Very quickly I made the branch stick exactly into the ground. And this person is Shin Jong Haik. After he picked up the branch, immediately turned around to see who threw it. I'm just sorry the distance is too far. Shin Jong Haik could not find out. Next, I just need to quietly wait for things to develop. On the other hand, at my previous campsite, Chae Young confirmed I left. Only now did I get out of my sleeping bag. Turns out he was awake just now. But he misunderstood that when I said cute, I was referring to him. Thinking of being called cute by me. Chae Young's face immediately turned red, even though he was often praised since childhood. But I say to the sleeping man, Chae Young did not understand what I wanted to do, but he thought perhaps a stray cat entered the tent. Or a dog or something. Or am I praising myself, but excluding these? Maybe what I said was really meant for him. If so, Chae Young also did not know what to do. For this, I'm on the other side. Of course I did not know the quote praising Evangeline made Chae Young think so much. Continuing over a period of time, Rachel and the repeat students began to slowly explore the forest, but this time she felt even more insecure, since last night. She took action with Chu Du Tun and others, even though they shared her food. I do not even need grades, I even take great care, but on the road together. Rachel finds these repeating students very strange, unlike other students who try to earn points. The students who repeat the grade basically have no intention of getting points. Moreover, he often secretly followed her. Rachel's feeling was that, compared to her grades, they seemed to care more about her actions. These doubts made Rachel understand clearly. Must find a chance to leave. While pondering, Chu Du Tun suddenly called her back. Said to have found a grizzly bear worth 10 points. Wants Rachel to help catch it. Hearing that, Rachel agrees. He thought that waiting for help to finish this matter, you can also leave naturally. Not long, Chu Du Tun immediately said there was a very large bear ahead. But just as Rachel looked, who stood at the edge of the cliff, it was clear that the demon resembled the one she was chasing. As for Chu Du, still pretending to be knave, suspicious that the other person does not seem to be an examiner, after noticing the demon's murderous intent, Rachel immediately pushed Chu Du Huan away, and sure enough, in the next second, the demon's attack has arrived. The incident happened before our eyes. Was something Rachel never thought of. The devil could chase her all the way here. The urgent things at hand, she thought, should still be avoided first, then asked Chu Duhon's condition. Unexpectedly, he pretended to be seriously injured, still very frightened, and screamed a demon, then immediately ran away. Healthy Rachel felt very helpless. This clumsy acting is unwatchable, and now she also understands clearly. Why do those people look so suspicious? It's just that Rachel never thought about it. Mafuang students can help. Supporting the demon, she coldly said that she was wrong. The demon in front directly attacked. In the next second, each stone spike quickly rushed towards Rachel. Wait until she quickly dodges. The demon immediately took advantage of the smoke and dust to attack, although the enemy's destructive power is very strong. But right now it still does not make her feel invincible. Then she also launched a sharp counterattack. During a close fight, Rachel found the demon's loophole, but she was just about to crash. Then I discovered my legs were tied and I could not move. Next, another demon appeared behind Rachel. Right now it's a two-faced attack. Rachel knew she was afraid she could not escape. The moment the new demon struck, a bright light flashed in the sky. The next second, a bullet pierced the demon on the spot. Looking at the demon suddenly falling down, Rachel still does not know what happened, but the death of his comrades, causing the demon who had just fought to become angry, then unleashed all his magic power. Wanted to try and kill Rachel. At this moment, a sharp sound of drawing a knife rang out. Kim Soo-ho ran to block the demon's attack. At the same time, he called out Chae Na-young. This made the demon quickly turn his head to look, but Chae Na-young's charged arrow shot out. The demon did not have time to dodge and was hit by an arrow on the spot. Seeing that my classmates from the truth class had arrived, Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. Taina and the others, after hearing the sounds of fighting happening, immediately ran over. Luckily Rachel had nothing to worry about. I really appreciate your help. And Kim Soo-ho checked a little on the cliff, discovered that the enemy was not dead yet, but after being hit by the arrow, he fled over the cliff. At this time, Kim Soo-ho asked Rachel to act with them. Wait until you leave this place before separating. Then a group of people left here. But just as she set off, Rachel noticed something on the ground. Curious, she lowered her head to look down. It turned out that on the ground was a large caliber bullet buried in the mud, so Rachel immediately picked it up. A bullet appeared again at the battle site, making her unable to help but speculate. Could it be that the first attack was not launched by Chae Na-young? At the same time, I was observing Chu Duhon running away, considering that he naturally has someone to deal with, so I did not take action directly. Not long after, they found a place. During rest, heard Kim Soo-ho ask, have you decided that when you fight you will carry a sword? Then Chae Na-young quickly explained that the sword was just a secondary weapon. The last period is very important. If you stubbornly only use bows and arrows, the difficulty will be too great. As for always thinking about the origin of this bullet, although she already had the answer in her heart, what she doubted was, how did Jing He-zen know he was in danger? And why did you come to help her? The most important thing is, after helping, he still has not shown his face. But just thinking about this, then a voice next to him interrupted his thoughts. Chae Na-young said, he and Kim Soo-ho do not have teammates anyway. Everyone can act together. But Rachel refused. She said sorry then stood up and prepared to leave. Kim Soo-ho immediately advised him to stay a while. Going out alone now will be very dangerous. Hearing that Rachel was still determined to leave, because she had to go meet someone. At the same time, somewhere else, I just finished hunting some monsters. Plus the points given by Chae Na-young, there are 22 points. But just to be sure, it might still be necessary to get another 50 points. Can easily pass the... If we only rely on killing monsters, it takes a lot of time. As soon as I exclaimed, I raised my head and was stunned, because the disguised Captain Su Ru-zhen found me. I cannot help but suspect that maybe he came to fight, but how can I be his opponent? But thinking that the captain was probably coming to observe, so I called, then asked him why he was looking for me. Unexpectedly, the captain directly pulled out his sword. This made me cry inside. I did not expect him to actually do it. The captain coldly told me to pick up my weapon. I pretended to be skeptical to buy time. At the same time, he quietly urged the ritual in his shirt. Seeing that the captain told me not to act stupid, he clearly understood that he had been recognized long ago. See, I'm always wasting time. The captain was curious what I wanted to do, but this time I did not answer him. After that, the captain immediately understood that I agreed and prepared to attack. But he paid no attention to the ritual I conducted. The rope had already unfastened his watch. After achieving the goal, at this moment I also breathed a sigh of relief, and the captain did not understand why I was holding the watch. Are you preparing to surrender directly? Hearing that I told him, this is not my watch. After being stunned for a few seconds, the new captain looked towards his wrist. Then he cried out in alarm. I also honestly say that you should know, during a duel between students, the person who steals the watch first is considered the winner. Because just press the fingerprint lock of the watch with force, the original owner will be disqualified. The captain got angry and said I was playing badly, and I threw the watch to him and said very proudly, "This time I'll let you flush it out." As soon as I said this, the captain was even more stunned, but without waiting for him to ask, I immediately turned around and ran away. After staying silent for a while, the new captain contacted Jian, but the other party had just lost concentration, so I do not see this scene either. After the captain calmed down, start analyzing. Even though he lost half of his sensory ability because of Jan's talent, but I'm a 17-year-old student, yet he has such a caring side. This time he began to regret his carelessness. A moment later, I found a suitable place to camp and rest. Having just escaped the danger the captain brought, I'm about to eat my fill and then go earn points. But at this moment, there was suddenly a rustling sound next to me. I turned around and looked back. Unexpectedly, Rachel had found me, and she did come to search on purpose. Rachel was preparing to ask about what happened earlier, but because I have not eaten anything for half a day, her stomach could not help but growl. After that, I immediately asked Rachel to sit down and eat together. She was embarrassed and quickly said she would give me points. While waiting for the food to cook, Rachel wanted to know what I was doing alone. After telling him I was transferring points, I realized what Rachel was curious about. But now it's not convenient to open my mouth and speak frankly, is the person I saved. At the same time, I also noticed the wound on his neck. Looks like it was due to fighting the demon man. At this time, Evangeline in my pocket kept moving restlessly. The next second he jumped out himself, even applied it to Rachel's wound. Evangeline's speed is too fast, I could not stop it. Rachel also did not know what was going on. Wait until he gently touches it with his hand. Feeling of movement in the neck scared Rachel so much that she burst into tears. Then he could not help but scream. Wait until you get Evangeline's seed down. Rachel has calmed down a lot. He thought it was some kind of insect. I hastily apologized, then said this is the pet seed that I raise. Hearing that, Rachel immediately gave the Evangeline back to me, to ease the awkward atmosphere. I quickly said the food was ready, let's eat first. Rachel felt a little uneasy and said, although it's a bit late, he wants to form a team with me, like coordinated action. To this I also agree. Rachel also said, your words are exactly like Cheney Young. This also made Rachel misunderstand that he sought me out to form a team first, after explaining it's not true. Rachel just remembered that he still has his old team. This team is suitable for Zo Yuk-sun and others. I immediately told Rachel to rest assured, if it was the other person, it's okay to withdraw the team directly. They're about to be eliminated anyway. And just as I thought, after arriving at the camp of those who remained in the class, Shin Jong-huk did not hold back at all. Everyone who stayed in class was beaten by him, for serious injury. By the time Zo Yu-sun returned, the scene before his eyes made him unable to understand what had happened. I do not even understand why Shin Jong-hik is here. After seeing Zo Yuk-sun, Shin Jong-hik suddenly revealed an evil smile. Then throw away the branch in your hand. Zo Yu-sun slowly turned his head to look. Provocative content and coordinates are clearly displayed on it. Understanding the situation, he hastily explained. This was not sent by me, it was just a misunderstanding. Hearing that, Shin Jong-hik casually replied, it's okay. His words also gave Zo Yu-sun goosebumps. After holding up his spear, Shin Jong-hik step by step approached. He said anyone can send it. He himself is just not used to maggots. Like Liu Ji Ban's group who do not know their own strength. He also likes to play tricks behind his back and talk about many things. Shin Jong-huk is always sincerely disgusted. At the same time, at the jury tower in the northwest of the island, Yoon Seong-ah, one of the examiners, was deep in thought. Seeing this, a curious colleague asked him who he was thinking about. After hearing Yoon Seong-ah answer Kim Ha-jin, the man was a little skeptical. Because does not he like Kim Soo-hoo the most? Hearing that, Yoon Seong-ah laughed. Said that the first person I looked at was of course Kim Soo-ho, but recently he secretly obtained a report, in which Ri Yun-ho reviews Kim Ha-jin, is more special than Kim Soo-ho. In addition to the light magic from the previous Demon Man event, Yoon Seong-ah also does not care whether the report is true or false. Borrowing this opportunity, learning more about Kim Ha-jin is not bad. His colleagues were curious how he would verify the opponent's strength. For this, Yoon Seong-ah pointed at the name tag. This is the best bait. On the morning of the next day, Rachel stayed alone in the camp. This time he determined that the person protecting him at that time was me. But I do not understand why I do not admit this. I'm also even more curious about why I knew he was in danger. As for the incident in the final exam this time, Rachel knew it was Lancaster's arrangement. Think of this, his heart became even heavier. At the same time, a scary thought arose. And I'm on the other side continuing to hunt. Today's harvest basically met expectations. Originally, Rachel had come along too, but in the morning he did not seem very well. Luckily, after feeding him some meat, I also regained some strength. We'll probably be able to hunt together soon. Right now, the sparkling light on the side attracted me. Then I immediately opened the tree and moved little by little closer to the light source. Unexpectedly, behind this forest, there is such a big lake. Seeing that, I guess there must be monsters with high scores in there. Could be a crocodile or something. To clearly see the situation inside, I used holy silver to condense a ball of light. Just shine on the lake surface. No monster inside can hide. But the sound coming from behind startled me. After asking loudly but no one answered, I immediately realized that the other party must have been watching for a long time. Moreover, the ability to hide is very strong. But if I were discovered, then under the theme lay I. Any stealth skill has a trace. After discovering they were acquaintances, I immediately fired a shot directly next to him. Chain Young was startled and quickly stood up. Seeing that he was about to get angry, I made the first move. Wanna know why you follow me? Chain Young quickly denied that she did not have it, but I kept asking him, if not, then why come here? At this moment, Chain Young was a bit speechless, so he immediately changed the subject, asked what I just threw into the water. I told Chain Young to tell her why she was following first. In anger, he confessed everything. It turns out that Chain Young followed Yoon Seong. Hearing his words, I once again confirmed if it was someone I knew, even though what I said sounds a bit harsh, but Chain Young still insisted. Then I immediately turned around and took out my computer. At the same time, tell him to wait a bit. Now I'm about to look at the drone's photos. Yoon Seong in the novel. 2 days ago he was observing Kim Soo-ho. Then go look at other potential stocks. But now he comes to me again. From the drone's surveillance camera, I also see that Yoon Seong is indeed nearby. His actions were basically saying, I am also on the list of potential stocks. Chain Young quickly asked me, did I create a ball of light just now? For this I also admit. But then told him not to keep asking, because knowing too much can be dangerous, seeing my bossy appearance. Chain Young was unhappy and said my head was waterlogged. He also does not really want to know. Too lazy to compare with Chain Young, I immediately said. I came here first and told him to go somewhere else to hunt. After chasing Chain Young away, I breathed a sigh of relief. I really could not let him keep asking anymore, because if I had to explain the magical power of the holy silver, then I have to tell Chain Young about this novel world. Thinking back, he would probably consider him crazy. 2 hours after breaking up with Chain Young, I have hunted many monsters, are all some middle and lower level monsters, but also quickly received 15 points. But now there's a new problem giving me a headache, because Yoon Seong followed me all the way, yet no longer watching in the dark, that proactively appeared and greeted me. Seeing my worry expression, it means I'm going everywhere to test the students' abilities. By the way, send some welfare. The rules for receiving benefits are also very simple. Yoon Seong said that she would stand still while I attacked, and use only your left hand, as long as I can attack effectively, body parts other than the left hand, or make him move his feet. Will give me an examination card worth 200 points. This attractive and seemingly not difficult condition. For students, it's really interesting. Even though the opponent is the famous hero Yoon Seong, but if you get a card, it's basically guaranteed to be first class. Yoon Seong wanted to know if I wanted to try it, or will give up. For this, I slowly put my hand on the gun. There is a chance to get such a big score. How could I ignore it? The next second, he decisively opened fire. But Yoon Seong just waved her hands arbitrarily. Yet he dropped the bullet to the ground. This attack also let him know that I really have real power. Previously, a ball of light was condensed, now using a normal pistol, which caused such great power. But after feeling this shot, he just smiled and said that it was quite painful. Looking at the situation in front of me, I know that the difference is too big. Yoon Seong did not even use magic power, only relying on shocking means. Looks like there's no chance at all. I then threw out the throwing knife. After easily dodging it, Yoon Seong did not forget to praise me, and I took the opportunity to continuously shoot. But even with the continuously enhanced magic bullets, he was also stopped in an instant. At this time, Yoon Seong guessed that I must have talent related to guns. As for me, I used the Saint Mark to control the flying knife to attack him, such a close distance. I think he did not have time to use his left hand to block. But even though he did not realize in time that the flying knife had changed direction, Yoon Seong just needs to release his magical energy, also caused 2 throwing knives to break in half. Seeing that his strength is too strong, I also understand that I basically cannot win. And Yoon Seong was very surprised. He did not expect that I can use magic to change the path of the flying knife. Think of me as an onion. The more you peel it, the more surprises you see. At the same time, curious how I ended up doing. Yoon Seong also wants to know my other skills. But things have come to this point. I understand that it is impossible to win. No intention of wasting any more time. Seeing me turn around and leave, Yoon Seong seemed very confused. And I firmly told him that I decided to give up. On the contrary, Yoon Seong still wanted to continue to keep me. But I just want to hunt monsters to get good points. And the scene is happening below. Was seen by the captain in the darkness. Waiting until I was gone, Dylan immediately sent a message to the captain. He felt that if he separated his actions from the body owner's friends, will cause unnecessary suspicions. But the captain really could not stand it. He thinks that acting together is the bad thing. Just then, the entire island suddenly shook. The captain also understood clearly This tremor means the butterfly larvae are about to awaken. At the same time, somewhere on the island, a giant purple worm egg made a heavy heartbeat. And it is the egg that can incubate the Phalaenopsis larvae. It is a type of spirit-shaped monster that parasitizes trees. In my original work, after the Phalaenopsis larvae appear, they will be destroyed by the main group of characters. Kim Soo-ho thus received larva powder, and Rachel received inspiration related to eye opening. Now Rachel is on the same team as me again. If you want to help him open his eyes, then you have to take him to fight. But the problem is, at first I did not write in detail the exact location of the larva. Rachel went out with me today. Even though I've been hunting all morning, this time he became curious. Why do I keep hanging around here? Hearing that, I also remained silent. Not knowing the exact fighting position, we can only wait for the right moment to act. After a period of time, on the other side, Kim Soo-ho's team, they have cooperated to hunt many monsters. It's Wednesday now. There are 20 hours left until the end of the exam. This time Chae Na-young suddenly asked, Kim Soo-ho, what do you think that person named Jing He-zen is like? Hearing that, Kim Soo-ho was suspicious. I do not know why he suddenly mentioned He-zen. Chae Na-young explains that from things at the museum to small things, he thinks I really have too many secrets. Hearing the word secret, Kim Soo-ho immediately thought of the words I said at the rich man event. Then he misunderstood the relationship between me and Chae Na-young. Seeing Kim Soo-ho with such an expression, Chae Na-young thinks he has inside information, so I quickly asked Kim Soo-ho to tell me about this. Kim Soo-ho laughed again and told him to ask me himself, but the very next moment, a scary tree root suddenly pierced from behind. Furthermore, the entire island was entangled with countless tree roots, and I'm on the other side. Finally feel the change of the island. The other students also encountered attacking tree roots one after another. For a moment, the sounds of fighting and chanting echoed throughout the forest. There were also great commotions all around. Understanding that the time had come, I immediately told Rachel. Next, you have to go catch monsters at the place where they have their roots. In a place where monsters appear, I need his protection. Even though I do not know what I want to do, but Rachel still quickly agreed. The students felt the earthquake. We'll probably all run towards the Phalaenopsis larvae. I cannot give this opportunity to others. Then he led Rachel and rushed with all his strength towards the source of the vibration. Now the situation on the island has been discovered by the judges. The man from before Vieri said that this monster is not within range. You should ask if the exam needs to be postponed. But Yoon Seong-ah felt it was unnecessary. With the students in the current exam school, completely capable of dealing with Phalaenopsis larvae, he believes that these future heroes will not disappoint me. And on the island, Chae Na-young faced the giant tree root. Determinedly, he pulled out the sword he had just recently started training with. His talent was predetermined, even though he had not practiced for many years, is still extremely strong. Seeing that Chae Na-young could solve the biggest tree root with one move, Kim Soo-ho and Lee Ying-ham were both very impressed. But at the same time as praising, Kim Soo-ho also gave a piece of advice. That's sword energy if you get a little closer to the sword. Then when cutting monsters it will be sharper. Continue fighting for a while. Lee Ying-han discovered these tree roots. Why could not he cut them off? Regarding this, Jing Soo-ho also realized that if cutting off tree roots does not work, then they will go deal with the essence of the tree roots. As for the students nearby, then I discovered there was an unusual tree ahead. In the cocoon on the tree, something seemed to be moving, but very quickly, the cocoon was ripped apart directly. From there is nourished is a beautiful Phalaenopsis larva. The students below did not recognize this strange monster. After flying out of the cocoon, butterfly larvae spread a lot of powder in the air. These powders carry a fluorescent light, slowly covering the whole forest. When Chae Na-young and the others ran over, also discovered spots of light floating in the air. Curious what it is. Chae Na-young suddenly felt short of breath. Along with that, the whole body becomes very weak. The surrounding students were also hit one after another. Within just a few seconds, he could not support himself anymore and fell down. Luckily, Kim Soo-ho caught him in time. After checking the two people, Kim Soo-ho discovered they were just sleeping. Does not look like a sign of poisoning. As for him, after realizing something was wrong, he promptly held his breath, so you do not get hit. But Kim Soo-ho understood clearly. You cannot hold your breath forever to act. Before inhaling powder, he could not determine whether he could tame the butterfly in the air or not. At this moment, Kim Soo-ho suddenly heard a series of rapid footsteps. Raise your head and look. Two figures suddenly jumped out from the bushes. Found out it was me and Rachel. His whole body was a bit surprised, but when I ran to it, I gave the prepared mask to Rachel. Thanks to that, it is not affected by chalk powder. Looking at the students falling one after another on the street, Rachel could not help but be curious. Could I have foreseen this situation earlier? But without waiting for him to think too much, I locked the target, then told Ray, I'll go deal with the butterfly monster above later. Meanwhile, I need you to cover me so I do not get obstructed by tree roots. After receiving Rachel's answer, I quickly picked up my pistol. Then continuously shoot towards the butterfly larvae in the air. After being hit in the wing, the butterfly larvae make a loud, painful cry. Soon it summoned more tree roots. Luckily, Rachel protected me. These tree roots were easily cut off by him, but the next second, Rachel suddenly startled. The monster's tree roots are attacking me. Without any hesitation, Rachel immediately pushed me away. Thanks to that, we can successfully avoid the attack of butterfly larvae. But his legs were wrapped around tree roots, then fell hard to the side. Seeing that, I quickly called out to Rachel, want to know how he is doing, but in just a blink of an eye. There are many tree roots coming to me. Just when I thought I was about to be seriously injured, Kim Soo-ho tried to suppress his discomfort and help me block the attack. At this time, he confirmed that he had still inhaled a little powder. I noticed that Kim Soo-ho's condition is not good, plus Rachel had fallen down, probably losing consciousness. I also do not know how to do it well. Just when I was thinking anxiously, Yuan Jelin suddenly jumped out in his shirt again. He looks very happy and very quickly got attached to Rachel. Seeing that, I really wanted to catch Yuan Jelin again, but now need to deal with the monster first. Kim Soo-ho told, he can still help me once, but probably will not last long. As for the magic power of my holy seal, at most it can only create 3 fire attribute bullets. It is necessary to destroy the butterfly larva before running out of ammo. Then I immediately told Kim Soo-ho my intention, even though the butterfly larvae are spirit monsters, but the action is very agile. So wanting to give it a fatal blow, I had to aim and shoot at close range. Next, I prepare to approach that monster. Need Kim Soo-ho to attract the butterfly's attention. Hearing that, he immediately agreed. After that, Kim Soo-ho no longer held back. He completely released the Sword Saint's magic power. Looking at the mighty power radiating out, I understand that compared to the last time at the museum, Kim Soo-ho has become much stronger. And he was also observing me, at the same time exclaiming, no matter what secret skills I show, I always seem caught. Not only that, before that he even saw Ne Young's talent. Sometimes, he even felt that I seemed to know everything in the world. Kim Soo-ho's words made me a little panicked. And after he finished speaking, he went to attract the butterfly monster. Kim Soo and Sword Saint state, it's almost impossible to be bothered by these tree roots. Seeing that, I also quickly walked towards the monster. The panic just now was because of Kim Soo-ho's sharpness, but I cannot tell him. This place is essentially the world in the novel I wrote, and I have become one character that I have never written before. After quickly reaching the top position, I shot the fire magic bullet straight out. This shot accurately hit the fatal part of the butterfly larva. Looking at the monster burning fiercely in the air, Kim Soo-ho was very surprised, because this is a fire attribute attack, and right now he's a little unsteady even standing. Luckily, after seeing me in action, Kim Soo-ho thought that everything might be coming to an end, but the butterfly larvae in the air are still struggling frantically. A single fire bullet cannot kill it completely. Then, the monster immediately controlled the tree roots to prepare to catch him. Looking at the enemy's expression, I understood that the firepower was still not enough, so I immediately wanted to shoot one more shot. But do not wait for me to act. The butterfly larva was hit again by a purple electric current. This time, the monster finally lost all resistance and fell, but the person who took action surprised me. I did not expect the captain to come and help at an important moment. After that, I could not help but wonder whether he had come to steal the powdered larvae or not. Kim Soo-ho. Looking at the monster that was barely alive, a bat Dao/attack, immediately completely destroyed butterfly larva. Seeing that the monster had lost all breath, Kim Soo-ho finally could not hold on anymore. Immediately after that, he fainted directly to the ground. At this time, the captain walked up to the butterfly larvae. He was trying to reach out his hand to get the larva powder, but I was loudly stopped from behind. I could not watch the captain take it away. Currently, he still does not know the specific uses of larva powder. Think again, Captain, because the byproducts of spirits can be sold at high prices, so I came back to have fun. But larva powder has a great effect on Kim Soo-ho, can help him face formidable opponents that appear later, so I must let him have it. And after hearing my voice, the captain stopped again. He looked around in all 4 directions. The other students were all hypnotized by the butterfly powder. Although after the larvae die, the hypnotic effect will weaken, it's very difficult for a student like me to resist chalk powder. But I've been able to survive until now. Think of this. The captain once again affirmed that Jinghe Zhen was very mysterious, so he decided to take a closer look. But in reality, while fighting he also inhaled powder. Now I'm just using ether to brace myself. I was originally going to wear a mask, but the captain suddenly took action against me. This left me unable to react. Wait until covered by his magic power. Stay in place. A giant barrier immediately appeared, and within the magic barrier, he revealed his true colors. At the same time, he asked me if I knew him. Hearing that, my mind turned very quickly. then pretended to be surprised and said, "Are you like Xiaoping?" As soon as the words came out, the captain was a little stunned. He searched for this name in his mind. Very quickly the captain also remembered. That was the fake identity he used when approaching me before. The captain wanted to know when I found out. Then I was about to speak. He immediately coldly threatened, "If you dare to lie, I will kill." But that's not all yet. The captain changed to beat me to death. Being startled by him like that, I quickly said I found out when I robbed the watch, even though this is also fake. But it was certainly within the captain's acceptable range. I told after close contact, I felt the difference. Anyway, my eyes are very good. But the captain understood clearly. Picking up talent does not just require good eyes to be able to see it. Plus I ignored the interference props before. He could not help but suspect. Is it possible that Jing Hezhen's magic power is inherently demonic? If that's the case, then it can be explained. Because magic power itself carries demons. Just condense magic power into the optic nerve. Can actually be easily done. Furthermore, if his speculation bears out. So for Weisigdo, I am a precious talent that cannot be ignored. After asking, the captain dispelled the magic barrier. Watching him slowly approach, I could not help but break into a cold sweat. But unexpectedly, the captain reached out his hand to give me the larva powder. Right after that he said, because I was a driver, I needed to compensate. But then the captain fell silent, speechless. Because he also does not know what to ask for. For this, Jian on the call was very worried. Then let the captain think slowly. Very quickly, he gave an answer that made me suspicious. The captain simply wanted me to give him contact information. Turns out I thought I almost lost my life. The result is just a shock. Although the final exam this time is very difficult. But fortunately the important goal has been achieved. But with the captain's involvement, I can only naturally hand it over to Jing Xiaohao later. Waiting until the captain left here, I suddenly discovered. I almost forgot about Rachel and Evangeline. Wait until I turn around and look back. Rachel under the big tree was emitting golden light all over her body. Seeing the light coming from his chest, I immediately understood that this was the sign that Evangeline was born. The next second, bright yellow light flashed, making it impossible for me to look directly at Rachel, who was sleeping soundly right now. He was still thinking of a way to quickly eliminate the spirit. But the sudden light made Rachel a little conscious. In his dream he saw a baby and gently hugged the other person. That warm feeling was as if the wound was slowly healing. Furthermore, on the baby in Rachel's arms, there is also a familiar feeling. If I had to describe the smile before my eyes, Rachel thought it was just like her younger self. He seemed to hear a little girl saying, but I cannot hear it clearly. Then Rachel wanted to ask her again. But Rachel's really too sleepy now. And after fainting, he still asked in a low voice, "What did Evangeline just say?" But if Rachel wants to know, I who had just arrived heard it very clearly, because Evangeline intimately called Rachel mother, even mistakenly recognized me as his father. Some time later, wait until Chain Yang wakes up, just in time to discover that the judges have arrived. And I was carrying Kim Soo-ho and the others who were fainting. Everything is messed up. After the 4th day passed, the time has come on day 5. All students were brought back safely. Just like that, the hated final exam also ended as expected. The appearance of butterfly larvae also caused commotion among the judges. Finally, after discussing, they unanimously decided, we'll divide the kill points for the 4 students who successfully fought back the monster. And after I got on the boat, I was still waiting. But the captain did not contact me, which also made me curious. Why is he interested in me anyway? Just as I was deep in thought, Cheney Young suddenly interrupted me. He wanted to know how I solved it in the end. It turned out that Cheney Young knew from Jing Xiaohao. I broke the butterfly's wings. Then I said, how can a small pistol do that? Hearing that Cheney Young also thought it made sense. He originally wanted to ask about the final situation, but I asked first. Then why not use bows and arrows, the words just spoken? Cheney Young was struck by lightning. Immediately after that he shouted, are you forcing me to use it? And my answer is you are too rigid. In real using weapons that you are not familiar with will make you very dangerous. Cheney Young told me not to worry, because he is not a novice at swordsmanship. Next, I want to know how he feels after using the sword. Cheney Young turned away. I could not help but doubt. Looks like you're still a little scared, right? Hearing that he hastily argued. But Cheney Young lied especially clearly. Why did not the author change this setting? Then I smiled softly. Tell Cheney Young that after practicing more, she would not be afraid anymore. After all, he is a natural swordsman. A few days after returning to the academy, at this time Ryu Yanho was eating in the cafeteria. After hearing Cheney Young tell me what happened to me, Ryu Yanho firmly said that Jing Hezhen definitely likes him. After that I asked Kim Soo-ho for his opinion. He also felt that what Ryu Yanho said made sense. The two people's constant teasing made Cheney Young feel hot all over her body. Ryu Yanho is asking him what he plans to do later. I turned around and discovered I was buying things. Listen, Sorry, Yanhwa calling me? Chae Yang quickly turned away to avoid it. Seeing that it's Kim Soo-ho and the rest, I also greeted them once, slowly. Glanced at Chae Yang, who was not feeling natural. Then I immediately turned around and left, but just that one glance. It was enough for Ryu Yanho to reaffirm her thoughts. Regarding this, Chae Yang did not know what to do. Not long after, I also returned to the dormitory. Heard me buying things. Evangeline hurriedly ran to me, still happily calling Dad. Seeing that, I immediately told the boy not to run around in the room. Evangeline wanted to know where I went. Then I said I was going to buy food. After picking up Evangeline, I negotiated with the boy. Can he stop calling me Dad in the future? If you want the boy to call me Hizen or Uncle Hizen, it's fine. But little Evangeline disagreed, but kept asking me. As for the boy staying in the dormitory, we still have to talk about the day the boy is born. At that, Evangeline asked me why Mom was asleep. At first, when I heard the boy calling, my father was skeptical and did not know who he was calling. Who would have thought Evangeline would call me? Just then, the judges came to review the war situation. I immediately asked the boy if he could transform back into his seed form. Evangeline also wanted to ask about Rachel's situation, so I immediately tricked the boy a bit. Afterward, Evangeline was very obedient and turned into a seed. Just like that, I also successfully brought the boy back to the dormitory. When Evangeline ate, she was very obedient. At first glance, she really looks like a small version of Rachel. After letting the boy obediently eat first. Next is processing the larva powder. Butterfly larva powder can cling to things that have magical power, thereby activating part of the hidden potential. Simply put, regardless of whether it is a person or an object, germ powder can trigger its potential. It should have naturally fallen into Rachel and Kim's hands. Suho, but because of the captain. Now I still have to find an opportunity to transfer it to them. Simultaneously, in Rachel's, she kept thinking about who the child she saw at that time was. You can clearly feel the other person. And after waking up, her hand still retained the warmth of the girl. Rachel thought it might be a tree spirit-like creature. Or perhaps it was actually an illusion she had created. But every time I remember the smile in my dream, she still cannot help but happily follow along, and always remember that warmth. As if saying that sooner or later they will meet again. A few days later, the school sent everyone a text message about the guild experience. Selected students can participate in experiential activities. This is a mode designed for students. During breaks, you can go to the guild to see the work of current heroes, high-ranking guilds in the country. You have the right to nominate the students you want, but each guild can only choose 3 students, from first year to second year. So, the first year students ranked outside of 300. It's very difficult to get a chance to experience it. I'm also curious what normal heroes do, in addition to the tasks I have already established. Come to think of it, they probably have other things to do. Unfortunately, my admission rank is very low. Even if the final exam is good, there is no way to get into the top 300. Therefore, this guild experience is probably not my part. Just as I was thinking like that, the clock suddenly rang. I felt very suspicious. Yet a guild contacted me. Slowly opened the message. I immediately saw the invitation from Tin Tai at High Heap. Wait until the holiday. Now Ryu Yanho is waiting on the road. Soon I will be here too. Meeting me, he was very happy. I originally thought I would refuse. Ryu Yanhua also said there was another person, but the other person came later. So let us go first. Then I followed. Ryan Hart. On the way he also said I did very well on the final exam. But actually in the end I only received 67 points. After the car has traveled some distance, Ryan Ho immediately said he had arrived. Slowly looking up at the building above, I could not take my eyes off it. Ryan Ho also followed suit and welcomed me to Essence of the High Heap, although it is a novel written by myself. But when it actually appears before our eyes. Really shocking. Step inside the building. There are so many people, everyone is doing their own thing. Currently someone is introducing, although nominally a heroic experience category. But there is also some work that needs to be done around the house. For difficult tasks after analysis, only then can the strategy be carried out. I also why do I who have a low rank and still be able to receive an invitation from such a large guild? Thinking back, it was probably Ri Yanhua's decision. She is the daughter of the guild master, certainly has this bit of authority. Very soon we arrived in front of an office. Inside is the analysis room of Tin Tai High Heap. The person who led us here was a middle to upper level hero. Park Sang-ho is a relative of Ryu Yanha. He heard that my theoretical achievements were the best, so he took me to the analysis room. But even though Park Sang-ho seems like a humble gentleman, but in reality he is a cunning little person, later he will also stab Ryu Yanha in the back. At this moment a female voice came from behind. The person who came was the middle and upper level hero Li Jiangao. She very sarcastically said, "A student ranked 934th. Yet you can come to Tin Tai High Heap to experience it." The person Li Jiangao is targeting is Ryu Yanhua. I also understand this, because of who she's on. is the vice captain of the Essence of High Heap, Jang Ho-seok. As for Ri Yan-hoa, she is the president's daughter, is the legitimate heir. Lee Jung-ah naturally sees her as a thorn in his side, but this is only temporary, because she will later become Ryu Yan-hwa's subordinate, and gradually climb to the position of deputy leader. Lee Jung-ah is also a main character in Essence of the Sea, but it must be said, the words she said now were really unpleasant. Very quickly, Lee Jung-ah looked at the documents in her hand. Immediately an idea came up. Then she said, if I had confidence, then let's solve the problem in this document. Then he called me a kid. It must be said, Lee Jung-ah has successfully defeated me, so I immediately borrowed some papers from her to use. Unexpectedly, she continued to joke and laugh secretly. Just learned that Ryu Yan-ho received a text message. The last one has arrived. After that, they went out together to pick up the other person, and I started looking at the documents. On it was written the test data when raiding the dungeon. The final result still needs to be calculated. I have the gift of observation and observation. This problem for me. In a few dozen seconds the results can be calculated. Next, just write the final analytical conclusion. Then this document can also be completed. But Lee Jung-ah, just as I was about to finish, he looked disgusted and took the documents away. He also told me to quickly go out. Although angry, but I should still go down. Unfortunately, the conclusion has not yet been written. In the future, if Lee Jung-ah wants to ask me, I absolutely will not tell her. After the elevator door opened, I stepped out. I did not expect to encounter Chae Ne-young. The next second she finally reacted. Then asked Ri Yan-ho why I was also here. Now I understand. Turns out the last person was Chae Ne-young. But why did not Ri Yan-ho tell me, simultaneously? In Ryu Jin-hak's office he was very sad, because it's been collected for a whole month. But the results of Jing He-zen's documents were only a few pages. Ryu Jin-hak did not expect the difficulty get higher and higher, even though he's been trying to keep track these days. But I cannot dig deeper into who I've had relationships with before, even who the parents are. I have no clue why he became an orphan, but during this time, something he found.
就由朴尚浩带我们去体验出勤。
Then Park Sang-ho took us to experience the military discharge. Before receiving Young Ki's orders, we need to wait a moment here. At this time, he even asked Chae Ne-young why she was late. Heard Chae Ne-young visit her grandfather. Park Sang-ho was still very excited, because her grandfather was the great hero Cheju Chil. Ri Yan-ho was next to her after receiving the message. Immediately, said he would come later and wanted to answer the phone first. After going to the bathroom, Ryu Yan-ho immediately picked up the phone. The caller was her uncle, Ryu Jin-hak. He then asked how the previous investigation was going, because the results obtained were too small to avoid losing face. Ryu Jin-hak casually said that the investigation has not yet begun. His words also made Ryu Yan-yo very angry. Next, Ryu Jin-hak wants to know, why does the niece want to investigate Kim He-zen's parents? Or, Kim He-zen, does this person really want to find his parents? Hearing that Ri Yan-ho told him that he probably wanted to. After all, He-zen already knew the wanted list by heart. He was thinking if it was because of my parents, involved in some crime. That's why I wrote down the list. Just said it. Ri Jin-hak immediately fell silent and did not speak, because he related to something he valued. So he absent-mindedly made an excuse and hung up the phone. Ri Yan-ho also wanted to ask him when the investigation would start, but unexpectedly the phone was disconnected. On the other side, Ryu Jin-hak was extremely heavy. He was thinking, is Jing He-zen really the person involved in that? It was an event that happened 16 years ago. Meanwhile at Gwangmu Fortress, 87 people fled to shelters. Along with the 9 heroes who protect everyone is harmed. Ryu Jin-hak while investigating. This matter was picked up by others a few years ago. After that, he was also kicked out of the house by the Ryu family. Although the ultimate explanation for this is that it was caused by demons. But he who directly investigated, understood clearly. Behind it are related to 3 big characters. One was the leader of South Korea at that time, Kim Si-ho. The other is the president of Daein Group, Cheju Chil. And Ryu Jin-hak's biological brother is also Ri Yan-ho's father, Ryu Jin-woo. You guys do not even show up in person, but hired an assassination organization, because of how seriously they take this. That's all. The more Jin-hak thought about it, the more profound it became. If Jing He-zen is the remaining victim, and is planning revenge, that's too dangerous. He understood that this should end here, if the investigation continues. Once discovered by the crazy old man Cheju Chil, he will surely die without a burial place. As for us in the Essence Strait, after waiting for a while, finally received the order. Need to destroy the multi-headed stone statue that appears, because their speed was too fast. After running for a while, Park Sang-ho discovered I disappeared. Regarding this, Chae Ne-young told him not to worry, I will keep up myself. As for Raya, after returning home, his face was gloomy and his uncle made fun of him. In his heart he was extremely upset. Very quickly, several people arrived at the location where the incident happened. Many stone statues have begun to be vandalized indiscriminately. A team of people could not escape in time, about to be murdered by a stone statue. In times of danger, Ryan Ho's whip arrived just in time. Seeing that, Park Sang-ho immediately stepped forward, then forcefully threw the gun in his hand out. The next second, the stone statue was also beaten into rubble. Just then, I finally arrived at the scene. Chae Na-young has also found her goal. He quickly made a judgment, this stone statue in front of him. Chae Na-young decided to use the sword to test the stone statue's weakness. I already knew when I arrived, so he swung his sword and slashed at the monster's ankle. But the distance is too close. The reaction of the stone statue in front of me exceeded expectations. Chae Na-young had not yet had time to hit the weak point, was hit in the stomach by a stone statue. The immense strength caused him to immediately be knocked to the ground. Having difficulty standing up, Chae Na-young did not expect. Stone statues are famous for being slow. The movements are so agile. And the enemy's attack is not over yet. So I quickly told him to get away quickly. But with a loud bang, I was stunned again, because I used ether to pull Chae Na-young back. The reaction just now was my unconscious action. I definitely have to say something now, otherwise it will cause misunderstanding. So I said that next time I could extend the distance a bit. After all, your sword can be longer than your spear. Hearing that, Chae Na-young immediately said that she was just absent-minded, and told me to look closely next, but then he still said thank you. The reason for Chae Na-young to be a model, it's because of his magic capacity, dozens of times more than normal heroes. Chae Na-young's talent is called Ocean of Magic. Even Kim Soo's magic power is not as good as his. When he uses the sword as a medium, the output will also have no limit. By evening, we have resolved all the petrified statues. After the rescue team arrived, we prepared to leave. But at this moment I suddenly felt eyes behind me. Use your eyes to see the other person's face clearly. His features also made me recognize him immediately. Hearing Chae Na-young and the others calling me to leave, I would not stay any longer. I only feel a little guilty towards him. After all, the ether in the original work was originally his. In the evening, Lee Jung-ah in the office finally finished her work. At this time, she held the document I wrote. Immediately prepared a score. But I've only watched it for a while. Lee Jung-ah was stunned. She did not expect me to do so well. But the lack of analysis results made Lee Jung-ah very itchy, so she contacted me directly. He also told me to come to the guild tomorrow to talk. But I already know how the guild works. I definitely would not come again. So I texted Park Sang-ho to say a little, but seeing him ask why, I immediately decided to tease him a bit. Lee Jung-ah then gave Park Sang-ho the reason not to go. That's someone mocking me for being a low-ranking acquaintance. After seeing this news, Park Sang-ho immediately knew it was done by Lee Jung-ah. Seeing her very angry, Lee Jung-ah quickly explained, I do not mean to look down on myself. On the other side, after I sent the message, it was basically conceivable. The scene where Ri Yun-ha gets angry at Lee Jung-ah. I ran a lot today, and now I'm a little tired. Evangeline was already fast asleep. Next, I have one more thing to do. While she was sleeping, I finished it. After covering Evangeline with a blanket, I immediately took out the preschool powder. Looking at the bag full of flour, I thought for a long time. In the end, I still think this amount is enough. So I divided the preschool dough into 3 equal parts. Kim Soo-ho and Rachel are of course important, but I also have to think for myself. I have to take this opportunity to become stronger. Tonight I immediately prepared to use my share, because my potential is not good. So using it for yourself is a waste. For this preschool powder, I'm about to use it to increase ether's potential. Slowly pour down the powder. Ether is gradually absorbing. Next you just need to wait patiently. At this moment, watch his new messages. I did not expect Chae Na-young to contact me. He came to thank me again for today, but seeing Chae Na-young say a but, I immediately wanted to know what he wanted to say later. Who would have waited for 10? Cannot even wait for the next news. When I took the initiative to ask him, Chae Na-young was very suspicious. After that I had to tell him to go to sleep quickly, to end this dialogue. This strange conversation. At first I felt like I was wasting my time, but thinking back, still feels a bit new. Thinking back, now I have also gone from being a public figure, turned into a supporting character with a role, right? At the same time on the other side, Manhwa is still staying up working, even at night. There is still a lot of work to be done. He immediately decided to create his own intelligence organization. Instead of having to wait for my lazy uncle, Manhwa thought it would be better to do it herself. After writing the recruitment notice, I also received a phone call from Chae Na-young. Turns out it was next Tuesday. He and Kim Soo-ho will have to attend the academic conference. So I wanted to ask if I wanted to come along. Hearing that Ri Yun-ha was about to refuse, I heard the news that Shin Jong-haik also left. So I immediately changed my tone and said I was going too. Chae Na-young also had other things to do. He asked Ryu Yanhua, have you watched the video of me and Ma Tung? For this, Ri Yanhua said, I clearly saw him falling into Jin He-zen's arms. Hearing him say that, Chae Na-young was immediately worried. So there was a threat that if the video was released, I will absolutely not forgive Ryu Yanhua. After teasing Chae Na-young for a while, Raiyawa happily hung up. As for Chae Na-young, who is in the dorm, he did not expect that scene to still be exposed. While continuing to work, Ryan Ho quickly received the message again, knowing that I have given up my qualifications to experience collapse. Still, because of Lee Jung-a's words, Ryan Ho was immediately angry. So he immediately told Lee Jung-ah to answer the phone quickly, struggling to attract Jing Hee-zen. Unexpectedly, it ended up being ruined, thanks to their concern. I inexplicably gained speed points again, although very skeptical, but if someone gives me points, of course I'm very happy. The number of points received recently is also very positive. Wait until the time ether is activated. I intend to use up all my points. Regarding the strength of the body, no matter how hard I try, I will definitely fall behind others. Therefore, all resources must strive to increase the power of weapons. So I wrote a new talent, called Random Enhancement System. Can enhance equipment that you recognize. Even though this random name sounds very unreliable, but with my top luck value, this talent is definitely very paradoxical. Just do not know if the setup was successful or not. When I consume speed points and press the confirm button, the status window again reports insufficient speed. The quality of talent has dropped, but before I could even be disappointed, then powerful luck once again took effect. The next second, the random enhancement talent was completely set. The only shortcoming is that the enhancement power limit has been reduced, although the results were not as expected. But considering this paradoxical effect, successful setup is not bad. The reason why we have to rush to prepare to become stronger, it's also because the main plot is about to begin. In the blink of an eye, a week of summer vacation has passed. During this week I lived in training hell, despite investing all of my spin into weapons. But this does not mean I'll give up strength training. Last time after Ither was fortified with preschool powder, I have obtained mystical spirit power. After undergoing recent training, I have also completely mastered how to use Ether. In short, once Ether potential is enhanced, my physical enhancement value has increased by 0.7. Not only that, it also adds a function to show details. Later the transformed items will be more realistic. Items with too complex structures will take more time. So I turned into a dagger. Prepare to experiment a bit. After closely observing the Ether dagger in his hand, in terms of appearance and feeling when holding, it is similar, an ordinary dagger. But as long as I use the random enhancement talent, its power will become impossible to underestimate. Splitting mountains and breaking rocks can also be easily done. After a while of checking, the power of this small dagger was absurdly strong. Although there is still a bit of a gap compared to the ancient relics, but looking normal is the key. It can catch people off guard. Anyway, no one would have thought that the dagger's power would be so high. Passes quickly. The day of the tourism club's activities has arrived. At this point I told Evangeline I had to go out. When I come back, I will buy him delicious food. At the same time, tell him to turn his ghost friend into an animal. Absolutely do not turn into a human. Evangeline also had to agree. After I put on the coat Rachel gave me, then said goodbye to Evangeline, I also started directly to the gathering point. On the other side, inside the Bitch Quack Royal Palace, butler named Henry told Rachel that from now on you can rest assured. After discussing with Mafyong next, they will send trusted personnel to the training camp, undertake security work. As for the person who saved Rachel, Henry asked the princess if you do not mind. The Royal Guild wants to communicate privately. To this Rachel happily agreed. You know my strength is definitely more than just my current rank. Perhaps there are other guilds already paying attention to me. The Royal Guild is not as good as the famous guilds in country A, but their advantage is that they have the right to contact first, and Rachel also wanted to recruit me into her guild. At the same time, Wu Hengxian and the others had arrived. Immediately called everyone on their way to the Empire. On the way, Chae Na-young was so hot that she was stunned. Anyway, today he came wearing a school uniform, but Chae Na-young immediately noticed me. He was curious if it was not hot for me to wear a jacket over my uniform. To this I would say very cool, because of the shirt. This has the effect of regulating temperature. After transmission, we went to Bitch Quo. Everything around makes people very curious. Wu Henshan immediately introduced today's destination. That is Clancy Island floating in the air. Can also be teleported up there. Clancy Island. Created from the Empire's special floating stone. On it are concentrated all things related to money, like entertainment auctions, as well as investing and launching new products of businesses. Everything is available. It is definitely the golden island of Bitch Quoke. The main plot this time will also be deployed there. After arriving on the island, Kim Soo-ho asked if we had been here before. As for Rai Yanhua and I, it was our first time seeing it. Only Chae Na-young is an exception, because she used to come here with her brother when she was 11 years old. Seeing Chae Na-young turn from happy to disappointed, Kim Soo-ho immediately asked that it was his first time coming, too. I want to ask Chae Na-young to introduce me a bit. Hearing that, Chae Na-young immediately had more motivation. A moment later Wu Henshan told us, At 7 p.m. today there will be a large-scale activity on the island. The organizers very much welcome Afyong students to come before the activity begins. He allowed us to take a walk around on our own. At this moment, Chae Young raised her hand to ask a question. After knowing about entertainment places, it's okay. He immediately urged us to go together. Very quickly, our whole group arrived at our destination. This place is filled with all kinds of luxurious atmospheres. Seeing that they all exchanged money to go out on their own, I immediately followed to find the front desk. But the reason I have to wait for them to leave, it's also because the waiter in front of us is a member of the Wei Sak Don in disguise. After casually chatting with him I left. I already knew about Wei Sak Don's arrival. Anyway, the big event at 7 o'clock will appear, something that wild animals around the world crave. Coming here I'm always very excited because of super high luck and heavenly eyes. Making money here is really easy. Story activation time is 7 hours. I have plenty of time. But after wandering around and earning a considerable amount of money, I discovered Chae Young sitting at the table. The person opposite her must be the scammer Belt. When Chae Young was preparing to leave, was beaten down by Belt's belittling words. So she prepared to play again. According to the original plot, in the next 2 hours, Chae Young will lose all her money. Finally hid in the hotel and cried loudly. Actually, the reason why we lost was also because other than Chae Young on the table, the others are all in the same guild. They are the juniors of that scammer Belt. This name is also considered a famous character. Looking at Chae Young going crazy, I cannot help but feel sorry for this idiot. Actually, I do not care how much this rich girl will lose either. The important thing is that I noticed something from Belt. So I proactively stepped forward, letting Chae Young stand up and let me. Do not want to let Chae Young, this idiot, down. A person next to him immediately pretended to have something to do, and then left. After that we immediately sat in the same place. When the game starts, the man next to me curiously asked why I did not read the article. To this I make no reply. I do not need to look at it anyway, but I can still see it clearly. On the other side, Jan was reporting the situation to the captain. He doubted whether he had been exposed or not. The captain thinks probably not. He thinks, I need to condense magic power into the optic nerve. Only then can we see through Jan's talent. Think of this. Jan also thinks it's reasonable. Because just now he did not feel the flow of magic power. At the same time, at the table, due to overlapping betting rounds, very soon my money was not enough. Afterward, Belt immediately asked if I wanted to put the ring I was wearing on. He realized this was a magic item. But this is also just what I mean. Belt still wants to know, what is this ring? Hearing that, I pretended to have a gloomy face. Then said it was inconvenient to say. Seeing that, Chae Young immediately thought of my status as an orphan. She thinks this is a relic left behind. So Chae Young suddenly stood up, then told me not to play anymore. She does not want me to lose this ring. Begrudge. I immediately pulled Chae Young to sit down, then told her to just look at it, because I absolutely will not lose. At this time, I said the ring is very precious, if you want me to bet, then he also had to bet his bracelet. Hearing that, Belt happily agreed. He originally thought that if he held a good card, he would definitely win. The result ended in failure. Belt was so angry that he wanted to say I cheated, but unfortunately after the security staff confirmed. On the contrary, he was mocked by Chae Young for a while. The story. I also wish to get the bracelet. This is a relic that can restore magic power. Currently Belt's true value is still unknown. In the evening, Kim Soo-ho and everyone waited for a while. Seeing that we had just arrived, Ryu Yan-ho looked very angry, but turned around and looked. I discovered that I had changed an entire outfit, and Chae Young is the one who carries my things. Seeing that, they were curious about where I got the money. Listen here. Chae Young was immediately interested. Then tell them about what just happened. Right now, a man came from behind. He recognized Chae Young in front. Seeing each other for the first time, Chae Young also did not expect to meet here. Rayao curiously asked the man, is it Kim Jun-woo of the mining guild? Seeing that someone recognized him, Kim Jun-woo was very happy. While we talked, the captain is also silently observing. Then he called out to Jian. The next second, Jan came out directly from the wall. And next, they will officially start taking action. After the conference, many people came to Kranzi Island one after another. Everyone came to participate in the event organized by Rothon Group. The most attractive point this time is, during the event, the legendary white crystal can be seen, while the host was still slowly introducing the guests. At this time, a girl just got off the bus and immediately attracted the attention of the whole school. The person who came was Her Royal Highness Princess Rachel of Bitch. Today, she was invited to attend the event wearing gorgeous makeup. After going through many media interviews, Rachel immediately walked into the event hall. Come here. She also breathed a sigh of relief. The noise on the road, Rachel did not like it at all. At this moment, someone behind her called her back. This person is Z-Lion, the current president of Rothon Group. The appearance of the other person made Rachel's feelings clearly not good, but still asked, "Are you well prepared to prevent ghosts?" Z-Lion told her to rest assured, Kranzi Island now, definitely the safest place to organize a party. The Ruthon group has dispatched many high-ranking heroes. Right after that, Z-Lion arrogantly said, as the largest sponsor of the Royal Guild, they guarantee that this time they can help the guild rise like a kite. At this moment, Z-Lion's evil face was not hidden at all, and Rachel became even more worried. In the hall, the participants took their seats one by one. We also went inside. At this time, there was still half an hour left before the event started. I have one suspicion now, the Ruthon group. Why hold it in such a dangerous place? They are one of the most corrupt companies inside. Even though the leadership class does not have demons in existence, but there are many demons that are no worse than demons. White crystal falling into the hands of these people is a disaster. Today there are 3 important devils appearing. One is Ned in charge of transportation. One was Hillison before. And Kim Hakpyo of the evil order will also be coming, with my current strength. Wanting to steal crystals is truly a fantasy, so it's better to just stand aside and observe the plot's development. After all, there are other organizations that will also participate in the war. Just then the captain proactively stepped forward to talk to me. After seeing him, I quickly greeted him. The captain said that he came to be a hero in charge of security. Who would have thought that GN on the other end of the line would congratulate him? Finally met the object of my secret love. This made the captain immediately angry. Seeing his appearance, I was startled. Seeing that, the captain explained that his teammates were talking nonsense in the headset, but actually I heard it too. When I talked to him, Kim Soo also noticed the newcomer, so he asked who the captain was. I also told him the captain's previous fake information. By the way, let's introduce everyone to each other. But Kim Jun-woo just walked in together and stepped forward. He first took the initiative to introduce himself, and the next second he wanted to know, how does the captain know me? Also asked which organization the hero belongs to. But Kim Jun-woo did not have time to wait for an answer. Activities have also officially begun. The people around were all looking towards the middle. The captain also has an excuse. Said he had to go complete a security mission. Then turned around and left. Looking at Kim Jun-woo's appearance, I could not help but guess, had he discovered something? The captain's story ended. We continued talking. Rachel noticed my position, even discovered the clothes on my body. He did not expect that this time I would wear the gift he gave me. The first act of the activity is the appearance of Zelen. He introduced everyone to this precious treasure. White crystal, this is formed by natural magic power condensation. A total of 480 crystals have been discovered so far, but no one can fully utilize its power. Speaking of this, Zelen was very excited. He told everyone, Lu Dun Group will perform next. Real usage method of white crystal. Simultaneously, Rachel remained observant in the hall. Since then, he discovered. In the hall, there was a black figure moving unnaturally. At first Rachel thought it was security, but as the number increases, this made him feel a bad feeling in his heart. Furthermore, there are too many people in the hall now, and it's impossible to act rashly. Right now, my standing up attracted Rachel. Just now after they went sightseeing, I chose to stay. Now the operation is not finished yet. Rachel was very suspicious of my move to leave. Then he could not help but think, every time I show up at a crime scene. Moreover, it always gives people the feeling that it is not normal. So Rachel immediately sent her bodyguards away. Monitor suspicious people in the hall. Wait until the 2 guards come down. He slowly picked up the necklace he was wearing. The next second Rachel used this magic item. Make yourself perfectly invisible. At this moment, he was preparing to chase me first. We just left. A man in the hall. Silently listening to his subordinate's report. After investigation, the crystals in Clancy's hall are genuine, and this man is Kim Hakpyo of the Evil Society. He heard Zelen on the radio promoting loudly. I could not help but exclaim that the other person really wanted money like crazy, wanting to prove to distinguished guests that this is a real product, then causing the stock price to skyrocket, thereby earning greater profits. Of course, Jin Hakpyo also understood that this was the Lu Dun Group, very confident in the security on the island. After all, this is an island floating in the air created by magic power. Demons cannot connect to artificial transmission points. The only transmission point is also heavily defended. But in Kim Hakpyo's eyes, these preparations are insignificant, because today they even mobilized transport planes in the air. After that, he immediately ordered everyone to start taking action. And on the other side, I am gradually moving towards the top floor of the hall. Rachel became more and more curious as she followed behind. Where is my purpose? A moment later, I arrived in front of 2 large doors, but the door was locked tightly. Rachel did not understand what it meant for me to go to the rooftop. Furthermore, only the key can open the door. He thought maybe I'd be sent back. Who would have thought I would take out a small hammer, leaving the hiding Rachel stunned. Clancy Island prohibits carrying weapons. but these tools can be brought in. But Rachel does not understand. How can this type of hammer break an alloy iron door? But as the sound of the iron door breaking came, he was also so surprised that he was speechless, because I did not even release magic power, but just used a normal hammer to smash the iron door into scrap metal. But after Rachel recovered, suddenly there were many screams downstairs, and now the hall was a mess. Guests are being attacked by crazy demons. Zillan was also captured by the evil order's people. He completely did not expect that the demon in front of him would fall from the sky, after Nate obtained the white crystal, and slowly say thank you to Zillan. But when he was about to leave, suddenly felt a sense of danger from behind. The next second, suddenly a violent explosion erupted in the hall. Hero Shangji came to stop Chen Xiangchen, very surprised, because the opponent not only avoids his attack, but also has this annoying ability to clone. He originally thought that the demon in front of me will fight directly with me. Who would have thought that Need would directly control the 8 clones to start running away? Seeing this, Chang Xiangchen was also very confused. Reluctantly, I can only choose one person to chase. The captain in the darkness also saw everything. There are not only demons in the hall at this time. There are even many monsters appearing. Kim Suho and Chainei Yang tried to defend themselves. Right now, someone is calling Chainei Yu. Turn your head and look. Turned out to be Hunter Kim Jun-woo. Just now there was so much chaos in the hall, so they all went to deal with the devil separately. Find Chainei Yu and them. Kim Jun-woo also threw a sword to Kim Suho. This was the sword he took from a dead demon. While you guys are fighting. Then I stood alone on the terrace and observed. According to the plot, Nade will split into 8 people to escape. First, the hero in the east is chasing, but this clone has no crystals in its hand. And in the south is a cocoon disguised as a demon following. But the crystal is also not in the south. Now there is still one person chasing the clone. That is, the captain in the north. According to the original work, the crystal is indeed in the north clone's hand. On the way to chase, Captain encountered obstruction from members of the evil society, besieged by many demons. He raised his hand neither quickly nor slowly, then emitted a ball of magic power that flew towards the people. The muscular demons are not in sight, but the ball looked like it would break if touched, directly devoured the demon maniacally. Hearing the pitiful cries of his comrades, the remaining demons all knew they had kicked an iron plate, but now it's too late to run away. The captain's moves are devilish and cruel. Nade saw the demons devoured into dross. Could not help but reveal a look of horror, but just for a moment. He was hit by the captain's attack. I on the rooftop witnessed this one-sided battle. Even though the captain is a character I created, but his ability is truly too cruel. But when I think, the crystal will follow the plot and fall into the hands of Wei Sak-don. Nade was killed by the captain and was also a clone. The captain below is also very confused. He thought his guess was correct. This scene also made me completely unable to sit still, then quickly turned on the computer. Want to see if the settings have changed or not, but I do not receive new messages. This means everything that happened before has led to the mere appearance of plot twists. After hastily thinking for a while, I quickly thought of a way to find the crystal, even though I have not tried it before. But now there is no more time. Immediately after that, I immediately turned the holy silver into my eyes. I poured magic power into my eyes, using all my strength to use Thien Le's eye. Sure enough, as I predicted, Thien Le Han was blessed by magic power. Now the name is worthy of the reality of being fast. After searching the entire scene for more than 10 seconds, I still have not discovered the location of the crystal. Luckily, a speeding car caught my attention. Looking closely, I discovered crystals up there, but at this moment, the image suddenly became very vague. There was also intense pain in his eyes. For this, I also understand that this is because Thien Le Han has reached its limit. But now the time is urgent. There is absolutely no time to rest. After that, I actively chased after her. After jumping to the ground, coincidentally, there was a motorbike parked here. After silently apologizing to the car owner in his heart, I immediately rode my motorbike and started straight away. At this time, the fighting in the hall gradually moved outside. Chainei Young and the others are protecting the guests to leave. By chance, I was driving and saw Chainei Young organizing everyone, so he called out loudly to him. Next, there are many demons and monsters. Seeing that he had no weapon in his hand, I immediately threw the magic sword I had just received to Chainei Young. Seeing that he still had some doubts about what this was, quickly explained the effectiveness of the magic sword. After reminding Chainei Young to be careful, I did not wait for him to continue asking but got in the car and drove away. Special equipment stolen from Sidious. Its ability value will change depending on the amount of magic power of the user. Different. So I think the magic sword in Chainei Young's hand can definitely exert power far beyond that of demons. While traveling, I once again used the Inlay Eye. According to the opponent's speed, I'll probably catch up soon. A few minutes later, Manan in the car contacted the transport plane to assist. But just when they thought everything was okay, I drove my motorbike directly into the small car. The powerful impact caused the small car to flip to the ground. After successfully stopping the demon man, I breathed a sigh of relief, but a demon in the car is not dead yet. Even kicked the car door open. When he walked out, very extravagantly announced my death. Seeing the demon man asking for help from a plane in the sky, I just realized that this guy still has accomplices. Regarding this, I decided to take out my computer, then glanced at the transport plane's serial number, then immediately focused speed to modify the setting, causing this transport plane to return. Modifications just completed. The demon man in front was stunned, because the transport plane in the sky left again. Now no one can stop me? Next I'm about to get the white crystal, but a whistling sound came from behind. Made me immediately feel the danger. And the next second, a terrifying magical power suddenly appeared. Right after that, at Manan's location, there was an explosion. Wait until I see the situation clearly through the smoke and dust. Then the demon of evil society lost his life. The person who came was Ki Junjing of the Weisak group. He came to plunder the white crystal. Kwai Junjing's appearance made me immediately feel bad. Thinking about how to get the crystal, I suddenly discovered something was wrong. Because on Ki Junjing's shoulders was Rachel. Now I understand, the situation has become even worse. After that I quietly withdrew the ether, then lit the white crystal on the ground. Seeing this, Kwai Junjing told me to quickly put my things down, and I asked him to release Rachel first. Hearing that, Kwai Junjing understood. What I want is the girl on my shoulder. He originally thought that Rachel had also come to look for the crystal. Should be convenient to carry. Kwai Junjing was a little curious. Is this girl that important to you? But after speaking, he suddenly became interested. So he asked me, in the end, the speed at which he broke his head was faster, or should I shoot the box faster? Regarding this, I coldly said that it does not matter who is faster, but if you do not let Rachel go, then you will never get what you want. Kwai Junjing also did not expect that I would be so tough. Then he immediately threw Rachel to the ground. At the same time, he told me to give him the things. Seeing that, I also threw the box over. Anyway, the white crystal is not something I can handle. The best initial option is to transfer the crystal to Rachel, so that it becomes a royal item. But in the current situation, we can only use it as a pawn to change people. I'm curious how Rachel was captured. Was planning to wait for her to wake up and then ask. Then Kai Jing rushed directly towards me. Everything happens in just one breath. I basically did not have time to react to his attack. Kwai Junjing's punch did not hold back at all. But what surprised me was, his force completely evaded me. At this moment, Kwai Junjing was very surprised. He could not help but say, how interesting. Because in Kwai Junjing's eyes, my liver is very big, when faced with his fists. Did not even blink an eye. Furthermore, from the beginning, Kwai Junjing discovered I was observing his movements. This was no doubt very suitable for the warrior's posture in his heart. Then he immediately withdrew his hand, and say I'm not irredeemable. When he turned to leave, Kwai Junjing also said he appreciated me very much, and I never said a word. Until it was determined that he was really gone. I finally could not control myself and fell to the ground. I really almost died just now. This is also the first time I have been so close to death. With Kwai Junjing's attack, I had no time to react at all. If he has the slightest intention of attacking me, I think my head may have moved. All in all, this time it seems like a lifetime has been avoided. At this moment Rachel also woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was to ask about the enemy's situation. After telling him that the other person had left, Rachel did not understand what that meant. So I told the whole process that happened. Also asked him if he also came here to search for crystals. Who would have thought that Rachel would say that she followed me here? Right after that, he took out a bullet to show me. He wanted to know if it was mine. He also said he picked it up during the final exam. Hearing that, I immediately understood that these were bullet casings that fell out when sniping from a distance. Then he admitted it was his. When I was about to take it back, Rachel put it away again and put the bullet in his pocket. This time he followed. Is worried that I will encounter a demon attack like him, but the enemy is much stronger than expected. Rachel was very frustrated because she could not help. After a short silence, Rachel still could not help but ask me, then why help him? If it is said that there may be a coincidence in it, this final exam is completely different, because he can feel it. After getting off the boat, I always followed him. I certainly cannot say why, so I made up my mind. Then tell Rachel it's because I'm your fan. As soon as these words came out, he was completely unexpected. To increase the persuasiveness, I also took out proof of joining the Rachel fan club. Even though this excuse is too fake, it's still better than saying it directly. You are the main character in the novel. I cannot stand by and watch you die or get injured. After a moment of thought, Rachel slowly said, if you're a fan, does that mean? Do you like me? Hearing Rachel's counter question. This time it was my turn to be confused. And after a while, the demons and monsters outside the hall have been resolved. Look at your damaged hair. Rai Yan Hoa's whole body was sighing. At this moment, Chene Yang quickly ran up. He wanted to know if Ryu Yan Hoa saw that. This strange saying. leaving Ri Yanhua unsure of what Chain Yang was talking about. During this battle, he really saw a lot of things. Among the most prominent is the hunter Jin Jun, who can destroy anything with his bare hands. There is also the sword Saint Jing Xiuhao, who can cut through all things. He easily cuts off all enemy attacks. As for Chain Yang, it makes people even more surprised. After receiving the magic sword I gave you, Chain Yang is truly the master of mass murder on the battlefield. He was also very satisfied with the magic sword I gave him. But, after hearing Chain Yang say she was talking about Jing He Zhen, Rai Yanhua only now recovered from the surprise just now. He's just like Chain Yang. Everyone saw me riding my motorbike out. While you two were thinking where I was going, Kim Suho hastily brought the news. Turns out someone noticed Rachel was nowhere to be found. Chain Yang also remembered that after the fight, she could not see him anymore. Rai Yaho became even more suspicious. Perhaps was the demon's original target Rachel. Indeed, just take Rachel hostage. Can absolutely claim the empire. Transfer Clancy Island to them. Think of this. Rai Yanhua could not help but angrily scold the cowardly and shameless society. But at this moment, someone saw a motorbike coming. The person up there is the missing Rachel. Seeing him safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Chain Yang noticed. This car is the one that Jing He Zhen just rode. For this, Ryu Yanhua thought everyone is suffering from this unexpected incident. Makes my head spin, then I ride again. Motorbike goes to another place. Then Rachel rode the same bike back. Does not this mean that I single-handedly defeated the demon? Then rescue Rup? He could not believe this was true. After all, there are many experts among the demons. On the other hand, I'm so tired that I just want to go back to the dorm to rest. And the new main plot also ends here. Wait until the evening of the next day, and there will be a gathering to eat and drink. At this time, Chain Yang is waiting for you. When I arrived, I only saw him. After asking, I realized I was too late. The others have already arrived at the restaurant. At this time, Chain Yang told me to quickly go over there. Today he invited everyone to dinner. This makes me feel very strange. Did something happen to Chain Yang? After walking some distance, he stopped walking again, an unusually tense look on his face. Then Chain Yang called me back. He had a problem he wanted to know. That means we're friends. Surely there's no problem. I completely did not expect Chain Yang's words. But after a moment of contemplation, I immediately answered no. Even told Chain Yang that we cannot be friends. Hearing that, he could not help but clench his fists. Then he immediately said that he was just talking casually. Chain Yang even thought I was looking down on him. Seeing him leave angrily, I was left with only silence. We cannot really be friends anyway. Because sooner or later I will leave this world. Because that would require killing his closest relative. So let's just forget about being friends. If we become friends, I think by then he will be even more heartbroken. After another day passed, we returned to Mafuong. Seeing that I had finally returned, Evangeline immediately ran out to greet me. He even jumped up and asked if I would bring delicious food home. After receiving the 2 fried chickens I bought, he happily said thank you to me. Seeing that, I could not help but feel happy. This feeling of peace is so good. There's food. Evangeline can probably rest easy for a while. Currently there are only 3 days left of the holiday. I have to deal with unfinished business. The first step is to start from linking with a smart watch. Otherwise, every time something unexpected happens, you have to turn on the computer. This drawback is still too annoying. Previously, because of saving speed points, it was not modified. Last time, because of Qi Junjing's appearance, I also received a bit of speed points. By the way, sync your computer and watch today. After consuming all remaining points, I can use the watch to view and make quick changes. After dealing with this, there's only one important thing left. When I returned to school, I contacted Park Soo-hyuk, asked him to help me get a motorbike. At this time, Park Soo-hyuk also asked for a car with the best performance, and I told him to choose the highest quality one. Although Park Soo-hyuk was surprised that the top version was so expensive, but after I confirmed it again, he said he would order it right away. On Clancy Island, I made a lot of money, so the money to buy this motorbike is not worth anything. Furthermore, the Lord of No Demons will soon attack the Demon Cave in City X. After they list, previously purchased shares will skyrocket. Thinking of this, I could not help but feel happy. Wednesday. The month-long summer vacation has also ended. When I returned, I heard people talking about social networks. I just remembered. It's been a while since I looked at the main group's social media. Before, I regularly paid attention to their updates. The content that Shin Jong-hek posted was very exaggerated. It's not like he's pretending. He's also showing off his daily training activities. The important thing is that a lot of people like his posts. But after I finished watching, I started to feel nauseous. As for Kim Soo-ho and Ri Yun-hwa, they rarely play. Rachel's account is managed by the royal family. Chain Yang's last post, apparently posted from Clancy Island. It seems that my refusal made him very sad. But I think he should get over this on his own. Looking around, everyone did not see anything unusual. During class, the teacher announced the start of the second semester. He told everyone that not only did the rankings change in the new semester, But there are also students transferring schools. Yesterday there was a class assignment ceremony for transfer students. These are the top 10 magic academies in the country. If any magician wants to become a hero, they will come to Ma Fuong as transfer students. Each class has 20 people. In total there will be 200 magicians moving in. Among them, I have already remembered the people who have a high chance of appearing in the plot. After the teacher's introduction is complete, the transfer student will be allowed in. But when looking at some of the important people who came to our class, I suddenly discovered that one of them was very familiar. The other person's face surprised me, because he is the original owner of Ither in the novel, Tomer. Even though skin color and hair color are different, but that face is absolutely infallible. Turn on the watch. As expected, the new settings have changed. Other authors believe that Tomer's appearance is too rigid, and the power is too strong for no reason, so from the beginning of the novel, for him to establish a bond with the main group of characters. After reviewing the settings, I'm so happy, because this is clearly adding to my troubles. Anyway, Tomer is not an easy person to deal with. New semester begins. The first thing I did was move to a new dormitory. Seeing that the room was several times more spacious than before, Evangeline became very excited. Rooms are more spacious? I think he will also be more comfortable. Jobs may be assigned to this dormitory. It's also because my ranking has increased. Ma Fuong is divided by rank. I'm just in an average performance position. I am very satisfied with this ranking. The previous dormitory was too small. I'm also worried that Evangeline's stay will be too restrictive. As for how to deal with Tomer next, we can only start to think slowly from now on. The first subject of the new semester is field training. This is also to close the distance between students of the old class and transfer students. The school even gave this training session a code name, Dangerous Mountain Climbing Journey. There are no dangerous monsters in the mountains, but there are all kinds of pitfalls. Agency. The teacher advised everyone to pay more attention. If you are not careful, you will be injured and have to be hospitalized. Next, everyone will enter the mountain in groups of 12 people. The entrance gate of each group has also been arranged. After the teacher gave the order, all the students simultaneously entered the mountain. But the further I went into the mountains, the darker the weather became. Moreover, it is very cold. Kim Soo-ho reminds everyone to be careful. If what the teacher says is true, you can encounter pitfalls at any time. But he just finished mentioning, a student transferring to a mage school has fallen into a trap. Kim Soo-ho and others also reacted. But the speed of these traps is too fast. Many people were tied up in the air one after another. After successfully rescuing the students, Chae Na-young and the others immediately prepared to move locations. Who would have thought that when going forward, a creature shaped like a female demon appeared, in just a split second? Chae Na-young and Kim Soo-ho were both so scared that they turned and ran away. After arriving at the outside area, they sat down on the ground to rest. At this moment, everyone was scared by the female demon from before. When he regained his senses, Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-young also complimented each other on the other's performance. But Chae Na-young suddenly thought of something.
Hearing that, Kim Soo-ho immediately said of course. At the same time, curiously asked him why he asked that. At this moment, Chae Na-young also understood that Kim Soo-ho's reaction was normal. And I said I could not be friends? He could not help but think of another possibility. Could it be that Kim Ha-jin wants to cross the friendship line, to move towards a more intimate relationship with me? Think of this. His face turned somewhat red. Just then, I also discovered the next two groups of people are exchanging with each other.
The highest ranked person on our team is Lee Ji-woo, ranked 20th, and Derek 41st. Derek said they had an illusion. Still lost for a long time, Kim Ha-jin finally stepped in to show the way. At first he felt very strange. I did not expect that I would find the exit correctly. Right after that, some people are still talking about the second semester's team-up activities. Ask Kim Soo-ho and Chae Na-young. They also have not chosen their teammates yet. At this time Lee Ji-woo said, until then he wants to find Kim Ha-jin and see. After all, grouping is based on achievements to choose teammates. Therefore Lee Ji-woo thought that, if she had to pair with a low-ranked person, Kim Ha-jin is probably the best in the top 3 digits. His words also surprised Chae Na-young and Derek, but for some reason, Chae Na-young suddenly said that Kim Ha-jin is actually very cold and difficult, so he did not advise Lee Ji-woo to choose. But Chae Na-young's heart was also very confused. He did not know why he said that. Hearing Chae Na-young talk about my weakness, Derek continued. He said that I had a lot of bad rumors. For example, he often leaves Ma Fuong to indulge in pleasure. Hearing that Chae Na-young and Kim Soo-ho were clearly unhappy, but Derek did not notice. He continued to say that a violent organization had come to bribe me. Derek's words completely angered Chae Na-young. He was very angry and questioned Derek. Are all of these things what you see with your own eyes? Seeing Chae Na-young so angry, Derek hesitantly replied that he did not see it. Kim Soo-ho also supported Chae Na-young. If you do not see it with your own eyes, do not say those words. He believes I'm not that kind of person. After that, Kim Soo-ho immediately ended the topic. Now that everyone had rested enough, they began to continue climbing. By evening, today's training session ended. At the same time, Yup, after testing the equipment's voice change effect, immediately put on the prepared outfit. Today was the first meeting of Ryu Yama's Lac Ho Intelligence Guild. Lac Ho and Essence High Heap each have their own faction. Only those identified as his subordinates in the future. Only you can become a member of this association. After preparing throughout the holiday, Ryu Ho has identified part of the personnel. During the first meeting, everyone was very excited. Next, Ryu Ho stated the specific direction of the guild. He divided Lac Ho into 3 large patches. A group responsible for gathering competitors' plans or intelligence. Top goal is the plan of the top-ranking guilds in the country. Group 2 is dedicated to investigating if there are any new dungeons, or the location of a newly appeared mid to upper level monster. Finally, it's what Group 3 has to do. They need to stay in the dark, doing things that cannot see the light of day, such as hanging, kidnapping, etc. When necessary, they even have to carry out murder missions. Group 3 is also the Shadow and Lac Ho's darkness. Now, Ryu Yanhua has assigned the first mission to Group 3, is to investigate the past of these 5 people. But do not let them be discovered or hurt them. After all the tasks are assigned, Lac Ho's first meeting has ended. In this background investigation, the remaining 4 people are just extras. Ryu Ho really only wants to know one thing. That's what happened in my past. The morning of the second day, when I just woke up, immediately discovered that Evangeline had run into my room. Seeing that he was still sleeping, I did not wake him up. Patted his head and then went out. At this time, the little cat in the house also woke up. It is a soul created by Evangeline, not an illusion or a spirit body, but an entity created by Evangeline using his power. Although the current effect of the little cat is adorable, but in the future it can definitely help me become like a tiger with wings. Thinking of this, I happily went to the restaurant to get food. On the way, I suddenly heard someone calling me. Turned his head to look. Unexpectedly, it was Ryu Yanhua who had just finished practicing. He was curious about where I was going, knew I wanted to go to the restaurant, so Ryu Yanhua immediately followed. On the way, he once again asked me if I had finished thinking about the future. After all, there's only a little more than a year left until it's time for hero internship. After saying that time was running out, Ryu Yanhua once again extended the invitation. He hopes I can join the Essence of High Heap. To be honest, joining Ryuma's guild, basically equivalent to stepping on the path to fame. But I already had a place I liked, so I told him. I'm more interested in the Mineral Hunters Guild. Hearing that Ryu Yanhua was indeed not angry, but swearing would definitely change my mind. He said, just bring back what I've been looking for, surely my thinking will change. Hearing that, I was immediately stunned, not understanding what he was saying. Asked Ryu Yanhua and he would not tell me. Just like that, we talked while going to the restaurant. During that time, he also said that Lee Jung-ah was punished. After eating, it was time to go to class. Lately I've been paying attention to Kim Soo-ho. He's probably preparing to attack the dungeon, in the original novel. On Kim Soo-ho's way to Sword Mountain after the end of summer vacation, attracted by the resonant sound of sword energy, he found a dungeon that had never been discovered before. In there, Kim Soo-ho has received a very important weapon, but that weapon needs to use the power of sprouting powder to awaken. The problem is, the preschool powder is still in my hand, plus the involvement of another author. Changes are likely to occur in this dungeon, for Kim Soo-ho's safety. So I must follow him. Anyway, I know very well how cruel this world treats Kim Soo-ho. Furthermore, maybe I can get some bargains in there. Time flies, today's lesson is over. Originally, I wanted to invade the dungeon first, thinking about how to deal with Tummer. But now it seems like we have to step back. Right now he probably still is not completely on either side. The demon just needs to find Tummer's father. There's still a chance to attract him, because Tummer's purpose is only one. That is to find his missing father and kill him himself. But I do not know where Tummer's father is either. At that time, I did not write carefully, plus my magic power was not enough. Using the true book also only has vague information. I do not consider Lee Jin-haik. He's basically responsible for domestic information. Tummer's father is abroad, most likely impossible to find. But very quickly I thought of someone who could help me. The other person is Kim Chun-dong's only friend. Is also a graduate of the intelligence department of a key military school. So that evening I immediately called Kim Ho-yep. After saying it was me, Kim Ho-yep reacted. Since the end of the admission ceremony, we have not been in contact for a long time. At this time I do not hide my intentions, but frankly speaking, I want to use a small amount of compensation to ask him to find someone. On the other hand, Ho-yep also agreed with me, but the voice is too small. When I was about to hang up the phone, I asked him if he was bullied by his superiors. Hearing that, Kim Ho-yep was curious as to how I knew. As for me, I guessed it from the fact that his voice suddenly became quieter. So I immediately told Ho-yep, if you're planning on quitting your job recently, can introduce you to a guild. With your ability, you can definitely receive good treatment. At the same time, tell Kim Ho Yip. The opponent is an intelligence guild called Lak Ho. After ending the call, I could not help but think. Introducing such a talent to Ryu Yan-ha. He should thank me properly anyway, right? Late at night. Kim Suho is practicing swordplay alone. His swordsmanship has reached maturity. But at this moment, Kim Suho suddenly stopped moving. Understanding what he meant, I immediately walked out from behind. Seeing me, he took back the wooden sword. School is just open now. I did not expect Kim Suho to work so hard. As for me, I can explore at will, seeing you try so hard. Are you planning on going on a solo dungeon raid? Hearing that, Kim Suho even told me to stop teasing him. Who would have thought that in the next second, I would directly say Kim Hak-sun? He did not understand how I knew, seeing that I told Kim Suho not to be nervous. I just happened to see it when I was outside. Anyway, my eyes are always very sharp. After that, I also clearly stated the purpose. Wanted him to take me with him to that dungeon. At that time, the bonus only needs to be divided in half by me. If you receive a tree branch, just give me some leaves. I'm afraid I have no intention of hiding anything. Kim Suho also admitted. Last week he did indeed discover a dungeon, originally intended to attack on his own. I told him, if you go alone, no matter what, there will definitely be difficulties. Regarding this, Kim Suho also said that it would be very dangerous for him to go alone. But can you trust me with your back? Is another matter. Then he took off his coat. Kim Suho now wants to personally verify. See if I am a trustworthy person after all. Ask me if I can do a simple check. This development surprised me a bit. The distance between me and Kim Suho is too big. Even if he only uses one hand, I'm not sure he can win. So I said that the terrain here is spacious, not beneficial for snipers. Moreover, weapons have a great influence on me. Such a contemptuous fight is not very fair. But Kim Suho did not pay attention. He also did not intend to test the performance of my weapon. At the same time, there's no need for me to win. Wait until he himself is satisfied. Will naturally withdraw his hand. Seeing that I had to agree. Looks like he wanted to fight me a long time ago. So I started thinking about how to deal with Kim Suho. Even though he wields a wooden sword, it is only covered by magic power. My bullets are just decorations. A direct confrontation will only lead to defeat, thereby reducing sympathy. Wanting to achieve Kim Suho's expectations, I can only try another way. And the shirt he took off just now gave me an idea. As soon as Kim Suho said he was ready, he told me. I immediately took the opportunity to quietly modify the settings a bit. After typing for more than 10 seconds, I immediately said we could start. Hearing that, he also responded, and the battle began. But as soon as I finished speaking, Kim Suho has already arrived in front of me. Luckily, I used bullet time in time. Succeeded in clearly seeing the trajectory of Kim Suho's wooden sword, then immediately dodged his attack. Kim Suho reversed the hilt, then continued to chase after me who was dodging. The speed this time is very fast. Even though I saw the trick, I was still injured by the blade. I cannot just passively take the beating forever, so it's definitely impossible to receive Kim Suho's recognition. Immediately after that, I pulled out my pistol and decisively opened fire. His reaction was very quick. Just moving slightly, I dodged my bullet. Luckily, this also gave me time to catch my breath. Kim Suho's speed is very fast. Must use bullet time to barely avoid the attack. Therefore, it cannot continue for long. Otherwise, when the skill effect ends, there would not be any chance. Next, I will give an example little by little, causing him to walk into the trap I set. And Kim Suho, when I was about to shoot, once again moved behind me. This time, I really did not react in time. After that, I quickly used Nithe to wrap around the big tree in front. I was able to escape Kim Suho's attack range. Even if it's just a little slow, I think I've lost now. This attack of his did not hold back at all. Regarding this, Kim Suho was not surprised. He said, "It's true that I can still dodge this attack, but now I have no way back." Kim Suho wanted to know how I would respond, and now I'm betting. Betting that his foot would fall on the jacket he had taken off. The next second, I made the right bet. When the trap I set up was activated, Kim Suho was shot out on the spot. Wait until he falls hard to the ground. Then I also won this test. That coat just now, I modified it into a trap. When someone steps on it, it will be pushed out. After activating once, the effect will disappear on its own. At this time, Kim Suho very frankly admitted that he lost. At this moment, he officially observed me. Kim Suho's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. After a brief moment of eye contact, he happily agreed to take me along. Seeing that, I also breathed a sigh of relief, making Kim Suho feel secure in leaving me behind. And somewhere else, in an abandoned factory somewhere, Tichchuan Kan was heartbroken when he broke a relic, because it is worth a lot of money. Dylan comforted it. Just take out the items brought back from the Empire. I will find a way to get double that amount back. Having said that, Dylan started using the white crystal. Very fast. A beam of light shines on the broken relics. Under the effect of white crystal, the fragments of relics began to gradually recover. Moreover, each fragment turned into a complete relic. After fabrication is complete, Duran says, These swords are all fakes made from fragments. No need for other steps. As long as you have crystals, you can create a relic. After testing, their performance far exceeded that of low-level relics. One relic can produce about 30 swords. According to the magic volume of the crystal, Duran speculates that about 600 more bars could be made. A sword is priced higher than a low-level relic. Also, if it is 600 bars, they will have a terrible fortune. Duran's performance received universal recognition. Jean, after praising him, said that in addition to the white crystal, now there's one more important thing, that is, Lord Fuckma begins his invasion of Devil's Cave X. The enemy is the next target of the Waysak Dome. The captain told all members, the goal of this mission is to plunder the Lord of Fuma. After a period of separation from me, Kim Suho immediately analyzed the recent battle. My movements seem extremely slow, but can always dodge all attacks. There's also that last strange jump. Kim Suho really could not figure out how I did it, but he quickly gave up. Because this also suits the mysterious Jinghe Zen in his heart. From this match, Kim Suho guessed that the normal me was hiding my strength, perhaps also to protect myself. I originally thought he was the only one who did that. I did not expect to meet like-minded people now, as we continue to move forward. Kim Suho suddenly heard a noise next to him. Upon checking, I discovered that Chae Ne-yun was still practicing swordplay. Then he went over to say hello. The result startled Chae Ne-yun. Kim Suho asked him if he was practicing swordsmanship. Hearing that, Chae Ne-yun explained that it was just physical training. After speaking, he asked Kim Suho again, "Where are you going so late?" Regarding this, Kim Suho suddenly wanted to tease him a bit, so I said I'm gonna see Hyo Jung. More than that, it's about your story. Hearing Kim Suho's words, Chae Ne-yun's small face immediately turned red. Seeing him react so loudly, Kim Suho quickly said it was a joke. Just a simple practice match. Chae Ne-yun does not understand. Why is he sparring with a weak person like me? But this time Kim Suho did not tell him. Not receiving an answer, Chae Ne-yun immediately turned around, continued to practice, and Kim Suho told him, "Do you want to try holding a sword without using so much force? Because such things can be cut, will also become more difficult to cut." Right after that, he also performed for Chae Ne-yun a bit. Seeing this trick of his, Chae Ne-yun wanted to see it again. Kim Suho immediately told him to put away all the sharp weapons in his hands. A moment later, Chae Ne-yun also returned to the dormitory. Just now, Kim Suho even said he could take him along for training in the future. This time he thought he had to practice more. Only then can you find a feeling of release. But the more I want to improve quickly. Chae Ne-yun suddenly felt great pressure. If you want to relieve pressure in the evening, there's only one way, which is to play the game. In this world, there is a game that is very popular with heroes. Many current heroes will all conduct imagination training in there. The name of the game is Century Sword Fighter. Its popularity is very exaggerated, major tournaments every season. There is even a television station specializing in live broadcasts. The special feature of this game is, which does not have any upgrades and increases in props. Players only need to rely on their consciousness to control their body, to conduct combat. After going online, Chae Ne-yun did not go for ratings. He just came to relieve pressure. Just casually find someone who is easy to bully. Very quickly, he discovered his target. The kid in front is called Kwon Thong Jiep. Record is 43 wins, 43 losses. The rank is just platinum. No matter how you look at it, Chae Ne-yun feels that the other person is very easy to bully, so he immediately decided to send a request for a duel. The unexpected thing is, the name Kwon Jiep also immediately agreed to fight. During the few seconds of preparation, Chae Ne-yun was observing carefully. He needs to see clearly what moves his opponent will make. When the bell rang to start the match, the war between the two also broke out. The armored masses in front of us did not observe anything but directly. Heady. At that moment, Chae Ne-yun was a little caught off guard, as he was preparing to counterattack. Then he found that the other person had grabbed his shirt, also uses the trick to defeat Tam Lam. With just one sweep of the foot, Chae Ne-yun lost her balance. After that, Kwon Jiep took advantage of the opportunity to add another blow. The next second the system showed Chae Ne-yun failed. This made him very angry. Defeated like that, he cannot admit defeat easily. So we once again launched a duel. But what Chae Ne-yun did not expect was, I lost the match again. Unconvinced, he continued to challenge, and Kwon Jiep did not refuse, but after fighting many consecutive battles, Chae Ne-yun all ended in miserable failure. He finally understood. I really cannot fight this platinum idiot in front of me, even though I know I will still lose. But Chae Ne-yun still asked to fight him one more time. This time Kwon Jiep used the excuse of being sleepy to refuse. Seeing that, Chae Ne-yun quickly asked the other person, are all online at this time, after receiving confirmation. He immediately wanted to ask Kwon Thong Jiep to point him in the right direction. I did not expect Chae Ne-yun to be so stubborn. Kwon Jiep had to agree. After going online, I was in the dorm and immediately took off my gaming hat. The person I just met in the game is too stubborn, causing me to directly win 7 matches in a row. Originally I just went online to check it out. Let's see if random enhancements can be used in the game. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got up, I encountered a fighting fanatic. At this time, I did not know that person was Chae Yun. After checking this time, I also understand. The random enhancement system is better than I thought. After enhancing the game console, even virtual characters in games, is also. When I was getting ready to go to sleep, turn around to see. Then discovered that Evangeline was still eating cake. So I quickly took the cake. Eating too much will definitely do it. Have a stomach ache. The cake was taken away. Evangeline immediately sobbed. Said he still had not eaten enough and asked me to give it back to him. Even though I told her to continue eating tomorrow, Evangeline still refused. I did not expect that now he can even learn to be a babe. After putting away the cake, I hugged Evangeline, then tell her. The morning will bring better food to compensate for it. The handsome Evangeline stopped crying now, after putting it to sleep. My watch just received a text message. And in C, I just found out that it turned out to be sent by Jin Soo-ho. He had set a date to go to the dungeon on Friday next week. So I immediately responded to Jin Soo-ho. That day, we came to the open space where we took the written exam. The following days passed quite calmly. Every day is practice and class, along with newly added evening gaming hours. Since the last appointment with the player in the game, I will go online on time to fight with that person. After finishing practice today, I should go to sleep. Seeing that, Chae Young happily said goodbye to me. Lately, basic gaming has also become a part of my daily life. This is also because the other person is very polite. At first, that person did not say a word and immediately agreed to fight. I thought I had met a strange person. Now I suddenly remember. It seems like until now I still have not read that person's game nickname. Carefully recall that strange name. Plus 2 more words in there like Na Young. I cannot help but think of Chae Young, but I quickly denied myself. That's actually a bit of an overinterpretation. But time passes quickly. Arrive next Friday. Today I watched Chae Young practice. Kim Soo also praised his movements. Much more natural than before. Chae Young said she was playing a game recently. Helps improve swordsmanship. Kim Soo-ho has also heard of this game, but he has never experienced it. Chae Young also said that in the game she met a master. That person not only agreed to practice with him, but the enemy's close combat is still very strong. Kim Soo-ho thought he could receive compliments from Chae Young, perhaps a hero in office? But the answer Chae Young received after asking was negative. At this time I also came here. Chae Young immediately turned around. I'm curious what these two people are doing. Kim Soo-ho was about to say that he had been practicing swordplay with Ni Young recently. Then Chae Young hurriedly stopped him and said that we just happened to meet each other today while practicing. His words made Kim Soo-ho very suspicious, but looking at Chae Young's face, Kim Soo-ho did not say anything more. At this time, I also told him that he could leave. Hearing that, Chae Young curiously asked where we wanted to go, but we did not tell him. After saying goodbye to him, I also told Chae Young to try to practice. And he suddenly discovered something was wrong. It's that Kim Soo-ho and I seem to have become very close. Plus, Kim Soo-ho said before that he talked about himself. Chae Young was even more curious about what we were going to do. Extremely interested, he secretly followed, even eavesdropped on our conversation. However, when he heard me ask Kim Soo-ho about his recent situation, Chae Young was stunned at first, then her face turned red. He did not even dare to listen to what I wanted to ask. A moment later, we went to a nearby restaurant. While eating, me and Kim Soo-ho confirmed the location of the dungeon, because it is within City X. So he reminded me to be careful when going there. I also very much agree with this. Because City X is the most dangerous place in the country. When the magic explosion incident initially occurred, more than half of the terrain there have all turned into dangerous mountain ranges. The western part of City X is prohibited for normal people to travel. Sword Moon Mountain is also nearby, in this world that I have established. There are many important objects that must not fall into the hands of villains, but because of the danger, there are still a few places that I do not have the courage to search alone. But if Kim Soo-ho helps, who knows, maybe we can get it before the villain. At his current stage, he should already be stronger than a mid-level hero. If we take away the things that originally belong to the villain, so it will be safer in the future. Think of this. I look at Kim Soo-ho more and more pleasantly. When eating rice, we've considered what to bring, but Kim Soo-ho probably does not have much money, so I have to prepare a lot of equipment and food. At this time, an ice wrapper also came to the shop. The way he dressed immediately caught my eye. After discovering my eyes, he quickly turned around and left. Then go get the food you ordered in advance. And I now realize who this person is. Immediately after that, he prepared to command him, so I immediately called Ryu Yan-ho's name. Hearing that, he quickly said that he recognized the wrong person. But after hearing the voice, Kim Soo-ho also recognized it as Ryu Yan-ho. We even invited him to sit down and eat together. But Ryu Yan-ho does not want others to know. I really like eating hamburgers and fried chicken. This time being discovered made him all bewildered. Immediately after that, I picked up my things and quickly left, but because Ri Yanho ran too fast, so he forgot to pay. Looking at the bewildered boss, I immediately said I would pay for him. This also has a big impact. After that, Rayada did not dare look at me for 3 days straight. Just wait until we finish preparing our things. Today we will also officially go on a dungeon tour to City X. I immediately met Kim Soo-ho. Next, he himself will lead the way. A moment later, we entered the range of Kim Mugayat Mountain, but it took a long time and still has not arrived. I was very careful on the way. Because Sword Moon Mountain is near the forbidden area. Continue climbing a bit. Kim Soo-ho immediately stopped, then told me he was coming. This place is extremely private. Even if you know the location, it's very difficult to find. Plus the entrance is very narrow. Once inside there is danger. It will be very difficult to escape. Kim Soo-ho wanted to know if I was sure I wanted to go in. For this, of course I want to go. And told him not to underestimate my shooting ability. This time to prevent any mishaps. When I arrived, I specifically spent speed points to create light bullets. But if there are mid to upper level monsters, it must have been handled by Kim Soo-ho. When about to go inside, I told him to hold my hand. Kim Soo-ho wondered why he did that. I explained that it was very dark inside the cave. Opening the flashlight arbitrarily will stimulate the spirit monster. Hearing that, he also understood what I meant. After that we decided to enter the cave, different from the outside entrance. Once inside it becomes very spacious. The only weak point is that it is very cold. Kim Soo-ho wears little clothes, was a bit chic. Not long after I left, I suddenly felt something was not right. Immediately stopped. Because through the divine eye, I discovered there was another path into the cave. This means the dungeon has another entrance. But I do not remember this setting at all. So I continued to delve deeper into the situation. Unexpectedly, on the far side of another road, there were two people slowly approaching. Kim Soo-ho was curious about what happened. I told him not to say anything. Because I need to concentrate and observe. From the basic appearance, it is impossible to tell who the other person is. But the aura they radiate is definitely not the main character. It did not take long for me to receive new news. This is a change notice from another author. He thought that the rewards of Sword Moon Mountain Dungeon were too rich. But the difficulty was not high, so this dungeon was changed into a hidden door connecting to MQX. After viewing the notification, I also clearly understand the current situation. That's the dangerous demon ruins that have nothing to do with it. This moment is connected to Sword Moon Mountain Dungeon. Then I asked Kim Soo-ho about today. After finding out it was the 14th, I finally noticed something was not right, because today is the day the Demon Lord completely attacks the Demon Palace. So these two people are the Demon Lord's demons. They must have been here first. The reconnaissance team discovered that my expression was incorrect. Kim Soo-ho immediately asked in a low voice what was going on. This time I told him, there was someone coming opposite. Hearing this sentence, Kim Soo-ho felt a bit unbelievable. But in my heart, I was even more worried. The Lord of Demon Resurrection in the Demon Organization are also considered quite powerful existences. The fake identities they use are basically all intermediate heroes or higher, even if they have been repaired. Our current strength must be very difficult to deal with. Just as I was pondering, should we continue the dungeon invasion or not? The other two people seemed to want to return. After they finished negotiating, they began to return the same way. Seeing that, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Just take the opportunity to quickly attack the monster leader, to quickly find the boss location. I immediately used the power of the Holy Seal to lift Thean Leihan. Looking straight into the deepest part of the cave, I immediately saw a stone stele. That place must be the location of the monster leader. Once found, I told Kim Soo-ho about the route, at the same time saying that we must fight quickly and win quickly. The others will most likely return. Kim Soo-ho also firmly agreed. And on the other side, in Maquad X, Demon Lord's people are almost done with their strategy. President Kim Jeong-jaeyoung is asking the others, any other findings? Right now, the two of them were talking on the phone. Talk about the secret path to Sword Moon Mountain. Hearing that there was a hidden gate, Kim Jeong-jaeyoung immediately felt interested. So I told those two to continue exploring without returning to the team. I and the others will be there soon. After finishing talking on the phone, Kim Jeong-jaeyoung immediately told the other members. The reconnaissance team found the hidden gate. Next we'll go and wipe everything out. Hearing that, there was a man who was curious about the person in the reconnaissance team. I heard that the enemy went to reconnaissance first. Man just calmly said one sentence. Are you missing two people? Seeing him still standing there, the other members immediately told him to act quickly. Who would have thought that the next second, the man suddenly opened a transmission channel. The president is very suspicious about what he is doing. Why open an artificial transmission point? Hearing the other person's words, the man also seemed a bit angry, because this is not a demon's teleportation, but the ability to connect neighboring spaces. The name is Nahat King Kong. Kim Jeong-jaeyoung saw that his subordinates still did not revoke the transmission, very angry at this time. But the man in front of me, is actually an undercover member of the Demon Lord. His real identity is Wei Sakdon, Anza Blue Caliph. At this time, Kim Jong-jaeung prepared to move forward to clean him up. Who would have thought that when Khalifa gently waved her hand, the next second, the other members were stunned, because from inside the transmission line, suddenly a long black thorn appeared and pierced Kim Jong-jaeung's head. Right after that, his body was slowly melting. The Demon Lord's men had not yet reacted. Their president died on the spot, even turned into a monstrous cloud of ash. And the one who took action was the captain of the Wei Sak group. His powers are still as brutal and powerful as before, but the captain did not deal with the rest, but uses the ability to make all demons unconscious. He also did it because of the shares, so we can only save the lives of these people. After all, Wei Sakduan also bought a lot of Lord Fuckmas shares. Next, Khalifa was planning to see the hidden gate. Who would have thought that the captain would tell him to just wait here? Khalifa was curious, were there any variables? The captain immediately told him. Currently, 2 people have infiltrated the hidden gate. They are all one of the candidates of the Wei Sak group. Hearing that, Khalifa immediately understood. It seemed like he was preparing to test the opponent. After that, the captain's body began to gradually liquefy. The next second, he quickly walked towards the hidden gate. At the same time, me and Kim Soo-ho are dealing with monsters on the road. These are all level 9 low-grade undead monsters, although their numbers are very large. But for me and Kim Soo, nor is it considered a threat. What surprised Kim Soo-ho was, in such a dark environment, every time I accurately hit the monster's weak point. So he once again said that I was indeed very strong. Regarding this, I am very skeptical. Then immediately said to speed up, every turn ahead as monsters. Fortunately, the rank is still as low as before. Finally, not long after, Kim Soo-ho immediately eagerly called me. I heard he found a place with writing. I know I have reached my destination. After following, Kim Soo-ho found a wall. The words above made him a little confused. Kim Soo-ho wanted to see if he could use the watch to translate, so I used my watch to scan the text. After getting the explanation, he also understood that what lay before him was a puzzle. In the original work, after receiving the translation, Kim Soo-ho could not solve the puzzle. He finally sent Ryu Yan, then entrust the Intelligence Association to receive the answer. But now time is rushing. I do not have time for him to develop according to the original story anymore. So he immediately said the answer. It was lightning. The next second, the wall instantly bloomed with blinding light. Kim Soo-ho discovered that the words on it had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent shaking inside the cave. The stone wall in front quickly slowly rose. Seeing that, Kim Soo-ho curiously asked, could it be that the answer is lightning? This is actually a story I heard elsewhere. Finally, conveniently make it into a puzzle. Kim Soo-ho did not expect I could solve the puzzle so quickly. Could not help but once again praise me as a genius. And next, we will officially attack the dungeon's monster leader. But what we do not notice is, when we entered the monster leader's room, everything that just happened was seen by the captain who had just arrived. He felt very satisfied. Not only did I have courage, but also has a smart brain. Even though it's just a hidden gate. But I can take Kim Soo-ho here in 10 minutes. Without a doubt, it has proven that my abilities are very strong, plus possessing demonic powers. The captain has made the final decision. Will recruit me to join the Wei Sak group, but he had one last thing to confirm. That is whether I can kill the enemy without hesitation. Just now, after receiving orders, the 2 of you just now immediately returned to the hidden gate. But now they're a little lost. Captain, after discovering the Demon Lord's men, he thought I probably still did not know the other person was a demon. Then I found a good way. The captain prepares to use 2 demons to check. On the other hand, Kim Soo-ho and I arrived in the leader's room. I immediately recognized the monster sitting in front of me. That is the master of this dungeon, Sword of Destruction. The monsters also discovered us at this time, so he immediately opened his tightly closed eyes. In the moment of eye contact, Kim Soo-ho seemed to see something. The swordsman of destruction appeared before him again, even opened his mouth to talk to him. The monster speed exceeded Kim Soo-ho's expectations. When he was preparing to draw his sword to counterattack, I loudly called his name again, then let Kim Soo-ho focus his attention and regain his spirit. I just discovered that the other person was still squatting in place. Kim Soo-ho could not help but doubt. Could it be that the monster used teleportation? But very quickly he knew the reason. Just now that was the enemy's momentum. That's why I see illusions. Starting from middle to upper levels, humanoid monsters can basically talk. Kim Soo-ho understands. The opponent's strength far surpassed the monsters he had encountered before. At this moment, the swordsman of destruction took out a sword, then laughed loudly and mocked Kim Soo-ho to see if he was scared. When I was about to remind him, then discovered that Kim Soo-ho suddenly regained his condition. I instinctively understood, after he learned that the other person was also a swordsman, immediately regained confidence. Kim Soo-ho's talent is Sword Saint, destined to stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Any swordsman would never be his opponent. As for me, I reminded Kim Soo-ho, the essence of that monster is the sword in its hand. The voice just now came from inside that sword. Right now what's standing there is just a corpse. Originally, he could have come to this conclusion himself during the battle. It's just that I cannot continue wasting time anymore. At this time, I told Kim Soo-ho not to attack the monster's body. But directly targeting that sword is fine, and I will help cover him. When Kim Soo-ho replied that he trusted me, the monster took the opportunity to attack. The unexpected turn of events was beyond my expectations. Before I could remind Kim Soo-ho, inside the cave there was a terrible explosion. The smoke and dust created also obscured my vision. But the sound of the weapons clashing made me feel much more secure. Because Kim Soo-ho promptly blocked this attack, after a violent collision, the two have also separated. Kim Soo-ho immediately took advantage of the situation and rushed towards the monster. The monster also used all his strength to swing a sword. But what makes it unexpected is, my attack missed but Kim Soo-ho did. Get behind. Wait until the monster turns around to detect it. Kim Soo-ho immediately violently stabbed at the monster. His goal is clear. Is to attack the sword in the opponent's hand. Unfortunately, this stab was blocked by the destroyer swordsman with his arm. This also surprised Kim Soo-ho, because he intended to keep crashing down. As a result, it cannot penetrate any deeper. The monster is currently very happy. Even sinisterly thanks Kim Soo-ho. Traveled thousands of miles to bring the body here. When Kim Soo-ho discovered he could not continue crashing down, he quickly prepared to draw his sword, but could not pull it out. At this moment, the destroyer swordsman's killer move has arrived. The critical moment. I promptly took action. A powerful magic light bullet stopped the monster's attack. Thanks to my help, Kim Soo-ho finally took out his sword. Now The monster in front of him was probably predictable from the beginning. We will aim at its essence. Hearing that, Kim Soo-ho took a deep breath. Then he very confidently said, I will be more careful with my next attacks. The monsters ahead are constantly fermenting. This also makes Kim Soo-ho very suspicious. What makes monsters happy is Jing Soo-ho's newly unleashed power. It's been a long time since I've seen such a perfect body. Right now, what the Swordsman of Destruction wants most is to quickly take over Jing Soo-ho. After laughing loudly, the wound on the monster's arm also recovered in the blink of an eye. I'm not surprised, the opponent's essence is a sword. Attacking the body cannot be effective. Seeing this scene, Kim Soo-ho not only did not find it difficult to deal with, on the contrary, he rushed towards the Swordsman of Destruction. Then they fought again. Sword energy is born from the collision of sword and sword. It even made me feel like my skin was being cut. I firmly believe that Kim Soo-ho will definitely win, but fighting for a long time is not beneficial. The Demon Lord's people make me very worried about this gap. If I want to support him, pistols and sniper rifles must be eliminated. So the only things that can be used are pistols. And Kim Soo-ho in the battle with monsters are also becoming more and more proficient. Soon the monster's sword made a cracking sound. This makes the swordsman feel unbelievable. I was gradually crushed. What's more important is, the sword that Kim Soo holding is clearly a normal sword. As a result, it can cause damage to its body, but can also be kept intact. This is the power brought by the Sword Saint's magic power. If I think about continuing, I will lose. Swordsman Fadayat immediately became angry. Kim Soo-ho's condition is also not good. The monster's strength made his hands a bit numb, but Kim Soo-ho actually smiled. The more tricks you go through. In his heart, he was even more convinced that in this battle, I am the ultimate winner. After all, he still has a trustworthy teammate. As soon as the swordsman destroyed, preparing to continue fighting Kim Soo-ho, I shot a shot from the side, hitting its sword hand, to stop the monster's actions. I believe Kim Soo-ho will not disappoint me. Even though this monster is much stronger than the original setup. Sure enough, in the next second, Kim Soo-ho blew away the sword in the monster's hand. At the same time, approaching the magic sword in the air, in just a blink of an eye. Kim Soo-ho completed his attack. By the time he hits the ground, the monster has not had time to react yet, and the magic sword no longer has the strength to endure, then immediately turned into fragments. The essence has been severed. The monster in front of him also turned into ash and disappeared. The leader monster has been resolved. Next, just need to receive the reward. Kim Soo-ho was finally a lot more relaxed at this point. But when he looked towards the dead monster, everyone was immediately stunned. I was curious and went up to ask him what was wrong. Turns out he saw a falling tree branch. After looking around, Kim Soo-ho also confirmed the final reward of this dungeon. It's just an ordinary tree branch. At this moment, Kim Soo-ho was completely stunned. He did not dare imagine that he had tried for an entire day. Did not receive anything again. Seeing Kim Soo-ho being disappointed, I just realized he was troubled by this. When I was preparing to tell Kim Soo-ho that tree branches are a good thing, then suddenly someone else's voice was heard from behind. This familiar sound terrified me. Turn your head and look. As expected, he is the demon of the Demon Lord. The speed of our return was unpredictable. After discovering me and Kim Soo-ho, the two immediately started asking about us. In it, the bald man seemed very angry when outsiders came in, and the blonde-haired demon said, their guild has already asked for permission to attack the emperor here. It's against the rules for us to go inside. Hearing that, I immediately turned to them and apologized first, then clearly stated my Fuong student status. I just happened to pass by, so I came in to take a look. By the way, kill a monster. But when I talked, immediately kicked the tree branch back. At this time, the blonde demon wanted to know what the reward was. I replied that this place has no rewards at all. Seeing that, the blonde-haired demon immediately called the president to ask. But he has not finished reporting yet. Kim Jong-jaeong's voice was transmitted from the other side, and ordered to kill us. Kim Soo-ho and I also heard this order, the blonde demon said coldly. It is our curiosity that kills us. Immediately after that, his magic power exploded. These red magical powers directly separated Kim Soo-ho and me. Wait until you cannot see Kim Soo-ho anymore. I immediately understood that this was an isolation barrier. Worrying about Kim Soo? The bald demon in front of him also makes people feel uneasy. 2 hammer-shaped marks on his shirt. Represents his hero rank as intermediate. Then I pretended, not knowing his identity as a demon, questioning the bald man as a hero. Why are you taking action against students? But the bald man thought I would definitely die. No need to explain to me. After his magic power was released, that overwhelming magic power, it made my heart beat a few beats faster. The bald man's strength is far beyond mine. Killing me really took no effort at all. But this does not mean that there is no way to win. Seeing me put my hands behind my back, the bald man immediately picked up his axe to defend. Unexpectedly, I took out a small stone. Seeing this, the first bald man was bewildered. Then I could not help but burst out laughing. He thought I was going to pull out some secret weapon. The result is just a small stone. But I smiled and said, use it to deal with him just enough. As soon as I said this, the bald man was immediately angry. He was curious and clearly I did not have any magic power. Why this confident? The bald man was thinking I was scared when I threw the stone directly over. Despite successfully dodging, a rope tied behind the stone made the bald man a bit confused. Looking at his face, I immediately knew the time had come, then directly used force to pull the rope. When the bald person feels it's not right, the stone just now hit his head. This stone is after being randomly enhanced. Its power knocked the bald man unconscious immediately. Watching him fall heavily to the ground, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Today, on the way to fight monsters, I have spent too much physical strength and holy mark magic power. Now I'm basically unbearably tired. Fortunately, the demon in front of him had relaxed his vigilance. Otherwise, this move will be very difficult to succeed. Slowly moving forward, I immediately prepared to use a shot to finish him off. The demon's recovery ability is very strong, so you have to take your time. Although it's best to use a shotgun, but my magic power is exhausted, so I chose the enhanced magic bullet, accompanied by a gunshot. The situation in front of me made me very scared, because bullets can shatter rocks. Unexpectedly, it could not penetrate the demon's head. The bald man even woke up. But the time before and after is only a few seconds. Seeing that, I immediately wanted to shoot one more shot. But this guy just roared. The powerful magic power knocked me out. The unexpected incident left me unable to react in time. Obviously there was other defense, but the result was still serious injury. A simple voice from the other side. I did not expect it to have such great power. Now I have also completely angered the bald man. He originally did not want to show his true face. But the bald man no longer had any disdain. He directly used the demon's special ability, demonization. Looking at the attitude he showed, and the aura that became stronger, a ray of despair immediately arose in my heart. Kim Soo-ho on the other side is also confronting the blonde demon. Time goes back to when we were separated. Kim Soo-ho even wanted to call me out loud, but as a result no response was heard. This time he also understood that he was completely isolated. The retreat is blocked. Opposite there is a murderous enemy. Kim Soo-ho can only draw his sword and prepare to fight to the death. The blonde demon's name is James. Actually, he is an acquaintance of Kim Soo-ho, student tops Mafong's rankings. If you can recruit into the guild. Thinking back, it could probably help a lot. But the guild master ordered the destruction. James could not help but feel a little regretful. The next second, he immediately attacked Kim Soo-ho. The enemy speed was too fast. Kim Soo-ho had no time to react. When James swung his sword, even though he dangerously avoided fatal damage, but still got a cut on his cheek. After using your hands to push against the ground to stabilize your body, Kim Soo-ho originally intended to hit the opponent with a side kick. But when he has not even touched it yet, James quickly disappeared. Fortunately, thanks to this attack, I successfully got a chance to breathe. But look at James falling in the distance. Kim Soo-ho was extremely surprised in his heart, because the enemy can run so far. The speed definitely exceeded itself too much. While still thinking about countermeasures, Kim Soo-ho suddenly felt a sharp pain again, lowered his head and looked back. He just discovered that his leg was cut again. This means that the opponent in a very short time not only completed the evasion, but also counterattacked with the sword. James' speed made Kim Soo-ho even more wary. He was not sure if he could keep up with the enemy's rhythm, but still have to try a little. After that, Kim Soo-ho began to pay attention and observe. At this time, James once again attacked him. But this time, Kim Soo-ho successfully saw the enemy's actions clearly. After reacting, he drew his sword to block the attack. After successfully blocking this attack, Kim Soo-ho immediately fought fiercely with James. But remaining passive and dealing with it is not the way. If you can attack the enemy's openings in an instant, surely there will be a chance to regain initiative. Very fast, James's sword injured Kim Soo-ho's face. Seeing that he was very dissatisfied, it was clearly a fatal attack. As a result, even serious injuries could not do it. But the next second, James feels it's not right. Because he saw a cold sword light. Kim Soo-ho intentionally let him get hurt. From there he would come closer and swing this sword. No matter how fast James' speed is, still unable to dodge completely. After being slashed on the thigh, James was extremely shocked. Looking at the other person once again stretching the distance far away, Kim Soo-ho regretted in his heart that he could not cause serious injury. After a few fights, Kim Soo-ho could feel, this guy in front of me is not as good as the swordsman of destruction. But it is very difficult to attack the opponent's loopholes. At this moment, he could not help but think that if he were also there, can definitely defeat the enemy ahead, but supposing is useless. After all, this is my own battle. Jinseo's talent, making him seem like he had a magic aid in the field of swordsmanship. Now the opponent is also a swordsman, so you have a way to win. To defeat the strong enemy in front of us, Kim Soo-ho finally stopped hiding. He released all his magic power. In a moment, the Sword Saint's special magic power covered the entire scene. This strength surprised even James. Previously, even though I knew Kim Soo-ho was the head of Mafyeong, he still treats him like a child. But now James does not dare to be careless. He decided to end the match with his next move. Kim Soo also has this thought. He put all his magic power into the sword. But the next second, he heard a heartbeat, but not from the enemy. Very quickly Kim Soo-ho finally remembered. This feeling is similar to when discovering dungeon stones. Like someone is calling me, and on a tree branch nearby. Bathed in the magical power of the Sword Saint, also reflects power back to Kim Soo-ho. At the same time, my situation is very bad. After the bald-headed demon transformed, his power became stronger and stronger. At this time, the remaining magic power in my holy silver has no resistance at all. Looking at the demon man gritting his teeth, I understand clearly that not only do I have no chance of winning, even running away is impossible. Immediately after that, the demon man swung his claws at me. He was about to kill me directly. Just as I closed my eyes awaiting death, suddenly felt drops of blood running down my face, but I do not feel any pain. After opening my eyes and seeing the situation clearly, the scene in front made me very unbelievable, because the demon man was killed by a long black thorn. After my man fell to the side, a beautiful figure slowly appeared, but I did not expect that. The person who saved me was the captain. Curious why he's here. Because this is really too coincidental. At this time the injured area, still in constant pain. With the current situation, if the captain wants to take action, I think I'm completely defenseless. According to setup, Wei Sak-don actually had an affair with Lord Fuck Ma Chi, but he should not appear in front of me. Furthermore, this is not the first time the captain proactively sought me out. After stepping up, he slowly extended his hand to me again. This scene made me wonder what the captain meant. He even said very solemnly that it was a pleasure to meet me. I originally thought the captain came with malicious intentions, but the results exceeded my expectations. After calming down, I smiled and said that we were truly destined. If you move a little, you can meet face to face. The captain affirmed that it was natural for us to meet, because he always pays attention to me. He very frankly told me the reason. I heard it was me that the captain noticed. I was extremely confused. Also curious what he meant. At that moment, a ghost suddenly attacked the captain. I quickly reminded him to be careful, but the next second, I immediately knew I was a bit too talkative. I have not even seen him make a move yet. The ghost before my eyes turned into ashes and disappeared. The small matter has been resolved. The captain suddenly said that there was something he wanted to tell me today. Then he came closer. Then tell me your intentions. Just a few short sentences. Made me finally remember what was wrong. Because in the original work there is also this plot. But this is the preparation for Shindong hack. It was also to promptly draw him into the Waysak group. But now it seems that because of my actions, completely messed up the original plot. When I still wanted to ask the captain again, he turned around and discovered that the demon man's barrier had disappeared. The captain did not want to be discovered, so he prepared to leave. When I left, he left a sentence telling me to think carefully, immediately turn into a purple liquid, then quickly leave here. The change in the plot made me completely unable to regain consciousness. Luckily Kim Soo-ho's voice called me awake. The barrier just now disappeared. It was also because he had finished dealing with the blonde demon. Hearing that he defeated his opponent, I felt much more secure. Under the guidance of Kim Soo-ho, I just stood up from the ground. Today the consumption is especially large. Now Kim Soo-ho asked me how the person behind me should handle it. Looking at the blonde boy's appearance, he was probably just knocked unconscious. Furthermore, there is no demonization. After thinking for a while, Kim Soo-ho feels he should still report his opponent to the association. Hearing that, I hastily said that they entered the dungeon legally, and we did not declare that we snuck in here. If we reported then, we'll probably be punished together. Luckily Kim Soo-ho thought what I said made sense. Otherwise things will not be easy to solve. My money is basically all invested in Lord Fuck Machi. If others find out that the blonde guy is a demon, then the previous investments are considered finished. On the way, Kim Soo-ho wants to know where the person I was dealing with went. Regarding this matter, I will not reveal the captain, which said that the enemy had fled. By the time we got down the mountain, it was basically late at night. He helped me sit down to rest. Kim Soo-ho also carefully observed his surroundings. The first time I used up all the magical power of Saint Silver, there were side effects. Makes it difficult for me to walk. At this time, Kim Soo-ho seemed to have something going on. He took out the branch from before, then told me it was not a normal item. When I left, I forgot about this. Now Kim Soo-ho... While fighting he felt the tree branch. It seemed to be calling him. But Kim Soo-ho does not understand that state, so I do not know how to imagine it. I told him I understood. Anyway, this thing looks very powerful at first glance. It's a dungeon clearance reward. At first glance it seems normal. This branch actually has an amazingly great background. Then I asked Kim Soo-ho, have you ever heard the story of Huji saying, in mythology transformed into a sword, the legendary weapon that killed the god of light? Therefore Hoji Sang is also known as the god of literature. Kim Soo-ho could not believe it. Could it be that the tree branch in front of me is a mythical prop? Regarding this, I nodded affirmatively to him. At the same time, he said that he wanted the weapon to have the power to donate blood. It is necessary to let it complete its awakening first. This time Kim Soo-ho also understood clearly. It turns out the branch is not its complete shape. I also did not expect it. Kim Soo-ho only relies on the unawakened Hoji Sang. Can defeat the demon man alone? Although in my setup, it is truly a powerful weapon. Kim Soo-ho wants to know how to awaken Hoji Sang, so I told him to put the branch on the ground. Saw me looking for something. Kim Soo-ho was suspicious and did not know what I was doing. But when I took out the preschool powder, he was immediately attracted to these sparkling powder particles. I told him this was a magic item. Maybe there will be a time to use it. Seeing this, Kim Soo-ho felt that this was a very precious thing. Originally preschool powder was in his bag, but it was not easy for me to get it from the captain. Then I thought, what should I say to make Kim Soo-ho appreciate me even more? The next second I jokingly told him, this is something my parents left behind. Just saying this, Kim Soo-ho was immediately stunned. After seeing that he was telling the truth, I know I joked too much. Who knew the joke would go too far? Made Kim Soo-ho's whole body stunned, looking at his face with tears in his eyes. I quickly explained that it was just a joke. Just wanted to express how important this item is to me. At the same time talking about the benefits of preschool powder, whether affecting people or goods, can all accelerate the activation of potential. In short, if you apply powder to Hukasin, can certainly cause it to undergo unusual changes. After explaining, I prepared to start working. But Kim Soo-ho was startled at first, then immediately raised his hand to stop me. So precious objects? You do not spend anything and get it for nothing. He was a bit at a loss for what to do. Hearing that, I think, now is the time for him to use this item thoroughly. Anyway, later, it is very difficult to get a chance to receive this mythical level weapon. As I slowly poured the preschool powder onto the branch, very quickly, blue rays of light appeared in the tree branches. Under my and Kim Soo-ho's observation, the surface of small branches appears many cracks. Wait until Hukasin completes his first transformation. Tree branches wither normally at first. A few new leaves sprouted again, after picking up Hukasin. Kim Soo-ho did not expect what I said to be true. This is also the first awakening of the Divine Chai. In the future, as long as Kim Soo-ho constantly defeats his enemies, it will slowly transform into a sword shape. After it's all over, I immediately stood up. According to previous estimates, I took away Hukasin's leaf, and the branch belongs to Kim Soo-ho. I asked, surely he has no opinion. To this Kim Soo-ho of course agrees. But on the way, he kept asking me over and over again, because he feels this is so unfair to me. They even suggested using this weapon together. Begrudge. I told Kim Soo-ho that I do not like close combat at all. For me, having leaves is enough. The leaves of Huki-sin are a byproduct after awakening. Not only can it strengthen the body, but it can also be sharpened into a powerful weapon. After testing the effectiveness of the leaves, I felt extremely satisfied. As for how to use it, you can slowly think about it later. At that moment, I accidentally tripped over a tree root, then fell directly to the ground. Already exhausted and tripped by tree roots, immediately made my mood worse. But this familiar scene makes me remember what happened before. Hearing the noise, Kim Soo-ho returned. When he asked me what was wrong, I said nothing, just accidentally fell down. And now my mood becomes happier again, because in the backpack, there is also a precious wild ginseng plant. At the same time, in the Demon Dungeon of World X, Jen is reviewing my battle progress. This is the captain's return. Seeing me even though I've exhausted all my magic power, and still be able to use a small stone to exert great power. Jan could not help but admire his talent. But what pleased him most is my extremely rational judgment in battle, and Jan and the captain both said. At that time, I did not know that the other person was a demon. Even so, I still maintained my killing intent without wavering. This made Jan and the captain extremely approving. Jan said that this time the captain had a very good eye. Jinghe Zhen is definitely a potential stock. Come here. The captain immediately called Jan to leave. But Jan still wants to watch the whole video. He wanted to see the demonized appearance. As a result, the captain said again, do not like the look of that demon man. As for the cause, because he felt so disgusting. After a period of time, I immediately went to the academy dormitory. When opening the door, I was so tired that my mind was exhausted. The whole body is full of pain. If you do not rest, I think there's a high chance I'll actually die from exhaustion, and I just walked in. Unexpectedly, Ivan Jilin had already woken up from sleep. I feel very sorry for disturbing his sleep, then immediately hugged Ivan Jilin into his arms. So many things happened today. I can only wait until tomorrow to slowly digest it. This time, I was attracted by the full moon in the sky. Because of Kim Suho's words just now, makes me miss my family again. As soon as he and I arrived at Station X, Kim Suho immediately told me to go to Ma Fyong first, because I ran to such a far place. He plans to visit his family first, then come back. When we broke up, Kim Suho suddenly called me back. Then again, thank you for my help. He knew if I was not with him. Surely it will not be possible to summarize this supplement. And in my heart, but Kim Suho's experiences this time made me trust him more and more. Kim Suho is a perfect protagonist. He never promises. Is the most righteous hero of this world. Actually, people like Kim Suho in real life are extremely rare. But in the beginning, I'm still full of hope to portray him like that. There is Kim Suho as the savior protecting the world. I think continuing to survive should not be difficult. He is also a person to me. Most trusted in this world. A few days later, in a deep mountainous area of Province Aif, a neighboring country, there is a secret cave. This place is the hideout of one of the demon organizations, Baylor. In the world of my novel, the Hero Association, call the 9 demons standing at the top of the pyramid the 9 dreams. But the name inherently has a disparaging meaning. The demons happily accepted this nickname, also established corresponding man organizations. Baylor is one of those ranked 3rd. Today Tomel has returned to his hiding place, but the other members felt very strange. Normally, Tomel would not be in the office right now, because he was not very interested in the organization's mission. Right when someone is talking. In the end, is Tomel a demon or not? A man suddenly opened the door. When they saw him, the other members quickly bowed their heads to work. As soon as the man entered, he immediately called Tomel. Hearing that Tomel knew. Surely there must be some troublesome task for him to do. Everything was indeed as he thought. The man raised it. Some documents. He said that even though Tomel's strength was comparable to that of the elite, but if you keep ignoring your duties, it will cause other people a lot of headaches. Hearing that, Tomel clearly understood that this time he could not refuse. Immediately received the documents. Information about this mission is in the documents. The man told him to see for himself, in addition to Tomel's expectations. This mission does not seem too difficult, because up there was just an observation mission. As for the object of observation, is a student of the magical truth class. At the same time, I was working outside of school. Not long after waiting, someone called my name behind me. The person came to ask me if I had made an appointment to engrave a magic seal. After receiving confirmation, the man smiled slightly, then started introducing himself. The man's name was Chen, is a 4-star magician. He is the one in charge of engraving me, a magician who has reached level 4 stars, in engraving magical props. Basically top talent that the average person can meet. If it was him who engraved the seal, makes me feel really lucky. But very quickly, I discovered something was wrong. That's Chen constantly evaluating me from top to bottom. After looking through all the outfits, his attitude immediately changed, then coldly told me to follow him. Before coming, I had guessed that magicians would judge others by appearance. So I intentionally put on a little makeup. Unexpectedly, it still did not catch their eye. After entering Chen's office, he wanted to know what kind of magical seal I needed. Hearing that I want to engrave marks to strengthen my body, or other types of seals related to defense, Chen quickly snapped his fingers. Next, behind him appeared several options for me to choose from, but after watching it all over, nothing was satisfactory. This time I'm preparing to engrave the bracelet I received earlier. I need one with high magic consumption and extremely high performance. Engrave magic seal. I'm preparing to tell the other person my needs, then discovered Chen absent-mindedly drinking tea. Since then his attitude has become very bad, probably from my outfit. I do not have enough resources to carve expensive magic seals. Just keep going like this. I'm worried that maybe he will not pay attention even when he engraves the seal. So I covered a few times to get his attention. At this time I said to Chen, I'm not here to buy those petty engravings, but it requires a type of seal that requires strong magical power to activate. For example, the type of protective body energy, or magic that is as effective as instant awakening. As Chen opened his mouth to say maybe, I suddenly said, is not this a bit difficult for a 4-star level mage? As soon as the words came out, Chen was stunned. He felt a bit overlooked. The next second, I stood up and left, saying I needed it urgently. If I cannot do it, I'll have to do it next time. Seeing that I once again doubted whether he could engrave the seal, Chen immediately waved his hand and explained that he did not speak clearly. Similar magics such as powerful body protection and instant awakening. He can engrave seals, but he's worried that customers will not be able to afford that price. Seeing that I looked very angry, Chen quickly asked what my budget was. I then explained my request in detail, an estimated amount. After hearing my budget, Maid Chen was immediately excited. His whole being is attracted to money. Not only did I ask my subordinates to exchange me a cup of tea, I'll have to show you a more advanced list of engravings later. The next day after it was all over, I also returned to Mafyong. Before entering class today, everyone was talking loudly, and my mood is also very good. After completing the strategy of Yushan Dungeon, you will also receive the essence. Huji Sheng's engraving was also made by Chen. Although each situation is a bit winding, luckily it still seems to go smoothly, so it's very fun right now. Wait until the teacher starts class. He immediately announced the news. From today onwards, we'll have to split up. Each team has 5 people to carry out future activities. This time I was not surprised at all. Not long after the new semester started, the school will let everyone divide into teams. After completing the exercise, we will conduct a mini tower attack, or competitions between classmates. There are also tourism activities to enhance emotions. The teacher asked everyone to find people to form teams according to their needs. Submit the list to him before next Wednesday. If by then you still have not decided, teams will also be divided randomly. People like me are basically isolated in class. Can only wait for the random team division next week. Just when I was sitting alone in silence, then I heard a knock on the table behind me. Even though the other classmates were all enthusiastically inviting each other, but I still hear this small sound. And the one who knocks on the table. It was Rachel sitting behind me with a troubled look on her face. Seeing that, I remembered. His situation is probably similar to mine, but there is also another point. Anyway, I just do not have anyone to invite me, and Rachel because of her status as a princess, so it will bring some feelings of separation. Then I thought I could team up with him. I just had to give the baby cat powder to Rachel. According to the original plot, he will receive a hint to open his eyes in the last final activity. If it lasts long, it will affect Rachel's strength. So I immediately wrote a message, preparing to invite him to team up with me. After pressing the send button, I felt a bit embarrassed and turned my head to look at Rachel. The first boy continued to sigh in his chair. But the next second I received the text message I sent. This is the second time I proactively invited. I wonder if Rachel will continue to refuse. As soon as the message appeared, Rachel had not seen it yet. Then someone next to him called his name. After seeing people coming, I was extremely surprised, because this Tummer. Yet he invited Rachel to team up with him. Seeing as an unfamiliar magician, it's not just Rachel who has some doubts. That even the surrounding students find it very difficult to understand. In a moment many people were talking. Why does Gamel want to team up with Rachel? This name is Tummer's pseudonym. His behavior has exceeded my expectations. Moreover, he kept aiming at Rachel, because of Balit to which Tummer belongs. In the demon world is an existence similar to a mercenary group. According to the current situation, there is a high probability that there is someone behind the direction, and you will choose Rachel as your target. There's only one person I can think of. That was the Empire's previous Royal Guard captain, Lancaster. Suddenly receiving Tummer's invitation really surprised Rachel. But now there's still a lot of time, so he said he wanted to think about it first. Hearing that, Tummer also smiled and agreed. Wait until he leaves. Rachel just remembered. The message I just received has not been read yet. After opening and viewing the message above, when he discovered it was my message, he immediately turned his head to look at me. Seeing me looking worried and uncomfortable, Rachel suddenly shifted her gaze again, not looking at me anymore. Just when I thought I was about to be rejected again, Rachel's message also came through. Just like when he answered Tomer, he wanted to think and then decide. Seeing that, I also calmed down. Not directly refuse like before, so just wait patiently. But what I did not find out was, after sending the message, Rachel was no longer moody. On the contrary, he seemed extremely happy. A while, many people have found their team. But Chain Yang is still wondering what to choose. Currently, he has found 2 teammates. But choosing the next person made Chain Yang fall into contemplation. The rest must search among the students ranked outside of 100. Although forming teams with low-ranking students has bonus points. But there are very few people with strong strength. If you must choose, there was actually only one person who matched his expectations. The team division this time was a bit beyond my imagination. Originally, when I was in class, almost no one noticed. But as a result, many classmates wanted to come to me to form a team. Some people even offered tickets to the museum to please them. Wanted to invite me to tour the pistols in there. Everyone who wanted to team up with me brought some gifts. They are all very enthusiastic. Although in Chae-Nayeon's eyes, my popularity was limited to the team formation stage. But the person he was aiming for in his heart was also me. Anyway, if you invite me, can also make up for his theoretical subjects. Chae-Nayeon thought, if you drag yourself, Kim Ha-jin will definitely not have any difficulties. But the reason he was still hesitant until now had not actively sought it out is anxiety of proactive. Sometimes I'll think he's interested in me. He really just wanted to complete the team formation normally. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from behind, interrupted Chae-Nayeon's thoughts. Seeing that Shin Jong-hyuk told me to stop hesitating, he immediately told that person not to worry about money. Shin Jong-hyuk did not pay attention to this, then said that the rest were all the same, just like him. Is not it okay to choose a few people, and then take them out to practice more? Hearing that, Chae-Nayeon did not agree. Also said that he had made his own arrangements. After listening to what Chae-Nayeon said, Shin Jong-hyuk was curious about what his arrangements were, so he suddenly snatched the notebook. When Chae-Nayeon just rushed forward, he quickly opened the notebook, read it out loud in front of everyone, candidates that Chae-Nayeon wrote about. But right after that, the next name made Shin Jong-hyuk dumbfounded. Right after that, he could not believe it and called my name. Because Shin Jong-hyuk speaks too loudly. This attracted the attention of other classmates. As for Chae-Nayeon, now I was so embarrassed that I was petrified on the spot. I was also paying attention to their situation below. After hearing someone talking about him, he also aimed at Kim Ha-jin. Chae-Nayeon's face could not help but blush immediately. As for Shin Jong-hyuk, it's very difficult to understand. Before he could continue asking what was going on, Chae-Nayeon punched Shin Jong-hyuk out of anger, then took back his notebook. At the same time, tell Shin Jong-hyuk not to look around at other people's things. After speaking, he angrily returned to his seat. But after finding out I was also looking at him, Chae-Nayeon could not help but quickly look away, avoid continuing to look directly at me. His puzzling behavior. Of course, it also makes me a little confused. Wait until school is over. The teacher also told everyone to slowly decide on the list. In the hallway, while other people were talking to me, Chae-Nayeon has finally decided. Then he immediately grabbed my arm. Seeing that, I immediately asked if anything was wrong. Chae-Nayeon stammered a bit at this time. Talking is not clear. Right when he asked me if I was done forming a team, Rachel suddenly appeared again and said that I had already submitted the team list. Hearing that, Chae-Nayeon had some doubts. Which list is it? Rachel also told. It was Ha-jin who decided to team up with him. Listen here. Chae-Nayeon's mind suddenly went blank. Right after that, he turned his head to look at me to confirm. I then also gave Chae-Nayeon an affirmative answer. Just now. After Rachel had considered it, she also agreed to form a team. Regarding this, Chae-Nayeon said somewhat awkwardly, told me not to misunderstand his words. I'm just afraid that no one will team up with me. After all, as a member of the travel club, if he also wanted to save someone, he would. After speaking, Chae-Nayeon also congratulated me on finding a teammate. When preparing to leave, he patted my shoulder and cheered me on. Regarding his unusual behavior, Rachel was actually a little worried. Until a short distance away, Chae-Nayeon finally could not help but think wildly. Rachel has the same knowledge as me. Also have similar physiques. Except for the theoretical part, even their achievements are equal. But Chae-Nayeon does not understand. Why did I choose Rachel and not him? Wait until Chae-Nayeon comes downstairs. Rachel and I immediately discussed the team's situation. But Rachel was very interested in what just happened. He worriedly asked me if he suddenly went to another team. Hearing that, I very firmly said that there was no such thing. At this moment, the remaining members of the team also arrived. This is Chen Haosheng, who was on the same team as me last semester. He was very happy when I found him to join the team. Actually, inviting Chen Haosheng was Rachel's decision. I just respect his arrangement. The remaining people are Lai Fugui and Tummel respectively. Although he clearly understood that Tummel definitely wanted to play a bad trick. But if I'm here, it probably would not matter. Now Chen Haosheng wants to eat together to promote friendship. To this, Rachel also agreed to this proposal. As for what to eat, whatever he wants, Rachel is not a picky eater. But I know he has a special restaurant he likes to go to, so he immediately said that he was going to eat at Hengai Ting restaurant near the school. Hearing my decision, Rachel looked extremely surprised. He did not expect that I also liked this restaurant. Chen Haosheng also said that the food at that house was delicious. After the decision has been made, as a group we immediately set out for Hengai Ting. As for Chae-Nayeon on the other side, she has returned to the dormitory. Currently his team members are enough. Yu is one of them. He thinks his team is considered top. After all, Chae-Nayeon can be both a gunner and a soldier. But what made Yu curious was not Jing He-zen invited to the team. Chae Na-yeon explained that if I wanted to pull, I would definitely come, too. But so, Rachel's team will be reduced to a handful of shrimp. Hearing him say that, Yi-yu also thought it was right. After determining the list, Chae Na-yeon also submitted it. The matter of forming a team was finally resolved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then I want to lie down and rest a bit, but still cannot sleep. Chae Na-yeon is a bit regretful now. She knew that already. At first I invited Kim Ha-jin, so there will be no need to worry about theoretical achievements. He clearly understood that he was hesitant and undecided. That's why someone else took away the opportunity. Last midterm. The process of losing to Rachel is still clearly visible before my eyes. This team formation activity was his first competition after he moved into the fighting industry. Think of this. Chae Na-yeon's heart became even more frustrated. If this continues, he was very worried that he would lose to Rachel again. Of course Rachel on the other side was unaware of this. Now he is still eating well. Time flies and it's next week. After confirming the roster of all teams, we also received our first lesson after forming a team. Today's topic is exploring a dungeon as a vanguard. Usually when a new dungeon is discovered, the guild will send a vanguard team to investigate the situation inside. Now, our team has been in the dungeon for about 20 minutes now. Because of the environment, everyone is very cold. Now Rachel saw the situation ahead, so I quickly reminded everyone. It turned out that there were many different turns ahead, so which way to go has become the key issue, but Timul chose a great path. Then I suggested that we keep going this way. Anyway, there's no point in having a headache over choosing a route, but his choice was opposed by me. After hearing this, I am very sure that this route is not correct. Timul looked a bit angry. He did not understand why I was so sure. Regarding this, I explained that my eyesight was better, can see the path relatively accurately. As for Tumul's intentions, I do not need to guess to know. Definitely wants to lead us into a trap. When Tumul was rebuffed, he immediately went to Rachel. He wanted to let the captain decide. As a result, Rachel's decision was to choose to trust me. Hearing that Tumul was confused, he still quietly insisted on his decision. Finally, I choose a path and slowly move forward. Immediately discovered one of the monsters that needed investigation. When they saw the snowman, everyone was very surprised. By now, everyone understands that the path I chose is the right one. In the next exploration, even if I'm by your side to hinder you, Tumul continued to lead us into danger. Although he tried very hard, wanted to create a Rachel and Roden situation, but with me here, definitely would not be possible. Continuous failures made Tumul very angry. He did not expect. It's so difficult for someone to get injured and leave the team. From the beginning until now, the decisions I've made, there are no dangerous roads. Understand that if I'm here, you cannot succeed. Tumul immediately called Rachel back. He reasoned that 2 groups of people would be more effective in exploring. I want Rachel to go explore other places with me. Besides, it's not good to always believe what I say. Just as Rachel was about to refuse his offer, I immediately went forward and said to Tumul, now that we're apart, it takes even more time. Just follow me, and you can quickly finish the course. Right after that, I pulled Rachel's hand and left. Chen Haosheng and Li Fugi naturally believed and followed me. Only Tumul was even more angry. I do not understand what trump card I have in the end, but so confident. As for the answer, of course I would not tell Tumul. The next second, I continued to use my eyes to explore. We are almost at the finish line now. After determining the best route, I immediately told everyone to keep moving forward. As for Rachel, she was still a bit unresponsive. Not long after, we smoothly reached the end point. The priest stood in front, waiting for each student team. At this moment, Rachel finally called out to me. He whispered about my hand. Seeing that, I quickly let go of Rachel's hand, then say sorry to him. I was so busy on the road that I forgot, but Rachel was not angry at all. He also told me there was no need to apologize for that. At this time, the teacher loudly told our ancestors to report. After telling the teacher about the information discovered along the way, I also analyzed the rank of the dungeon's leader monster. Our team's answer received confirmation from the teaching staff and praised our work very well. In the end, we got a perfect score. Successfully complete this course. Everyone else was very surprised. I did not expect to receive praise from the teachers. Compared to everyone's trust and happiness, Tumul in the back appeared very out of place. Because today there is my intervention, causing his mission to make no progress at all. Originally, when I accepted the mission, he was a bit indifferent. Because during the mission, Tumul just needs to approach Rachel. Then it's okay to injure or weaken him. When Rachel's daily life appears askew, the rest will be handled by Yoyuan's people. So no matter how you look at it, this mission is very simple. Tumul when at the base was very confident, but after the dungeon exploration event, his whole body was bewildered. After returning from the course, Tumul could not even reach Rachel. At this time, the hungry Yaoyuan employee asked why the task was delayed, whether a variable occurred or not. Hearing what the other person said, Tumul immediately became angry. The new mission started not long ago, but it already pushed me. After venting his anger on Yoyuan, Tumul immediately thought about how to carry out the task. The reason for his failure in the dungeon was clear to him. It's all because of that person named Jin He-zen. It's like the other person has telepathy. As long as he tries to make a move, he will immediately be stopped. Furthermore, regardless of whether one goes to school or not, I basically hang around Rachel. So until now, Tummel still has not made any progress. Take a look at some information about me. Tummel also did not find anything outstanding. He wondered if I was thinking of always being by Rachel's side. Is it possible to win a beauty's heart? As soon as this thought occurred, Tummel immediately assumed he understood the situation. That Jin He-zen definitely likes Rachel. That's why we're surrounded like that. Think of this, Tummel immediately had a good way. Just let me exaggerate. Then spread the news that Jin He-zen liked Rachel. Wait until more people know about it. He thought that their relationship would definitely become more and more distant. At that time, I can easily complete the organization's mission. To spread this news, Tummel's first step was to prepare. Is to get close to others in the group first. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Today's course is phenomenological gender analysis. When school was about to end, the teacher told everyone. Next week each group chooses a small dungeon, then analyze and announce effective strategic plans. This group exercise made many people sigh. But Chen Hosheng's suffering is pretend, because Rachel and I are here. He did not need to worry at all. He turned around and expressed his trust in me. Can definitely get high scores. As for Chen Hosheng's praise, I just feel a lot of pressure. Wait until the school bell rings. Class President Li Yingyan informed everyone again. Next Wednesday there will be a group leader meeting. At that time, the group leaders need to gather in the Great Hall. After the announcement, everyone immediately packed their things and left. And I suggested to Rachel and the others. I can go to the cave later and assign simple tasks first. Then disbanded. About this Rachel also agreed, but Tummel suddenly interrupted. He said that if that's the case, then let's eat cake and talk at the same time. This guy's unusual attitude makes me wonder what he wants to do. After I questioned, Tummel still answered enthusiastically. Want to strengthen friendships with people. Even proactively turned to greet Li Fugui and the others. His positivity is even more suspicious. But for now, I still do not understand Tummel's intention to change his attitude. Not long after, we arrived at the cave. Even though I used the Theanlei eye to observe my surroundings, there are no pitfalls. But I still feel that Tummel is very suspicious, until Rachel called me. I just recovered and prepared to assign work. After thinking carefully, I immediately told Hosheng and Fugui to look for documents about the dungeon. Tummel and Rachel are in charge of calculating magic concentration. Wait until they send me the results, I will summarize. The final presentation will be made on the day of submission. Regarding my assignment, everyone agrees. Tummel also said it's a group exercise, so here we go. Li Fugui, who was next to him, was a little worried before, but after negotiating each person's mission, it also made him feel much more secure. Rachel also admired me for not only being good at studying, but after becoming a gunner. The combat level must have also increased a lot. Just then Li Fugui was curious. Is there a famous guild that approached me first? Regarding this question, I did not answer him. Right now, Rachel gently pulled my sleeve. He asked softly. Has the Bai royal family contacted you? Hearing that, I was a bit confused, not sure what Rachel wanted to say, so he told me that the guild of the imperial royal family. But according to my impression, they do not seem to be looking for me. After continuing to reminisce for a while, I finally remembered an email from earlier, then a little shyly told Rachel that I do not often look at emails. I heard that the royal guild only sent one email. This made Rachel a little uncomfortable. And I opened the email to see what was inside. It is indeed an invitation to contact in advance, but my treatment is quite normal. The pre-contract conditions were clearly not very good. Now Rachel also wants to see the email content. But he just finished watching part of it. His face immediately became very unsightly. The Royal Guild's way of working made Rachel feel too superficial. Then he stood up and left. At the same time, he told me not to continue watching. Having said that, Rachel immediately informed everyone that she had something to do, so she had to go first. The muscular Tormal was once again bewildered. Today's action has not yet been implemented. Unexpectedly, Rachel was gone. As for Chen Hosheng and I, we were a bit surprised. Do not understand what happened. Because Rachel was clearly angry just now. Tormal was still complaining about the unfavorable things in his heart. He discovered that everyone was very concerned about Rachel leaving. In the immediate future, perhaps this is a good opportunity for me to start spreading the word. Wait until I leave too. Tormal suddenly started talking to Li Fugui. He said softly, do not you see that He-zen likes Rachel? On the morning of the next day, I still go to the physical training room to practice as usual. Rest time after each workout is the happiest time. Even though I'm still persistent in training, but unfortunately, physical strength has not improved much. As soon as I finished working out, I did not even have the strength to open a can of soda, just as I was preparing to open later. Someone extended a hand to help me. Hearing the voice of the person coming, I was a little surprised. Because the person who helped me open the can was Chae Na-yun. He said he had something he wanted to talk to me about. Hearing that, I immediately became a little interested. Then told Chae Na-yun to tell her what it was. He's a bit shy. But after hesitating for a while, Chae Na-yun also made her intentions clear. It turns out their group chose the Red Heaven Lang dungeon. Next Friday I have to present in class. So he wanted to ask me if I had any information about this. I do not understand why it is necessary to choose the hardest dungeon. But Chae Na-yun originally did not want that. He told me he was a magician in the group. Very stubborn, determined to choose this dungeon. After many requests, the others had to agree. And I remember. The magician in Chae Na-yun's group seems to be named Wu Junji, establishing his character as having superior strength, but vain honor. Not even polite, because the family is well off, so facing Chae Na-yun is not scary at all. So I decided to still give a little reminder, then told Chae Na-yun. The opponent most likely finds the dungeon difficult. The scores given by teachers are also high. When asked about the presenter, also Wu Junji, I said without hesitation, tell Chae Na-yun to quickly change people. That name Wu Junji. Looking at his appearance, he is a person who loves vanity and pride. Wait until the important moment to present. Will definitely panic and talk incoherently. If we let him be in charge of the presentation, I confirm with Chae Na-yun. Your achievements will follow and plummet. Hear what I say. Chae Na-yun felt like she had found her soulmate, because he feels the same way, originally prepared to turn a blind eye. But the opponent's behavior in the group was very excessive. Then Chae Na-yun started complaining to me, after Wu Junji spoke continuously. He thinks the most unbelievable thing is the first time we meet. A guy even more arrogant than me. About this I was a bit surprised. Chae Na-yun is still quite self-aware. Next, me. Also give him some advice. Please give the presentation task to Yu. I think he can completely handle it. Chae Na-yun also wants, but he guessed that Wu Junji would definitely not agree. After that, I continued to provide Chae Na-yun with some information about the dungeon. Only then did I discover something unusual. That's between us. Has reached this level of non-negotiation. As for Chae Na-yun, after discovering my eyes, also momentarily silent, faced with this dilemma, Chae Na-yun immediately told me to practice hard, then quickly escape from here. Time flies so fast, it's next Friday. After a few groups finished presenting, it was also Chae Na-yun's group's turn. Wu Junji was the same as I thought. This guy's whole body was so tense after going on the field. He stammered for half a day without being able to say a complete sentence, looking at Chae Na-yun below who was furious. I also feel sorry for him. The final result still cannot change the speaker. Very quickly Wu Junji's poor performance also ended, but he had no shame at all. Even happily said that he was too stressed. Hearing what Wu Junji said, Chae Na-yun and Yu were at a loss for words. This brazen smiling face, if it was not during class. Chae Na-yun jumped up and gave him a beating, and Yu comforted him not to get excited, but Chae Na-yun still decided. After school, he will definitely beat Wu Junji until his teeth are all over the ground. At this time, the teacher calls the speaker of the next group onto the field, and I'm neither quick nor slow to step up, because it just happened to be my turn. Seeing me passing by, Chae Na-yun was momentarily stunned. He was surprised why I wore glasses. Different from Wu Junji's panicked look, my expression was extremely calm. After telling everyone that our group had surveyed the Wushen dungeon, I immediately started explaining the plan the group had proposed, plans and results. After just a few tens of seconds, even Chae Na-yun was attracted. He knew my written exam performance was very good, but I did not expect that I could speak so well. Not long after, the teacher could not help but ask a question. He wanted to know, how did I rely on that bit of information? Which deduces the reversal of magic power. Hearing that, I confidently smiled. The next second, the reasoning process was presented again. Also explain it so everyone can understand. Almost all the students were present. Were all convinced by my excellent speech. They were very surprised to see me presenting so well. As for Chae Na-yun, she listened attentively to my speech. Looking at my appearance on stage, he had a strange feeling. Heart rate is also a few beats faster. Like the other classmates just said, Kim Hee-zen on stage seems to be a bit handsome. After speaking, I immediately returned to my seat. He happily winked at Rachel next to him. Chae Na-yun then discovered our group's excited scene. At this moment he felt extremely jealous, but on the outside, he's still as arrogant as usual. After finishing today's class, Rachel went to practice a little. Having just finished the afternoon training plan. To summarize, today he went very smoothly. Not only did the public speech score high marks, but the contract was also successfully delivered to Hajin. It turns out that at the end of today's course, everyone invited each other to dinner, but Rachel had a training schedule so she did not go, as I also prepared to say goodbye. Rachel quickly remembered that there was something she wanted to give me. Very quickly, he found a contract in his pocket, then very solemnly invited me to accept it. After I took it from him, Rachel just told me, This is the recruitment agreement letter from the Royal Society. The remuneration will be much better than an email. He also... Actually, it was he who asked the Royal Guild to contact him first. But I did not expect that the guild people only looked at the rankings. After finishing explaining to me, Rachel finished. Also officially issued an invitation. He wanted me to join the Royal Guild, so please consider carefully. Time returns to the present. Rachel felt she had performed quite well then. He was in a good mood, so he planned to quickly take a shower, then go back to the dorm and get a good night's sleep. But just as I was about to push the door open, I heard someone gossiping again. The content is still relevant to me. The other person said something and heard that Jing He Zhen liked Rachel. Immediately made him stop walking. But the more I listen, the more absurd it becomes. Some people even said that I was preparing to confess to Rachel. After being surprised, Rachel's pretty face instantly turned red.